Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to a special Thursday night edition of High on Politics. Hope you all are well. I am doing okay. Fortunately, I can already tell that some of y'all did not expect me to be here, which, yes, with the D&D game and all that. But, like any good D&D game, we had to face the ultimate villain, and that is scheduling conflicts. So the game has been postponed. That sucks too, because I was like really amped up and ready to go. But hey, Natch, what's up, dude? Natch, Edge, hey, can I just give you guys a special shout out here real quick, because you guys have been really kicking ass in the as mods. I have to also say, like, you guys didn't ask for the vertical chat, okay? So I really appreciate what you guys have been doing. I kind of feel a little bit bad that it's like, yeah, you might have gotten more than you bargained for, but yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate that. Also, what up, Mitch? How's it going? What up, Rebecca? Good to see you. Hope y'all are doing well tonight. Bryant Frankfurt, what up, dude? Hey, how's this stuff going in your race? And like, what's your district looking like, man? Pep, you gonna make me choose between you and Letterhack on Leftist Mafia? Oh, I was not aware that the Letterhack was going to be featured on the Leftist Mafia tonight. Had I known that, I probably would have gone and watched the new Predator movie instead. And I mean Predator Badlands, since we live in this hellscape now where I have to actually differentiate. Like, it's like, no, I'm not gonna watch, more of the Epstein coverage like that. No, Pat, this is the best experience right here, or right up there with this space. Thanks. Hey, I really appreciate that, man. Just found out 2 Republicans running my county district have finished their petitions. Ooh, shit. Oh, man, that sucks. Yeah, I just got some bad news. Actually, yeah, here. First off, got some more. Let's see. We got some more political literature. We got Dan Biss, which he will be coming back up here in a minute. And then, can we guess who this is? Huh? Little B-roll. Hoan. It's Hoan. So, I got some updates on the election. I actually posted them in the Discord right before I went live. So, it's looking like Dan Biss is at 31%, Laura Fine is at 18%, tied with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. That's not good. That's not good at all. That actually is a little bit worse than I thought it was, because I think you guys know that I was going based off vibes, which, oh, by the way, can you guys give me some audio feedback? I am trying the new mic positioning, but if you're catching too much, just extra stuff as far as me like clicking or any of that kind of shit, just let me know. I definitely need the feedback, so please do not be shy. The fuck am I doing online? Sylvie, I was just saying, like any good D&D campaign, we ran into the ultimate villain, the scheduling conflict. And I will return to that joke at least one more time tonight. But yeah, it sucks. Actually, it's not even a scheduling conflict. My friend's mom ended up in the hospital with something just completely innocuous, and they're like, oh, we're gonna have to do surgery. So he was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to come to game. I was just like, okay, we're not gonna do that. I hope your mom's okay. So, yeah, everybody He probably doesn't want to be mentioned here, but just say Pep's friend. It's okay. But yeah, Pep's friend's mom is in the hospital right now. He is one of the ones that has told me that he does not really want to be talked about on this show. Like, at least in the capacity of using his name or any of that, so I'm going to respect that. No, it's the autocorrect fault, dude. It's the devil. Yeah, the autocorrect is awful. It's gotten worse, too, especially if you're on a phone. What up, Tony? Good to see you. Go online? Yeah, well, that's kind of decided. You know what? Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. I'll make sure that he gets the well wishes from y'all. But that does suck. No, it really sucks, because like I was about to say, I really, really was excited for this. It was one of those campaigns where I was ready to throw some curveballs at the DM, and just gotta wait now. Is this the mom of the Sovereign Sit vid? No, it's not. I still can't believe that fucking happened. Actually, a little update on that one. So, my buddy, I don't think he understood just how much footage they had and how bad it was, because he had never seen it. And, oh boy, he did not seem too thrilled that was out there the way that it is. Now, he was fine with me covering it, and I asked him even after we covered it here, because before I covered it here, I asked him, he said, go for it. I was like, are you sure? Okay. Yeah, he just said that this is kind of par for the course. He gave me an update that she has not been doing well, that she was definitely going through an episode. Apparently she has been, they did something with her meds, and it was specifically tied to, like, they weren't covering her meds anymore, so, here we go. Yeah, I was about to say, Vertical starting to catch up. Yeah, Vertical's gonna vertical. You know how it go, but it's okay, guys. It's okay. You know what? This is why I wanted to thank you guys. You guys handle it very, very well. I also just kind of want to say, I'm not happy with how I handled yesterday's coverage, because I did get a little cursy. Yeah, I was letting them fly, man. Apologies if I offended anybody or if it was a bit too much for y'all. You know, I try to cultivate a environment that isn't that, you know. I kind of feel like, and I dare say, but some of the chill was not there. And I need the chill. Like, this is what we do here, man. This is the stoner circle of the internet. We need to keep this a chill space. And honestly, yeah, I was engaging way too much. Nah, he needs to go after Mr. Neckerchief. No, he is. Okay, so let me finish this. He was he found out what department obviously had made that public, but you know, that's just a FOIA request away. So I kind of tried to tell him, I'm like, hey man, I don't think that you really have control of that. And yeah, I feel like it's just, that's like, all these videos are made public, so it was just the luck of the draw that, you know, she happened to end up on a Sovereign Citizens channel that I watch. Which he did actually say is just like, what the hell are you doing watching cop videos? I was like, you know what? They're Sovereign Citizens videos. He's just like, is that all you really watch? Like, as far as cop videos? I'm like, yeah. He's like, all right. Because he was mad. He was about to get mad at me. He's like, why are you participating in propaganda? It's like, I'm not. We are ideologically on the same line, so you should ask him if they want to tell their side in audio or no. I won't even. No. Unfortunately, it's out there, but I'm not going to do that to his mom. Also, I'm not going to do that to me. His mom's weird, dude. Like, you guys watch the video. She's a very uncomfortable human being to be around. Like I said, she would just, like, randomly go around, like, the house, just, like, with a bag, which usually this would be cool, but she would, like, there was this one time, right? I was hanging out, and she gave me and it was like an IKEA bag full of just like random shit. Like and I mean really random shit. Some of it was cool though. Like she gave me some like old AV equipment that I still have to this day. But yeah, there's like antique frames and just like a few statues that I was just like, what the hell? And she's just like, take it. And I'm like, okay, are you sure? Because there's a reason I was asking. Because she also had a penchant for doing this, forgetting about it, and then accusing her kid, or, you know, her husband or anybody that was in the house of stealing from her. And God forbid if she actually gave it to you and you had it. That happened too. No, she's severely mentally ill. And yeah, no, I feel for my friend in every way, but yeah. She was kind of, yeah, it made me uncomfy. Yeah. That was a bad scene. Yeah, it was a really bad scene, man. Because there's nothing you can do about it, too. Like, you get invited over for dinner, because that was also her thing that she would like to do, is she would invite me, multiple of our friends over, ask, like, what, like, she would go to the store, get all the ingredients, then dinner time would come, and there was no dinner, and then she would just be like, we're ordering a pizza. It's like, oh, okay. Never mind, makes sense now. Yeah, bunch of stuff she just wanted to get rid of spring cleaning day. That's, yeah, that's kind of how that went, but yeah. No, it was uncomfortable, but... yeah, I was toying with, like I wasn't even joking. I was kind of toying with not going live, and had I seen that was the plan for Letterhack, I would have just given him the time and let you guys hang there with no conflict or any of that. Although, I mean, hey, now you guys got some extra content. Not sure which one is more... Actually, you know what? Out of your opinion, do you guys kind of find this show to be like almost a you must watch live because you never know what will happen? Because that's what I'm going for. Or do you guys also like catch the VODs? Because I'm trying to curate my content a little bit better, and I'm going to be cutting up some videos. I know I've been saying that for a long time, but I finally have to. Oh shit, my bad, didn't mean to guilt trip. It's okay. I remember you saying that she is. She's on menopause, and she also just happens to not be a sane person. Pep Live, love it. All right, but like I said, guys, also give me a little bit of feedback on the audio. Is it good? Like, are we picking up any of like the nasally crap? Because I'll be honest, that's the reason that I'm toying with this, is because I noticed that I had a little bit of that going on. So, for sure, live pep is always the best. I skim through VODs just in case I miss something fun. Oh, cool. Thank you. Dude, awesome. Prefer live, though. Yeah, no, I'm kind of going for that. That's why, like, even with people that come into, like, the vertical stream, I like to kind of engage with them, too, to kind of get them hooked. Where it's just like, holy crap, is that streamer engaging with me even though I'm trolling him? Oh. Okay, so literally just scroll upon it and watch. Oh, like my stuff? Sounds fine. Not on earphones yet. Okay. Sounds fine. All right. So there's no... You can't even really tell the difference. Damn it, Sylvie. I need Sylvie. Sylvie is my audio nerd. Her and Kirk are the ones that I really trust when it comes to giving me some feedback on that kind of stuff, so... Audio's fine. Hey, thank you, Witness Protection. I didn't even notice anything nasally. That was on me. It was some... I had to do some, editing again, because I didn't know this, but so the AP UK is not covered under our freedom to of use here, so I got hit for that. Well, not hit, but I got dinged, where they were just like, hey, you cannot monetize this. You will have to remove this if you want to. I was just like, oh, really? And when I saw it was the Associated Press UK, I was like, I like it, sounds clear. Okay, well, we're likely gonna keep it this way then. Go the Howard Stern route. The weird part is actually for just like a run-of-the-mill Logitech, you know, any piece of equipment that's Logitech. Like, Logitech makes some good stuff, but sometimes they've made some stuff that's just complete ass. And this kind of falls into what could be complete ass category, because it's not really what they do, but like the cameras, good. Keyboards, mouses, obviously, all that stuff, but the microphone, I wasn't sure. Pleasantly surprised, though. You have it full blast. I'm not hearing bad stuff yet. Cool. Perfect. I'm the worst to ask about audio, too. Many concerts and pew-pews in my... Yeah. Yeah, I think I've mentioned it, that I have a little bit of a tinnitus. Tinnitus is not fun. Especially the, I forgot what they call it, but I have like the reoccurring one where, or like it's like a rolling one where it comes and goes, but when it happens, I can't hear you. Sucks. Pep should have my watermelon special gummy, or, oh, you should have a watermelon one. I'm a fan of the watermelon. If I had to choose between those two. But sour apple's always good, like if you're in the mood. You know? Like when you're in the mood for a sour, like something sour. Sour apple. Go with a Granny Smith, you know? All right, guys. So we're not going to do the full hour. What I do want to do, though, is I want to wait for the 7:20 to hit. We're gonna hit. Then we're going to go and... formulate some opinions on this HASAN thing, because I've only been able to really catch up on like little bits and pieces here today. So as far as I know, he was on the I've Had It podcast. I saw that he was with somebody else. I don't even really know what's going on there. Assuming it was her husband or something. And I just saw a quick clip that he said he was not going to vote for Gavin Newsom, and people are freaking out about it, apparently. So, I decided to kind of put the social media away, specifically because I had some other shit going on. So I don't want to make it sound like this was like a voluntary thing where I was just like, no, I will not look at at anything from social media or the news today just to make sure that I have a fresh reaction. Nah, this is more accidental. Austin Show from Fear and his co-host, huh? Oh, his co-host from the Fear podcast. Right. I forgot that's a thing. Right. Thank you for that. I appreciate the clarification. Bet. I'm a medical user, so I get stronger. Yeah. Isn't it fun? Hey, what's up, Fred? Good to see you. Yeah, we're having a chill stream tonight. Not really trying to troll anybody. I mean, I wasn't trying to do that yesterday. Funny enough, dude. The way that stream was, like, going yesterday, I thought... Oh, here we go. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a slower one just because I'm like, people... Oh, where can you donate to the cancer fund? Here, give me 1 second. Thank you for that. Ah! Drop my vape. Give me 1 second. I thought I had it in my description. My bad, dude. It's, yeah, the Streamlabs link. Unfortunately, is the best way to donate. Because, yeah, GoFundMe, dude. Just gotta say, GoFundMe? Damn, I missed out yesterday then? Yeah, Mitchell, you did, actually. Yeah, yesterday was crazy. I know that we ended up with, like, it was like 50-something K. Yeah, it was busy. And like I said, it just kind of took off, like, in the middle of the Bondi stuff, so... Greetings, Mr. Gay-Bearded Homosexual. Well, if it was gray-bearded, cis white male, then yeah, you would have gotten it, but people are weird. Yeah, they are, aren't they? Aren't they just weird? The fact that they have a hobby that they need, like, they're so brain broken that they need to go and just insult people to, like, make themselves feel better for that, like, 1 minute. I mean, You want to talk about just passing, you know, like what am I looking for? It's like the instant gratification. That's what it is. It's instant gratification, but it's passing. Hey, I really appreciate the $19. Thank you.
Anon $19.
Thank you. Also, whenever you do donate to the stream, the dog gets a treat. It's a participation. All right, girl, nobody here thinks you gay is an insult. No. No, and that's the thing. That's honestly why I ended up kind of meeting them at their, you know, at their level yesterday, because yeah, I really did start realizing that that's the stuff that they react to and they don't like it. Funny enough, the ones that throw around the R word really hate when they're called it. So that was kind of funny. I had one person that was like that's why I kept using the C word, because she was just like, oh my God, not only do you hate Trump, but you're also crass. It's just like doubling down. Woo, Disney just canceled their gay pride events. Where's that blue wave? What's that have to do with anything? You know that Disney just got a new CEO, right? The funniest part is, y'all already, like, did the backlash against Disney, so they're not gonna make shit for you. Like, just so you know, Kathleen Kennedy being out of, you know, the Star Wars franchise, that wasn't you guys. I saw somebody trying to say that, like, Gamergate won, and it's like, how? In the year of our Lord, 2026, she decided to retire? That's interesting. If you guys won, then she wouldn't have been around for that last atrocious-ass Star Wars movie. Funny enough, making those decisions to placate to you fucks. Like, that's why that movie sucked, man. I gotta say, The Last Jedi, you know, I wasn't crazy about it. Like, it wasn't the ending that did it. It was floating Leia. Like, Leia floating in space broke so much in Star Wars that it genuinely pisses me off just thinking about it. But the ending was actually pretty cool, and I really like the ending where, like, it's just the stable boy that, and it kind of shows you, it's like, yeah, anybody technically could be a Jedi. This isn't just for the Skywalkers. But then they threw that all out the fucking window, man. I really wish he was just nobody. I'm still mad about that, but whatever. They're doing another title, just The Mandalorian and Grogu. I'm okay with it. Nerd talk. Yeah, a little bit of nerd talk. I don't mind. It's a chill stream tonight, man. I wasn't even planning on... I'm not even supposed to be here today. So yes, this is a chill stream. We're just going to hang out, have some fun. Me either. I hated it, except that twist about Rey's family history. I hated that! Her family history, like, that was so stupid. Like, each movie has its own thing. So, like, the first movie, the knife, the dagger and the Death Star. That was dumb as fuck. I will die on that hill. That was so dumb. I cannot stand how little sense that, not just little sense, it makes absolutely no sense. Think about it. The Death Star blowing into pieces randomly, and this dagger that was around way before the Death Star blew up just happened to have this little, like, coordinate thing for where the treasure is? What? Bullshit. Just calling it bullshit. Yeah, and then the second movie, funny enough, when he threw the lightsaber, I was perfectly fine with it. I kind of liked old man, you know, jaded Skywalker. It made sense, especially after, you know, the context that Ben kind of killed all of the other students. Gotta say. Still perfectly calibrated? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Still perfectly calibrated. Yes. Like, yes, literally to the diameter. That made no sense. I thought the Snoke reveal was handled poorly. I didn't want him to be anything but just another powerful Force user that could have been manipulated by, like, the, you know, essence of Palpatine. But again, the ham-fisted, we brought I'm back with a new wheelchair with legs. Like, it was so dumb. Zombie Palpatine, where he like had the little finger that was like also like, you know, all zombified. It was so dumb. I hated it. I genuinely hate that fucking movie so much. What was it, The Last Skywalker or whatever? God, what was it called? It's not The Last Skywalker. Rise of Skywalker, right? Oh god, so dumb. Even the fucking name is stupid. The Chewie death fake out, that was stupid. Yeah, pretty much everything on Exegol was stupid. But the thing that really pisses me off is that they ruined Exegol. Exegol was a huge thing in like the expanded lore. So man, for them to just fucking ruin it. I loved Poe though. Poe Dameron. He like the few scenes that he got to shine. I love that character. I thought that it's hard to fuck him up, and I thought it was nice adding his ex in there. She looked cool. But God, I can't get over how they fucked up that ending so bad. Cash-in movies, yeah. I heard The Mandalorian is better. Oh, much better. Oh, no. The Mandalorian saved Star Wars for me. Like, it actually... That's happened a few times. But no, The Mandalorian, it totally saved Star Wars for me because I was out. I was totally out of Star Wars at that point. I was ready to sell everything I had that was, you know, Star Wars related. But then somebody brought it up where they're just like, yeah, but you could just, you know, ignore those movies, go with the expanded lore. You know, it doesn't make everything that George did bad. So you could also, you know, do what I do personally is I look at anything that George Lucas did as Lucas canon, which there's a lot. He, you know, through the Clone Wars and the prequel saga and then the original trilogy. Yeah, you know what? Good shit. And when you stop there, fine. We did it. I lived through like my entire childhood and teens. We didn't have the expanded universe outside of video games and a few other things. Comics and that shit. But yeah, didn't get the movie. And then when we did get the movie, the fact that they didn't do like some of the expanded universe stuff, like Jaina and Jason would have been a great fucking story. Seeing the Dark Forces play out, that would have been so cool. Like, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, they did the Timothy Zahn trilogy, and honestly, it just should have been what it could have, like, they could have done so much with it. They didn't necessarily need to de-age the actors. They could have explained it that, you know, this took place a little bit farther down the timeline. They had, you know, Jason and Jaina when they were a little bit older. It just would have been so much better. But anyway, Disney is apparently adding AI features to make your own TV show. I hate everything. Ugh. Wow, I was in a good mood until you said that. For real. Forget it. These ones are quick release. Oh, yeah. Okay, you got the quick. Yeah, those are good. What was Luke's Little Luke in Rise of Little Skywalker? Are you talking about in like the expanded lore? Because his kid was Ben Skywalker. And then you have Jason and Jaina, and I thought there was another one. Maybe no, because I think Ben goes to the dark side. No, Jason goes to the dark side. God, I can't even remember. Either way, that kind of made me mad. Anyone seen Andor? Andor is great. Andor is one of the best things that Star Wars has ever produced. I rewatched it recently just for fun, and I love that show. That show is so goddamn good. I highly recommend it to anybody that likes Star Wars. And funny enough, some of my right-wing friends, they've come around and they finally watched it, and they were just like, oh, I thought it was like a bunch of lefty propaganda. I didn't understand that it showed both sides. I was just like... It's like, oh, you're not supposed to think the Empire's base, dude. That's like the whole part of this. Like, oh my God. Some people really did just take the wrong lessons growing up. Like, I don't mind playing, like, you know, the Empire in a, you know, game or something like that. Like, I play Legion, which is essentially Warhammer, Star Wars. What the fuck? Yeah, oof owned. The fact that he was not kidding. Like, I looked at him cross-eyed for a second, just, you did really? I'm gonna give you a moment. You gonna walk that back? No. And then he was just like, no, the Empire's way better. I'm like, okay. And he's like, they have the better toys. But then I thought about it. I was just like, no, they don't. Because no matter what you say, the fact that the TIE fighters did not have a hyperdrive was a major downside for them. That's why the Rebel Alliance and those X-Wings were, that's why they were so dangerous. Are we the baddies? Yeah, exactly. Wait a minute. Am I the bad guy? I'm not supposed to root for the guy in the dark with the really all black that's got this really, sophisticated military, but they also can't shoot for shit. I mean, if there was ever an allegory for ICE agents, the Star Wars Stormtroopers, thinking that they're pretty close. Do you think the vertical does better or worse with YouTube? I feel like it only works for Insta. Actually, it does a lot better for me. You shy? Yeah, it's working for me, but it's not doing the same thing that it did for me for other people, I've noticed. So I'm trying to be very, very careful with what advice I give on that one. So it's worth a shot, though. If you are a YouTube creator and you only have been doing horizontal streams, give it a shot, especially before they lock it down, because I know that we're moving out of beta soon. And Shay got it. Cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're moving out of beta, so God, I really hope that I don't get impacted by this, because they put out a memo that they're not going to allow multiple live streams from one source anymore. But the more I read up on it, it's tied to your stream key, which when you do this, it's 2 different keys. So that could keep me in the vertical horizontal, but I hate to say it. If I got to make a choice, guys, I might have to do horizontal over on Twitch and then vertical on YouTube. Because, Pep's vertical is like a shiny beacon that attracts trolls somehow. Oh, yeah. No, it's because they put me in YouTube featured in politics. That's just what happens. And if you're not Nick Fuentes, like, you're gonna get trolled. Because, like, they're looking for 2 things. They're either looking for someone like me that they can just troll on that, like, to their face, or they look for, like, online debates that they can go and, pile on. Sounds either amazing or not my thing. What kind of chips? Wait, what? Wait. Oh, who's got the snacks? Rebecca's got snacks? Ooh, snackies. Snackies are great. Anyway, making Lunchables the long way. Yeah, I had some shredded rotisserie chicken that actually turned out really fucking good today. Used a new method with a little bit of paprika and some butter to and I slow cooked it. Oh man, it was fucking great. But the other part of that is now I have so much chicken. Like, I'm gonna be eating chicken for like the next 2 to 3 days. It sucks watching portrait mode on my laptop. Oh wait, Dave, do you not have the link to the other one? Tell me the link is up. It says I'm live on both. Huh, that's weird. If roast beef is on point, then I can feel you. Talking about your high... Oh, man, yeah. High snacks are great. But yeah, anyway, you're on horizontal now. Cool. Yeah, Dave, I was about to say, yeah. Well, when I started, both were not up. That's why I was a little surprised. I was like, oh, shit. Okay, yeah. No, for some reason, it's still not showing it on my YouTube front page. What the hell? Okay. I mean, you guys are seeing it. I don't know why I'm not. Whatever. I'm not going to harp on it. But Yushay, I appreciate having you here. If you don't already follow, please do. And I'm sure you do, though. Oh, no, it's your first time. It's your first time chatting here, so welcome to the show. I do hope you're enjoying yourself. We're going to be watching the HASAN stuff and getting to this in just a second here. This is actually one of those times where me and HASAN are in complete agreement. Unless he says something out of pocket that I didn't watch. But it was like a minute or 2 minute clip that I got to see. He was talking about how he wouldn't vote for Newsom, and he was just like, yeah, I would probably go third party, and now people are all pissed. Am I getting this right? Because like I said, I haven't really seen too much of this outside of me setting up for the show today and that one clip. So I got a chicken on my grill, rotisserie with rosemary truffle sauce. Oh, yeah, dude! I just got one of those spinners. What do you call those? The rotisserie. Like it's literally called a rotisserie. Yeah, I got an actual rotisserie for my grill. Oh, dude, it's been a game changer. Speaking of which, he's about to do a speech at UBC. Oh, is he going on now? I thought he wasn't going to be broadcasting that. But you weren't mad for people not voting for Kamala. I wasn't. No, that's why I'm saying I'm not mad. Like, I got annoyed with a certain contingent in Dearborn, Michigan. I will admit that those idiots, specifically the one that came out and said he was voting for Trump because he thought that Trump actually might do better, I wanted to smack that motherfucker so bad. And then, yeah, you had a bunch of people in Dearborn just being like, yeah, we did a protest vote or protest no vote. And yeah, it's also like, I have a special kind of hatred right now for the ones that were cheering. Like, I get why they were cheering the ceasefire with Trump, but the ones that were blatantly ignoring the fact that it was a lie and it wasn't going to last. It's like, all right. Take off those rose-colored glasses, and here we are. Still need to frost and decorate the cakes? Man. Pinkerbell. Yeah, you guys are... I just ate. And I am so... I just got so hungry from you guys. Yeah, he said he wouldn't vote for Newsom, and 2 years out saying you have to is ridiculous. We won't need to settle for corporate Dems. Yeah, here, let's... Who the fuck was it? One of those, like, centrist guys. He came out and said that, like, he was gonna hit up Brian Tyler Cohen. Hutch. Here, Hutch. Yeah, here it is. And I'll just bring this one up for after this. There we go. Getting hungry at pep talks is a tradition now. You know... Oh, don't cry. You want chocolates? Oh, I want chocolates. Rebecca, I feel like you would be one of the people that would benefit from following the Tubby Nugget, which if you guys, I'm sure you guys know, like the Tubby Nugget has millions of followers, but I genuinely have found so much joy in just the little, like, because they're little shorts that last, a good, 20 seconds. I'm explaining shorts to my audience, guys, by the way. No, and they're just so wholesome. I really appreciate that, man. Like, I needed it today. Like, it was so weird because I was just kind of feeling a little bit down. Just about stuff going on in my life. And I watched one of those videos, and yeah, it was cool. Like, it was cool to, like, get a little pick-me-up from just a little cartoon. So, yeah, he's some old gamer streamer. I think that he's pivoting to politics because he says that he knows Brian Tyler Cohen, and he says that he's like kind of pivoting into the like Midas Touch, and I think that he might be associated with Chorus, which I have to say, guys, I kind of regret not doing it. I do. Like, I'm happy that I'm growing organically, but with my wife's cancer, and all these bills coming in, oh God, we got more, by the way. Yeah, getting that little bit extra, I'm glad that I can at least, like, claim my morals still and just be like, yeah, I'm not really comfortable with dark money, but if dark money is going to make sure that I keep my house, you know what? Fuck it. It's not like I'm trying to go buy a third house. I'm not trying to fucking, game the system by any means. I don't know. I've been thinking about that a little bit more, but then again, like I said, at least I can stand on my morals and just be like, no, you know what? You know what? I'm also negating the NDA because the NDA was fucked. And I had an entertainment attorney look at it and they were just like, That's how they get you. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm happy to be part of what I am. And I know that this is going to work out. I know this is going to work out. He's a despicable dark monster. Really? What's wrong? So wait, is he really that? Is he like liberal or like, what is he? I don't know this guy. I just saw that he went viral for commenting on this. But yeah. Hutch is like Destiny Light. Oh, okay. How have I never really heard of this guy? In these spaces, you tend to kind of like catch on to some of these guys, like even through passive, views. So read through my chats. He'll explain away all atrocities Dems are okay with. Oh, okay. Hutch is an establishment shill who is okay with anything the Dems do. He explains away all atrocities Dems are okay with. Okay, cool. Sorry, I couldn't read through your chats because they weren't popping up for a second there. Hutch sucks. Wow. Okay, so no Hutch love. Good to know. Good to know. Why am I contemplating buying a house? I am too high for that contemplation. Do not contemplate buying a house. Just don't. Not right now. Is Chorus allowing people to grift to the left now? Well, they already have a bunch of people who are on the left. Like, the most popular one was David Pakman, which, that was fucked. The fact that he was getting paid, the amount he was getting paid for the bullshit he was putting out, although that money's dried up. I think that him and Chorus separated. Because it doesn't seem like there's this, like, tight-knit group. I know that they took him off the website. So, but yeah, you got some people on there that I guarantee you respect. Or you watch some of their content. Politics Girl was a big one for me, where I was just like, oh, shit, really? Like, damn. Wasn't expecting her to, go for that. And I'm sure she's getting that AK per diem. It's not technically a per diem, but I'm calling it a per diem. Well, it is kind of a per diem. If you're getting a guaranteed salary of $8,000 per month, yeah, that's a per diem. That's also, like I said, life-changing money, man. Pac-Man sucks. He might as well be Tim Pool from the left. He is, though. He is. And I don't like the way that he has pivoted his content to always kind of move into the grift and stuff. Like, yeah. Oh, MG, my pizza. Yeah, go. You forgot you ordered pizza? You know what? There is nothing better than when you do something like that. Okay, so I haven't really forgotten that I ordered something, but I have done the one where, like, I went to the grocery store, bought a whole meal, got high as shit, just sitting there like, what am I gonna eat? Oh, yeah! Then you're like, I'm so excited for my meal. Woohoo! It's cool. So, all right, guys. But also, like I said, Yushay, if you haven't already followed, please do. Getting close to that 550. Also, come on, guys. Let's get those, let's hit the like button. Let's get those likes up. Let's get me out into the ether. And maybe, I don't know. Because I guarantee, once we start talking about HASAN, the chat's not going to be as chill it is right now. So, you know what? Before we go into HASAN, I follow on everything. Cool. Thank you, Yushay. I really appreciate that. Awesome. I found Pokemon, so. Yay, so happy this took away my chocolate once. Well, yeah, because getting a surprise pizza should do that. All right, let's see. What do we got? Different series today. I was happy to see that they had something different than Prismatic Evolution, or what is it? Not Prismatic. Phantasmal Flames. All right, let's see. Ooh, Magneton. It's one of my favorites. Raboot. Ooh. That's a cool Ivysaur. Oh, shit! Oh, damn! I actually pulled one. It's a shiny Mega Mariwow. Cool. Well, that's exciting. Cool. Politics are a bum trip, buddy. Yeah, that's why I'm open. That's why I'm smoking a little bit and opening Pokemon cards. But then we talk about some politics because politics are dumb, but they're important. What was it? What was Vosh's take on that? Politics are stupid but very important. I think that was pretty much what it was. Which I gotta say, it's a banger of a saying because it's dead on. Also, I don't know if you do, but putting the topic on the stream is good for the thumbnail on Twitch. Oh, is it? Wait, can I put... Wait, I can make thumbnails for Twitch? Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, how do I do that? Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, I've been toying with doing, like, different daily thumbnails on my stream, but we'll see. I kind of like the way I am able to just put my streams out and not have to worry about that, because that's at least another 20 to 30 minutes that I have to commit, and I do have other stuff that I do, so. I love a good poll, but meaning to get some graded. Yeah, I just got my Charizard graded. It came back a 9. Pretty happy about that. It was the shiny Charizard from, God, not I keep wanting to say Prismatic, but this one was the Paldean Fates. Pizza top of, box makes a great plate. Yes, it does. I have done that. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Wait a minute. Are you telling me you have never just been like, fuck it? Oh, I did this the other day with a salad. I had like a giant bowl for my salad, and I was just like, all right, put this into a... Wait, why would I put this into a smaller bowl? It's only me eating it. I'm like, fuck it. 9 shinies. That's big dog. Nice. Yeah, no, I got nice. Yeah, I got the really, really good one. You already ate 2 man. Yeah, you got the munch. But all right, guys. Now's the unfun time where we go into the politics, because I open the Pokemon, we're gonna take a hit and then we go into it. Except I just turned my pen off, so give me cheers. Scaredy Bear's gonna do his job. I'm about to get scared. And never mind. Oh no! 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 Oh, the yellow light of death? No! No! Tell me my bear did not just die. Fuck me. Ah, fuck. Actually, it's the cart that would have done it. Oh, shit, dude. I think it did. There we go. Oh, I think I fixed it. No! No, I didn't. Oh, shit. He picks a fight with the Vanguard every week. Who does? Oh, me? Oh, Hutch? Wait, Tinkerbell, who the fuck are we talking about? I'm all confused now because I'm trying to fix my scaredy bear. Is it dead? Me? Alright, let's let that charge for a second. God damn it. I don't want to fucking get a new cart or a, Oh, wait, duh. I have a, emergency. Yeah, but I do have something just for that. I have an emergency backup pen that I got from the dispo that they were giving out, one day. That was nice, man. There was this one day I walked into the dispo. They were giving, like, these, it had a tray. It had 2 packs of, rice paper J's, or cones, actually. Each one was a 3-pack, so I got 6 cones. And yeah, then they gave a little pen that had the name of the dispo on it. And it was all free. It was just a little giveaway that they were doing. Ooh, and brioche homemade croutons. Oh, homemade croutons. Oh, yeah, you guys are seriously making me kind of hungry here. Say what you will about stoners, we are fucking prepared. That is true. You know what? I'll say that, yeah. In, like, when I was playing hockey, every team that I was on, I was always the guy that, like, had the extra tape. I always had the scissors to cut the tape. I always, you know, some guys, they don't know how to do a nice little pull. You'd be surprised at how many are just like, it's not ripping. It's just like, dude, from the top. But yeah, I was always the prepared guy. I also had Icy Hot because like that was a big one that where it's just like, wait, has anybody got some Icy Hot? It's like, yeah. Like I had like a little bag where it was just like, it had headache medicine, some aspirin just in case, and then yes, my biggest one was I always had like some protein, like some not protein shakes, what do you call them, like the protein bars. I was like the the hockey mom. It's just like, guys, are you guys prepared? I want everybody to go out on the ice and make sure that you guys have enough energy. And I was a little selfish in that regard because it was, you know, I was the goalie, so I'm just like, I want you guys to play your best because if you don't, then I'm gonna get lit the fuck up. So fuck that. It's like I need my defense to be well fed. All right. I have an entire bag with medical supplies I carry. Yeah. Yeah, I got like a little one in my car too. One that doesn't melt, obviously. Dude, I had to spend more time than I would have liked recharging an alternator yesterday. That sucked. Because I went outside. I'm like, all right, let's see if the car starts. And it was still dead. It was like, fuck. So, had to go drive around just aimlessly. I had nowhere to go. I'm just like, okay, I'm just trying to rev up the fucking the alternator. Which, by the way, guys, little piece of advice. You ever have a dead battery like that and you do get a jump, make sure you don't just leave it idle. You gotta drive it for at least 30 to 60 minutes. Left versus HASAN. HASAN is the poster child for the left. Didn't I title it left versus? It's left versus LIBS. HASAN is the, and then yeah, I'm covering HASAN. So yeah, no, trust me. There's discourse going on today. I'm gonna be annoyed by it because this is something that I've already, like, dude, we've already gone through this. The fact that we're back to it so quickly, you know, we did this with Kamala Harris, and now we're just like, yeah, you know what? If it comes down to the lesser of two evils, we're just gonna do it again. And then it's like, no, we're gonna split the vote. It's just like, dude, this is, look at the timing. Do you understand who's benefiting from this discourse specifically? It's right before a midterm election. Why in the fuck are we playing this let's split the left game and let's totally give into it again? Because reasons. Because I'm lefter than you. I'm lefter than you. Like, come on. Stop. That's one thing I will say. Stop. I understand what he is saying about, like, wanting to vote third party and not get the fucking Gavin Newsom, which, again, we got to work for. God damn. I'd rather have a, like, if we have to see eye to eye on a candidate, it not be Gavin. That's my big one. Fundamentally not. Both fall on the left side of the political spectrum. They are distinct ideologies making the claim that they are the same as technically inaccurate. Yes, it's technically inaccurate. It's never t-shirt weather in Iowa this time of year. Is it now? Yo, what up, DJX? Good to see you. Wait, forgot my dessert pizza. I'm happy again. Yeah, technically they're both left. All right, let's get to this. I've been putting this off. Yes, I saw that the letter hack is on Leftist Mafia. Like I said, actually, I'm dead serious. Had I known that, I probably wouldn't have streamed. But we're all good. It's a chill stream anyway, so. Hey, you know who wants to be on Leftist Mafia? Ya boy. I'm not sure how that would go, though. I think it'd be fine. I'd be nervous as shit, though. Because those are all people that I have watched for quite some time. I've only talked to one of them. And that was just kind of like a, oh, we just happened to be in the same circle for this, and it was like, oh, cool. Letter hack rapping. Yeah, no, I mean, with the subathon going on, this is great timing, because, yes, we need this. Like, we very much need it. Oh, shit, Alex is on? You got Alex on? Holy fuck! My boy! My boy! He got on Leftist Mafia before my ass? Now I'm a little jelly. That's alright. Alright, to be honest, I don't really watch Leftist Mafia anymore. Yeah, to be honest, I don't either. Even when I'm not doing this, I haven't... Let's see, when's the last time I watched Leftist Mafia? I'm pretty sure it was the episode that Ariana got into it. With the whole chorus stuff. Yeah, it's with the Taylor Lorenz stuff. All the left are basically just trying to globalize the Antifada. Like, they try not to say it yet, totally do. What? Oh, yes. See, I'm a leftist, and I don't agree with that in the slightest. Which, if that's what it is, then just stop. We're literally gonna see Donald Trump's rise to authoritarianism, you know, in real time, and still make ourselves the hardcore opposition. Then speak to the other left. I do speak to the other left, and I tell them to shut the fuck up a lot. You'd be surprised with PSL, the PSL DSA fucking discourse, the fact that I have constantly told these tankies to shut the fuck up. Is this chatter on Twitch or something? Yes. This yeah, we actually have a Twitch chatter that's taking over the discourse for once. Just so you know, I usually am on YouTube and YouTube Vertical, but... Oh, Rational National. What about him? I was about to say there's two Canadian guys. I like Lance. Now, I'm gonna be honest, do I seek out the Surf's content a lot? Not really. Wow. That makes for great content. All right, so I found the extended clip. We got about 10 minutes, 15 minutes here of the clip. I wanted to see the context before and after. So, with that being said, let's just go into it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say that Gavin Newsom becomes the nominee, that we make it through midterms.
Devastating.
Did you vote for him over JD Vance?
I don't
That's
know.
kinda funny.
God damn it, I'd probably be at the fucking DNC. I know.
Oh, 100% I would be too.
Yeah. But
I would.
this is what I hope. I hope if for some reason, but I actually don't, I think he's really shot himself in the foot recently. What I hope if Gavin Newsom were to ever become some sort of nominee, which I'm not rooting for, by the way.
Even though he's easy on the eyeballs.
He's very attractive, but I think that because he's such a career politician.
Well, he's such a thirst trap for the Oval.
I know, but like what?
He's a thirst trap for idiots like you. Sorry.
Like to me, I'm like, my hope is that like maybe he could be a blank canvas.
I mean, it's literally, that's my mother-in-law. That was my mom before she passed. My mom used to make comments about Gavin Newsom being handsome and looking like he's a president.
And he would just be like,
This is you relapsing.
no, I'm not relapsing. My hope, this is my hope, but this is if he becomes a nominee. But I
Guy who has controlled the Democratic stronghold of California with an iron fist and the veto pen is going to magically
You're Australian, Australia?
I'm not saying I think it's going to happen.
social Democrat.
I just said that would be my hope, but I'm also not. This
I'm an Australian in Australia.
is not my.
That's where we.
At this,
you're-
at this
you're-
point, I'm
you're
extraordinarily.
selling it to yourself.
I'm extraordinarily
vote for
I'm sorry, that was a little redundancy in the comment, but
disappointed in
Who do you
Gavin
vote for,
Newsom.
J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
No,
What
no.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
man,
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean,
Pep, you just made your leftist.
at that point
what?
it doesn't even matter. Like, because my
did?
policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala
How
Harris.
did I miss that? Wait a
The
minute,
reason why I
what?
did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive
Wait, did they play the promo or something?
but also unconscionable.
Not supposed to say that.
But
God, I really am. I'm the this space Hagrid.
and I still stand on that.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to say
And I
that.
still talk about it all the time.
Hey, Anno, what's up? I just screwed up and let you guys know that there is a leftist mafia this space promo coming.
Because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am
It was cool.
incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election.
Be safe, Rebecca.
And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then
News
Kamala
Jesus
Harris
is
should
on.
be coming to me
Bless
every
you.
day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but
yeah.
usually you're fighting against the couch.
Where's the off base here?
People who just don't go out and vote. And
This is already a longer clip than I've seen. So where exactly are people freaking out? Just at the prospect they just said he would vote for third party? Is that it? That's what Twitter's blowing up at?
for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as
It's
they did
that
with Hillary Clinton,
stupid.
just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me
beyond
tell you
that.
something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game.
Yo, what up, Joe?
In
Good
the
to see you.
short-term game,
Fist bump.
a President Newsom of
I haven't seen a fist bump in a while. What's up, dude? Good to
or
see you.
President J.D. Vance means that these people have some protection because these red states, like, here's what has happened in red states. The Democratic Party abandoned the 50-state strategy. So you have Republicans or a Republican that switches party as a Dem, and their goal is to out-crazy each other. So in Oklahoma, we have like zero Muslim population, but we have banned Sharia law like 4 times. You have a guy that's running for governor right now that's so against transgender people that he has a commercial where there's a banana and he slices it with a knife, like the son. somehow people are going to start whacking wieners off at school in Oklahoma City public schools where they just put the Trump Bibles
What?
in them. So you have this, people out crazy each other, and these state governments are so fucking unhinged.
God, these people
when
are
you
weird.
live in California, you lose, or New York, where I live now, you lose touch, even before Trump, of how diabolical these unhinged right wingers are. And I agree with you.
Must live in a blue state.
I do. I think Gavin Newsom has committed political suicide. I think Kamala started off her campaign well, and she should have stayed to the left and leaned into it. They all thought she was liberal anyway, you know, so why not just lean into it?
Yeah.
But I would enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why they get away with their ineptitude?
100%.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so
100%.
I'm like, I don't even entertain that stuff, especially this far out from an election. But even in the primary season, that's immediately the conversation is like, well, whoever is the candidate, you're going to vote for them, right? And you know what's really indecent about that too? They never returned the favor for left flank candidates.
Yeah, no.
Because no one ever made hay about Bernie Sanders potentially becoming the candidate, and all of the articles that came out about how Trump might be more preferable to Bernie Sanders. Because they were writing those. Liberals were writing those articles talking about how, you know, the head of Goldman Sachs,
Yeah, 2016 was like,
he was like, I'm a lifetime Democratic Party voter.
they really bought into him being the upset candidate.
I think, Donald Trump is better than Bernie Sanders.
I know several people personally that went on that Bernie Sanders to Trump pipeline.
No, it's a real thing.
It's a crazy thing because these, Bernie appealed to the anger of these young people that they couldn't afford,
Literally, it was anyone who wasn't a politician. That was kind of what they were saying.
the cost of living, healthcare, everything like that. He appealed to them, just like Trump does. But obviously, Trump's solutions are, blame it on the immigrants, the trans people, and everything like that. But it's crazy to me that these people exist.
I'll tell you what's really started to change me a lot is when Zoran, an incredible candidate, laser focused
No Zionist.
on affordability,
As long, I mean, God, do you think?
laser focused on universal human rights, did not have to throw one fucking group under the bus. I've had Cory Booker on my podcast. He talks about we've got to get rid of corporate money. We've got to get rid of Zoran did all of that.
Is that a hint that I should be watching them?
And
You want to talk about streamception? Ugh.
Hakeem, day late and a dollar short to endorse. Chuckles never endorsed. And
I hate that name.
then Cory
Chuckles.
Booker never endorsed. And the way he was treated by the Democratic establishment is so appalling to me. It really opened up my eyes because I'm like, this is the new shiny object right now in the Democratic Party. He
The bottom line is, what is Hassan saying, or is he just pointing out what he's observing?
has a formula.
I mean,
he has it. He has the
I see where the backlash can come from this in thinking that, like, having the panic. Because, like I said, we're this close out, or we're like this close to a primary, which, again, no way. Like, there's definitely not there's not a lot of choices in this primary, guys. So in this case, actually, like my district is a perfect case for this with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, where based on his thought process here, if Dan Biss wins, then I shouldn't even bother voting in the general because it's not the candidate that I wanted. You know what I mean? And that's what a lot of people hear from this, even though I know he does not mean that.
movement he took on.
But I can kind of see where they're just like, dude, don't kneecap it like right before the fucking primary.
Billionaires. He took on the Democratic establishment and he kicked their fucking ass and didn't take one corporate dime. And the corporate.
He's insinuating that we need to build a third party that is literally left adjacent, and we push for that. The problem is, this pains me to say because I understand that this mentality does not help get us to the point where we could have a viable third party that is of the left, because we keep doing this where we're just like, God, but it's so unrealistic. But fuck, after watching what happened to the Green Party, I don't know, man.
Democrats like trying to distance themselves. I was
And I don't have enough faith in our contingent to actually like stick the landing.
like, oh, they really are MAGA light. They
Yeah.
really are.
They didn't just distance themselves. There were people that distanced themselves, and then there were people that were attacking Zoran in the most heinous.
Islamophobia.
It's the only
Yeah.
solution. Unfortunately, I agree, but
Like Kirsten Gillibrand coming out and be
I don't know, because I know that me and you kind of have a disagreement about this, where I think, like, personally, I think that we're going to MAGAfy the party. I think if the No Kings contingent is going to take over what is considered the Democratic Party, and it's going to push those liberals who are already kind of right adjacent, where it's going to push them into, well, maybe we need to third party. Because honestly, the people that need to third party are the fucking Lincoln Projectites or whatever the fuck. So we stop trying to appeal to them. Stop trying to win over disaffected fucking Republicans and move left.
being like Zoran is a jihadist who
Oh no, we're doing this again.
wants to
Spectre.
kill all Jews.
Yeah, I know, man. I want to bash my head into this fucking keyboard.
Yeah, that was
This sucks. We did this during the election. It was painful, and I don't want to do it again.
insane. That's like shit that Trump doesn't say about Zoran. Trump now loves Zoran, but like even before, like the fact that there were establishment
Spectre, you nailed it.
Democrats that were more
Just like, I don't have an appetite for this. I don't wanna. I'm just covering this.
Islamophobic towards Zoran Mamdani than the president, who is the top Islamophobe, was mind-boggling to me. It was yet another moment of vindication, though. So for me, it's like I think these guys are zealots. The establishment Democrats are zealots. They have this defense of liberalism that they will not shake off, that they think they will be able to go back to business as usual politics no matter what. And even if it doesn't happen, even if we do turn fascist, they'll still hold their cushy positions, and they'll be complacent, and they'll be fine. And that's what I'm terrified of, and that's what I'm very frustrated about. And I think a big part of that argument does revolve around harm reduction voting, because harm reduction voting is correct.
It is.
It's
Yeah.
it's right in theory. It is correct.
It is.
But harm reduction voting does not actually lead to Democrats winning decisively, and it certainly does not force them to legislate appropriately when they are in power to make sure that they're following on their agenda, and that they never have an incompetent fascist win office ever again. That's precisely the reason why I try to.
Yeah, but we failed in that experiment, though. This is where I disagree with them. We had a very good opportunity to sell our side and to sell our policies. Look at what happened.
Stay away from harm reduction narratives to the best of my ability, because that is the reason why Democratic complacency is calcified.
Honestly, per his explanation, we should have been building this leftist third party from 2016 on, since, once Bernie got shunned, that's when we should have started this fucking project
In this country.
I agree.
But now we just kind of sit here, hope in one hand, shit in the other, and then,
I agree. And
and we just hope that the hope fills up first.
I
Guess what ends up happening?
hope that during the primary that we are able to
It's one of my favorite. That's a Pep dadism.
find a more progressive candidate
Papa Pep. That's a Papa Pepism.
that will run as fearlessly
used to tell
as
me
Zoran
that.
Mamdani in New York.
I agree. All right. Any last grievances that you would like to share with the? I've had.
You're a harm reduction voter. Yeah, me too. I admit it. As much as everybody wants to be this revolutionary, you can't have a revolutionary, or you can't really do the revolution if you're always fucking losing ground. Like, and I get it, man. Like, because this is also where you start looking at your own political side as opposition, and you're not winning any of those people. You already assume they're too far gone. Like, this is my biggest problem with leftist politics in general, where it's just like we have this aversion of trying to actually win people over, and then we also have this like protectionist thing where we're just like, no, you know what, not my fault, you were wrong, that's why you're not listening, so fuck off. It's like, okay, Yeah, dude, I get it. I have a fucking wide part in my hair. What is up with the bots that like try to attack my hairline? Like, I'm just kind of like confused. Like, is this something that everybody, like every single stream, a different name says the exact same comment? Huh? That's odd. Newsflash, I don't give a fuck, man. All right. What does the tweet says? What does the tweet says? All right, here we go. The Hutch tweet. Let's make some people mad with Hutch.
Conversation is like, well, whoever is the candidate.
Oh wait,
Or
this is the first one.
Gavin Newsom.
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
I just fuck him.
What's up
dude.
with the
Fuck
part?
him.
It's comfortable.
Opposition.
But since you guys are
Political
going to be little cunts about it,
opposition.
here we
Not
go.
on the team, guys.
Okay.
He is
Since you
not
guys are
on the
so
team.
gay that you
He
care
is
this much about my hair,
indifferent
I'll make sure to
Republicans
do my
having
part
power.
the way that it
And
goes naturally,
all of the
since you
people
guys
that
are so fucking
harmed
weird
by
about it.
that happening. He is opposition, okay?
I have not
In
dealt
no
with this
uncertain
shit
terms.
in a
This
long
is
time.
nuts.
Where it's just
this
like,
is a
oh,
fucking
hey,
bananas
look,
thing to say
you're
a
weird
year
looking.
into this
Oh,
administration.
Look, you're weird looking. Oh, look, you're weird looking.
2 dead people in fucking Minnesota.
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Oh my
wow.
God,
Minnesota.
he's going bald, folks.
How many
Oh
people
my
did we
God,
send to
I'm
fucking
going
like?
bald. Whatever will I do? Oh, guys, it's time to shave it all off because this random chatter pointed out that I had a weird part. Fucking A. And now it's like, oh, look at him crashing out. It's just like, dude, I'm fucking tired of the lame shit. Get better material, man. I'm calling you out on being a fucking bot.
A torture prison in
Fucking
Seacott?
A.
Didn't we send possibly like American citizens there on accident? The mass deportation program, ICE terrorizing civilians, millions dead USAID
Right.
cuts,
Bald,
11-week
bald.
blockade of aid going into Gaza, which very nearly caused a mass starvation event.
It's
Got
literally the millennial side part, yes. And like I said,
very close to
my
being
mom used to
officially
style my hair
designated a
that way,
famine.
and it just kind of stuck. Like literally, now I have a false part.
Dismantling the Department of Education, blowing up fucking fishermen in Venezuela, invading Venezuela, deposing a leader. I guess we're doing regime change again, just very blatantly and openly at this point. There's like fucking dozens of other just really awful, damaging things that he's done as president, and like after this, you're like, nah, I don't know if I would vote
Hair
third
looks good.
party.
I don't know what the fuck you're
you,
talking
bro.
about, man.
This guy, man.
So Hutch, I'm assuming, just hates Hassan, right?
Streamer.
It's true.
Yeah. If you want to understand, like the most exhaustive version of this vote, blue no matter who, is this. Hutch would vote for Jeffrey fucking Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein, yes
I
or no?
would.
Hutch?
I do.
Is he like doing a Nick Fuentes thing?
Do.
Is this like a character?
I do. Yeah. But if he had a D next to his name and he was running for a Texas Senate seat,
Oh my God.
I would probably vote for him. I'm just saying.
That'd be a tough one.
So Hutch is genuinely stupid, though.
Wild.
Okay.
Not kidding.
We're just gonna let that one.
Not a joke. Not a joke.
go.
Ace, hello?
Wow.
I condemn Jeffrey Epstein.
They do this thing where, like, obviously we're doing these thought experiments to test the principle of harm reduction. Like, that's the point, And I think a lot of people are incapable of engaging in a conversation about harm reduction, honestly, because if they did, then, the choice would be pretty obvious if you're on the left. And so Prime
He's an imperialist?
Kai's in
Dude,
our conversation
wait a minute. How have I never heard of this fucking guy?
when he was on the podcast. He thought he would try to fucking deflect away from
This is
any
weird.
kind of responsibility to make an evaluation of, like, what would be the best harm reduction tactic. He thinks he can just opt out of that. He takes a maximalist position. Like, when he says he would never vote for, somebody who, like, in his mind
I just legit looked at my phone from something that popped up in my...
supported a
In my
genocide, even if it
headphones.
meant Donald Trump winning. You could take that to an extreme with him that is like like pretty unbelievable. He would tell you, I would never vote against my conscience, even if it meant preventing the heat death of the universe. Like, that's how far he takes it. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, not as crazy as you saying that you would vote for Jeffrey fucking Epstein if he had a D in front of his name. What?
Conversation is like, well, whoever is the candidate, you're going to vote for them, right? And you know what's really indecent about that, too? They never return the favor for left flank candidates. Because no one ever made hay about Bernie Sanders.
Thank you for the sub, Vonnie B.
Potentially,
You guys weren't making hay about Hillary Clinton. Why do these fucking losers act like it only goes one way? Oh, there's the poor progressives, the poor Democratic Socialists, the poor Bernie wing. Everyone's so mean to them. Everyone always says these mean things about them. Meanwhile, you go over to his channel and it's like 10% of the time he's shitting on MAGA, and then 90% of the time he's blaming Democrats for the stuff that MAGA does. He's just constantly lobbing hand grenades at anybody to his right, which is like 90.
Okay. Whatever. Okay, so Hutch sucks. Just straight up, Hutch sucks. Here, you know what? Fuck it. Instead of covering this through tweets.
All right. Although the Democratic Party is winning right now, they're winning because MAGA is so horrible.
Yeah, but that's kind of giving them credit for their pivot.
Polling historically low.
Or not their pivot, but like that was their plan. They weren't going to do anything, so they were just going to let MAGA shoot themselves in the dick. Technically, it worked out, but now's the time to start fucking moving.
And within the...
Like, you could make the argument, fine, that first year, I'll give them that. Honestly, they did kind of bury themselves in a way that I didn't even expect, but now's the time to kind of start like showing that you have some strength, that you have a plan. I'm worried they don't have a plan.
Democratic Party, you have a couple of different sects. You have the
I do not like seeing my hair like this.
Democrat.
See, I think that this hair, like the way that it falls like this,
that's the vote blue no matter who. And then you have real progressive Democrats who kind of feel homeless but end up voting with the Democrats because of harm reduction. And
which realistically, voting for harm reduction is not bad. I mean, if you're going to sit here and crow about Palestine, then maybe vote in interest of stopping, bombing Palestinian people. This last election was a little rough on that one because Joe Biden was definitely, a unabashed Zionist. I do think that Kamala would have broken, but she needed to be more overt in her wording that she was going to do so. That was a very, very big miscalculation on their part.
Former, and I'm morphing into the latter. After Kamala lost, I really started taking a look. Why are the Democrats losing to this man, this moronic, fascist man? How are we losing? So I had a conversation with leftist streamer HASAN Piker and Austin Shep.
Work on harm protection and work on, this is where the bigger problems also do and lie, and both sides do this shit, trust me. MAGA, the problem with MAGA is the fact that Trump lies to them and tells them that he's doing these things. They believe it, even though we're just like, that's not what's happening. Like when he says, I closed the border, I've totally locked up everybody, all the bad people, all the bad hombres, there's no crime at all, and you know what? The economy's doing just fine, and people buy his bullshit.
I've had it in New York City, and a clip from our conversation is going.
You don't see people on the right constantly just doing like, oh, he lied specifically about this one. And you know what? I kind of feel like he's not going to really produce here. Like I've said this so many times. No. And this is part of the problem is they are all lockstep, man. Do you see any like splintering in the party beyond the fucking groypers, like the online groyp sphere? And anybody in actual politics on the right
going viral.
They vote with their wallets,
over Twitter and social media, TikTok, Instagram, etc. And this conversation to me is it appears that people online are trying to shut this conversation down. And when somebody's trying to do that, then I think, oh, this is the conversation.
So I'm looking at things like Biden supporting racial discrimination against, Biden made a lot of fucking bad moves.
Absolutely need to have.
You don't need to sit there and go through like a laundry list. The guy made some bad moves, but that also, like, he objectively did some good things too. And that's what pisses me off is the disingenuous cunts that cannot just say, oh yeah, you know what? I like what he did with unions. I like the CHIPS Act. Like even in MAGA, you guys should like that. But no, that'd be giving Biden some credit. It's the same way where I'm just like, yeah, it kind of pains me to say, but Trump did well with the rescheduling of marijuana. Thought that was a good move.
I'm going to play a little bit.
Specifically, I thought that, but then you find out that like who's getting the payouts from like the hemp industry, and you're just like, oh, it's literally business as usual with him, and it was the first person to pay up to him.
Of it right now.
The CHIPS Act was great. Yes.
Please do not back out of this video, because to me, this is the most important conversation to be had within the political spaces right now for anybody that wants to fight fascism.
By the way, guys, if you're just joining us, can you please do me this solid and hit the like button over on the vertical stream and the horizontal stream? Really appreciate that.
Play the clip.
And Twitch.
Disappointed in
Who do you
Gavin
vote for,
Newsom.
JD Vance or
Technically, you guys are horizontal stream, but Twitch.
Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
I can't get over his collared shirt buttoned all the way to the top, and he's wearing breakaway Adidas pants.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Who the fuck told me? Like, somebody told me that like Hassan has like the best drip in the left. I'm like, what? Yeah, if you like are going through your dad's closet and just putting random shit on.
at that point, it doesn't.
I think that every once in a while he gets it right. Like, he looked great when he was getting ready to go do his commencement, his speech.
Even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to.
But yeah, he literally looks like he, rummages around specifically his Persian father's sports attire.
Endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris
Hey, what do you mean? We have very smart tracksuits.
Because
I'm surprised that he's not a tracksuit guy. All right, now I'm getting a little
she
mean.
did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. But
Wait, has he gone through a tracksuit arc that I just never knew about?
and I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this.
Yeah, she ain't blinking because the Dow's at 50K.
This country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right?
Look at this. Look at this. White on white Adidas track pants with a black oversized. I don't know, guys. No, I'm calling this one. This is insane.
Right? If
I'd be like,
I had this singular force to be able to make
that ain't it.
Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds.
Okay, pause that right there, Kylie, and
pause it.
Leave it at. So, what he's saying here, I
Money can't buy you a
think is really true.
fashion sense.
Number one, when it came to
Yeah, you know what? I have pretty good fashion sense, but I don't have great like interior decoration sense.
when it comes to Gavin
Like this, I'm lucky I put this together, okay?
Newsom, for somebody like Hassan who has felt very homeless in the American.
Funny enough, I listened to some of the feedback from chat where I was just like, is this too much? And somebody was even like, yeah, like if you put something over Godzilla and like I was like, put a picture, like a few pictures over the TV, they're just like, that's too much on the walls. So I was like, thank you for that.
Two-party system. You have Gavin, I gave him a hypothetical question, Gavin Newsom or JD Vance. Gavin Newsom, instead of going on Hassan's show, he has had Charlie Kirk on and he has had Ben Shapiro on. Gavin Newsom.
No, and Hassan would definitely platform him.
Yes. In each case, he ceded progressive causes. He ceded trans rights and he ceded ICE to Ben Shapiro very easily. He's fumbled on Israel big time, and he's a huge corporate donor, receives a lot of PAC money, and he has said that he will not tax billionaires. All of these things are very unpopular with Democrats at large, specifically with this
My hair's flipped the opposite way.
group of people that feel homeless in the America two-party system. So from Hassan's perspective here, he's
That print doesn't do him any favors.
like,
Yeah.
I'm going to vote third party because he doesn't see any difference in the help for marginalized people. He sees one person that campaigns as slightly liberal, yet takes all of the same money from these corporate PACs. And so online, the liberals have completely wet the bed and they're going after Hassan 2.5 years out from a general election and are trying to pigeonhole him in.
Yeah, but trust me, you're only seeing the forest for the, or not seeing the forest for the trees on this one, because this is about the primaries.
And that
this is guys, there's no, like, honestly though, that would make her part of this. Like, if I was doing the actual conspiracy, then that would mean that she's like, I don't know. Does she not understand what she did here? Like, I hope she understands that she may have just caused, like, leftist split 2.0
terrible
or 2.0 for the 2020s.
American,
I don't even know what to
and
call
you
it.
know, all of this could be his fault, which is insane.
Pep Grohl.
If we
This is why I don't wear my fucking hair like this.
look at
God damn it.
historically what's been happening in American politics, Bernie started beating this drum.
I've got another confession to make.
And his message, in my opinion, and I didn't vote
Can
for
we
Bernie,
like Dave Grohl again, or is he still like kind of gross? I don't know.
and I
think he's still kind of gross.
recently said I regret that vote because I have been doing a lot
the Foo Fighters, fuck,
of internal thinking and studying as to what are my politics, because my politics have typically been my whole adult life. I'm liberal and I vote with Democrats. Well, the Democrats keep losing. And so I started digging beneath that surface. Why are Democrats losing? Specifically during Kamala Harris's campaign, when she started trotting around with Liz Cheney, it really struck me. Like, why is she trying to get these people to vote for her that will never
Wasn't he an AIDS denier or
ever
something?
vote
Yeah.
for her? Why isn't
Yeah, he
she
said some pretty
courting
wild shit.
the progressive side of the party? And here's what's so critical.
But that was like in the 90s. I'm pretty sure he moved on from that. No, him getting his 20-something-year-old girlfriend pregnant while I think his wife was sick.
In the last campaign,
I remember there was something going on where they were like, it made it worse that he was cheating on his wife.
it's not that Trump grew his vote. It's that less people that typically vote Democrat turned out. So the Democratic Party, instead of courting the progressive side, they go and court the Ben Shapiros, the Liz Cheneys, the Charlie Kirks, these elusive right-wingers that are never, ever, ever going to peel off and vote for a liberal. Because here's the thing. In middle America, everybody believes Kamala to be super progressive. The Hassans of the world are like, no, she's a corporate Dem. Gavin Newsom is a corporate Dem. But in the psyche of the American public, they're like, oh, they're so liberal. So moving to the center is a fool's errand and is perceived as disingenuous. So Kylie, pop up, or let's finish this clip and then I'll pop up some of the reactions.
Combat against the couch, not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the
over Trump,
things that you say.
Or JD Vance.
And harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, Black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term.
Exactly. Kamala was loving right for the people who thought she was kind of rabid Marxist.
Game. In the short-term game, a president knew.
The thing is, they always miscalculate, though, because like they'll throw the left under the bus thinking that they're going to like gain something from that. But then
some over a president.
Sure as shit. It's not like they show up for him.
JD Vance. Okay, so that's the clip, and that's where they cut it off that went viral. And Hassan was making the point to me, and we're friends. And so we're having a political conversation. And
Exactly. I agree with this. I would only vote for Newsom if I have to, if there's no other choice. Right. And we're 2 years out, and we're already conceding that it's going to be Newsom. Fuck that. We are not doing this shit with like, oh, well, Newsom's going to be the new Trump. No, you don't just do that. You got to let that person kind of like become that person organically. You cannot just fill this role. Trump is Trump because, and this pains me to say, because he's him. Just, there ain't no one like him. I hate saying it.
Should not be shut down. This is the most important conversation.
But if they go with milquetoast Dem, it is going to fucking bite them in the ass again. And honestly, they ain't gonna learn. The mainstream media is not going to learn either. They're still going to look at guys like fucking Jamie Raskin. They're going to look at fucking Chuck Schumer. They're always just going to go to the Democratic leaders that we didn't elect at, like, we didn't put them in their leadership roles. They put themselves there.
As far as Democrats winning moving forward.
And then you could also make the argument that we didn't even vote for him. And realistically, the way that they're protected within those fucking deep blue districts with like all that money, it's Mike, like, as someone who grew up in Chicago, Mike Madigan's fucking, like, the shit that he did is still being felt and will be felt for decades. That's what's happening now with Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck fucking Schumer. And like Mike Madigan, they're in protected districts.
I'm just saying, look, Democrats are up against the couch. What are you going to do to motivate people?
Who the fuck do Democrats have for a president? Well, they're assuming Gavin Newsom. Like, honestly, AOC is the best candidate. If you look at her policies and everything that she could like bring to the table outside of everything else, where they're going to attack the fact she's not married, that she was a bartender, all the disingenuous, fucking chauvinistic-y crap.
Get up off their ass and go vote.
Like, realistically, that's her biggest hurdle, is just America's a bunch of chauvinist fucks.
Going and playing patty cake with Ben Shapiro is not going.
Women, too. Like, women are also chauvinists in America.
To do it. Playing patty cake with Liz Cheney is not going to do it.
Liberals are fucked.
Taking AIPAC money is not.
Unfortunately, you're going to either have to work with them, or you just might as well just get used to living in the deep red authoritarian regime that we're already living in for an extended period of time. And if that happens, I'm telling you, like, I'm not trying to doomer this shit, but if they do continue, like, if they win that 2028 election, we're fucked. We might, like, I'm not going to fucking engage anymore at that point. I think after 2028, I'd just be done.
Not going to do it. It's going to make people.
I'll make Godzilla content after that.
Like HASAN and many, many others that feel homeless in the.
Because what's the point? What's the point of even trying to get people active when in this time that we're living in now, we're still fucking fighting each other instead of putting together a coalition that can actually win.
United States political two-party political system stay on the couch.
Fucking
and so
tired
I think it's
of it,
a really
man.
valid point. Now.
And it always comes from pride. You got to put your fucking pride aside sometimes.
I have this red state trauma.
Like, they got to do the same thing too.
Of living in a red state for 50 years.
Yeah.
And seeing how damaging Republican policies are. And so I will vote for these short-term solutions to mitigate so that a woman who has been raped can receive health care.
Right.
Can get an abortion, because in Oklahoma right now she can't. And I'm interested in having this conversation with HASAN, because what we voted for with Biden is we voted for a sober driver. We had a drunk driver with Trump, and we needed a sober driver. And Joe Biden was our sober driver. And Joe Biden did some good things. There was a lot of policies that he did that were good, but a lot of things he did continued and incubated fascism. And it's a really important conversation we have to have. The Democratic Party taking corporate money, giving blank checks to Israel, compromises them. And then to the voters at large, they go, well, there's really no difference in the two. And then you end up voting, your preconceived default settings of politics. Yeah. And so here's what happens. That's where they cut off the video. And stay with me here. Here's all the liberals just bashing HASAN. This guy, Tim, this is incredible when you think about it. If leftists like HASAN had their way, Republicans would be in charge from 2016 to 2032 at least. How is he even considered any sort of left? And what I would say to Tim here,
See, I kind of said something a little similar, but I feel like there was more nuance on why.
is what HASAN is saying is we need to build a party
Yeah.
that has an FDR style impact.
Yeah, but that can be the that can be the Republican Party. That can be the Democratic Party. Like I said, man, if you want to use like the art of war on this one, you got to look to what your enemy did to win, and you do have to kind of take some of what they did and kind of adjust your strategy to use what they were doing. Now, don't get some, blowhard and like making a new authoritarian, but you can do what happened with, the way that that movement already had picked up steam with, what the fuck was it called? The Don't Step on Snake. You know what I'm talking about. God, I'm having a true brain fart here. What the fuck were they called? The Don't Tread on Me motherfuckers. Tea Party. The Tea Party. So you got the Tea Party that became MAGA. Like literally. And then they took over the Republican Party, and they did it in under 4 fucking years. Do you understand that, like, that you have to give them credit for? That's like, they are effective. You can't deny the fucking results. I sound like Biden? How? How in the fuck do I sound like Biden, where I'm just kind of telling us, like, hey, man, no, you gotta fucking get the people who are the loudest and the most radicalized to lead the party. But that's where we are running into bigger opposition on this one, because they saw what happened with the Republicans. Like, honestly, the Republicans got to that point because they could not they couldn't foresee that coming, because they were a bunch of old motherfuckers that were just sitting there like, there's no way these crazies could actually like do anything that's effective. Sure as shit, they brought Donald Trump in. He won that primary to everyone's surprise. Nobody was expecting him to win that. And sure as shit, here we are.
That really, really impacts the lives of people instead of this slow.
I'm not a Browns fan. That's not a fucking Browns jersey. Are you
slow moving in?
Come on, silly.
Incremental change
That's why you know what? The hair comments and the Browns, but you like the Browns. I think that we can be comfortable banning those people because I think they're bots. Honestly, like the amount of times I see the same comment per stream is getting a little fucking like.
The current
sus
Democratic Party always proposes and leaves so many people out in the pasture and incubates them to go vote for the change candidate. And in both,
what the fuck? I wiped 35 times before bed.
2016 and 2024, that change candidate.
Oh, just before? What?
It was Donald Trump. When Kamala Harris put herself with Liz.
Dude. The internet's weird.
Cheney, they reeked of the two-party system establishment.
Is weird.
And again, Donald Trump seemed like the disruptor. Go to the next one. This is the one that really popped up. Usurp, the chef, says, when asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president, HASAN said he'd vote third party. This proves HASAN doesn't care about any of the marginalized groups he pretends to support. All he cares about is taking money from them so he can buy more outfits for stream. Okay. Usurp the chef. This is intellectually dishonest completely from top to bottom. Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about trans people. Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about the illegal nature of what ICE is doing when he platformed Ben Shapiro. And so
chat entertains my depressed brain.
The burden of this on HASAN, who's saying, I'm not going to settle for a fascist collaborator who always is reaching to platform fascists and to find common ground with them. Yeah. It's just intellectually dishonest because HASAN has a record of standing up for trans people. And when Gavin Newsom did that with Charlie Kirk, that pain was felt through the trans community far and wide.
Vance will absolutely be the next president, said in all caps. That guy's not coping at all because, we're all in this this very uncertain stage. So that tells me that the Republicans are not exactly thrilled about what's happening either, and they know what's coming.
And Pete Buttigieg did the same.
Dude.
And Rahm Emanuel came on my podcast and did the same. And so to say that Hasan doesn't care about
Rahm Emanuel's one of the worst people
is
ever.
Completely disingenuous, because what he's saying is, I'm not buying the lie that Gavin Newsom does. I'm not buying that anymore, because each time I do, or
Is
each
Jen having a different opinion because of Hasan? No, she was already organically moving this way.
time we do, it
I know that
incubates
Hasan had
a
an
more
impact
and
on her,
more
though.
Fascist culture. Here's the part of the video that they cut out that I think provides incredible context for the remainder of our conversation. Pop this up, Kylie. Enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why they get away with their ineptitude?
100%.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So
100%.
I'm like,
okay, pause right there.
I don't even.
So Hasan clocked me right there, and I'll own it, because my politics are open-minded. They're not fixed. I don't play nanny boo-boo politics that, oh my God, you said you would vote third party, therefore you must be canceled. Number one, Hasan's not a politician. Number two, Hasan gets to think whatever he thinks. Number three, there is a large growing number of Americans.
Man, she is very protective of him in this.
And Gen Z.
I mean, that's coming
as
through.
Millennials that have felt completely unseen and left behind by the two-party political system, who hate and despise how much they suck up to corporations, who see the moral duplicity in a Hakeem Jeffries, a Gavin Newsom, a Chuck Schumer, a Cory Booker, who take money from the MAGA corporate donors and also take it from them. And so when Hasan said that to me,
New hairstyle. Yeah, these bitches in chat were obsessed with my hair, so I put it to my natural college. Yeah. This is what happens, guys. I'm parting it the millennial, like,
think the Democrats,
I don't know, you guys like it better?
know that.
I hate it. I hate doing my hair like this because I always feel like I'm going to church.
And
also, I have to do this all the fucking time.
100%. He's right, because they do. Because
like
I
that.
have this red state trauma. So I end up thinking, okay, I'm going to do a harm reduction vote. The reason why this conversation is so important, listener, is because we have time right now to have these
bald
conversations,
hairline,
and to move.
There's, again, a reason that I have a fucking weird center part.
Our politicians to a progressive.
So you're wearing a wig? I mean, I wouldn't be above it if I start really losing my hair. Yeah, I would just probably shave my hair off and just wear a wig.
Platform. We have the opportunity right now to rid ourselves via primaries of corporate Democrats who lie to us and use our
part it however's most comfortable.
Votes and take advantage of our votes and our compassion for marginalized groups, and use them to their advantage to then
Deddy Bearkai, hello,
curry favor with corporations, and then go make massive stock exchange trades while in Congress. Okay,
what's up, Rowdy?
Continue with that clip.
What happens if Tucker Carlson will win in 2032? He's not going to run.
I haven't entertained that stuff, especially this far out from an election. But even in the primary season,
go back any given year, see who the candidates that were being talked about, like for the future term, and see if you feel douchey.
Immediately, the conversation is like, well, whoever is the candidate, you're going to vote for them, right? And you know what's really indecent about that too? They never return the favor for left flank candidates.
Yeah, no.
Because no one ever made hay about.
You got early onset Asmongold hairline erosion. That's what happens when you hit damn near 40.
Bernie Sanders potentially becoming the candidate, and all of the articles that came out about how Trump might be more preferable to Bernie Sanders. Because they were writing those. Liberals were writing those articles talking about how, the head of Goldman Sachs, who was like, I'm a lifetime Democratic Party voter. I think, Donald Trump is better than Bernie Sanders.
I know.
So I just think this is a super important conversation to have. And if you have people on the left that are shutting this down, they are failing to do a proper autopsy. We know that Ken Martin at the DNC spiked the autopsy as to why we lost. He spiked it. I suspect that in that autopsy as to why Kamala lost is because the Democrats refuse to listen to voices like this. And I am willing to go into these conversations.
It wasn't one issue, but it was definitely alienating like the farther left contingent, and that's why they stayed home.
Hasan, and get
I will
owned.
say that much.
Do you think the Democrats know that you're always going to do that and take advantage
The wood chipper. Thank you for the dollar.
of your
Appreciate
vote?
that.
Yes, I do. I do think that anytime you have a political party or political movement that is shutting down this type of conversation, when we lost 2 elections to a complete dipshit, an incompetent con man. And
Honestly,
we can't have
yeah,
the conversation
and this is
with
where
the progressive flank of
we do need to bring this up more. The fact that they are so fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Oh fuck, I cannot talk tonight. They're so adverse to listening or like reevaluating what they did to lose them the election, because you don't hear this on the LIBS side saying, yeah, maybe we counted on that right-wing vote a little bit. You only hear this dissection from people like us.
our party that Bernie
Or her. I gotta say, like, you are hearing it more from like the people that are a little more open-minded, but we're seeing this pushback from the Midas crowd and the fucking Hutch and all them.
Sanders created a movement.
You know, these new fucking neo-libs.
And it continues.
Which I don't even want to do this. I don't want to call them neo-libs, but they fucking are. They're sitting here arguing for more status quo shit, and I that's where I'm not here for it.
To permeate through the Democratic Party. So much so that you see progressives winning right now. Zoran Mamdani. And when you look at all of the issues that Zoran
Really, the Democrats are the ones that focused on identity politics. Shut up.
on.
The only people that care about those wedge issues are the right.
Line item by line item by line item, and you take them out of being
The thing is, they're better at using it disingenuously to get votes.
progressive, conservative, Democrat, Republican. They're all super popular policies.
That's another thing that we constantly do on the left is we forget how shameless they actually are.
So this Democratic establishment that Hasan is speaking out so much against they don't want people to know that. So I have a really hard time with the liberals.
AOC Ossoff would be good.
Online right now, trying to
At least like if we were going based on now.
shut this conversation down and deny Hasan his opinion or browbeat Hasan from here to Timbuktu because he is pointing out a conversation that we need to have. And I think the reason Kamala lost because nobody wanted to get off their couch that was super progressive because they feel like both parties are the same because they're not lazy corporate news voters.
Well, no, it was mostly like, and this is going to annoy some people. It was Palestine.
That just take what
it was the fact that Joe Biden was sitting there, you know, doing the full-blown Zionist approach, not pivoting at all. And then Kamala, instead of being like, yeah, you know what, I think that we would not be kowtowing to Israel. I mean, she needed that AIPAC money, dude.
Takes what MSNBC says and takes what CNN says. And
I'm just glad that AIPAC is so fucking unpopular now with both sides in politics.
Goes out and votes.
Fuck, dude. Just here in Illinois' 9th, I can tell you, like, that's a huge part in getting people like to vote against Laura Fine.
They have dug.
That's why BIS saw like a major spike.
Deeper. These are very high information.
Like I've been saying, Kat, the only thing that a lot of the constituency has consistently been saying about her is that she's too young, which is so condescending.
Voters that go.
But
now wait a minute.
It's like,
AIPAC spent $200-something million to get Trump elected. It's clear Benjamin Netanyahu wants him elected.
Yeah.
Kamala is taking money from the same PAC, really isn't talking about this genocide and the blank check to Israel. I see this as a continuation as more of the same with it being slightly rebranded.
I like Kat. That's why I support her. I understand that. DJX, did you see my my post in Discord today?
And I just think it's very MAGA-esque.
Daniel Biss is leading, and it's a commanding lead. 31%. Laura Fine has 18%. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh has 18%. Mike Simmons has 7%. And Phil Andrew has 7%.
To shut.
As I have been trying to warn everybody here, I appreciate the enthusiasm and all that, but I don't think she has a shot.
Down a conversation like that.
And
with
it's mostly because she has not gone out and focused on getting the votes from the people in the district where, again, she's counting on this youth vote to show up for her. That's not going to work.
Hassan and me, and to take a side on that. And
I'm sorry.
to not understand that Hassan and I were having a super important
It's annoying
conversation
me.
that is should be front and center.
You know, it's almost like, I don't know, ignoring your constituents. You know, ignoring an interview that might actually help you.
Of every Democratic conversation right now as we head into midterms. How do we build a majority party that services the most people without throwing any groups under the bus and doesn't prioritize servicing corporations? And that's what he's saying. And I'm okay with
Watch the fucking right wing shit their pants if it's Jon Stewart. Could you imagine if it's actually Jon Stewart AOC?
us being at the end of the
You
day.
might as well just mark that election as won.
That Hassan might
I
be the
know it
person that
sounds
sits on the
stupid,
couch,
but
and I
it's
might be
true.
the person that goes and votes for the corporate Dem. And I'm still evolving on that. And I have to keep an open mind about it. But more than anything, Hassan and I are online personalities. We are not politicians. And we both get to have our opinions about this. And we get to succinctly disagree
got
or
so
push
much of
each
this
other
shit.
and evolve. But when I see liberals or people in the Democratic Party trying to completely shut him down and shut down this conversation, it feels very cultist to me. It feels the opposite of what a progressive movement, a resistance.
Like I said, it's literally the blue MAGA, and I didn't like that, but you know what? It is a thing.
Movement
After seeing Hutch too,
to fascism should be. And then Kylie put up the tweet and the graph about where the Democrats are right now. Okay, Hassan said,
I won't engage with you if you start I'm gonna just make this a general rule on my chat, and I'm gonna drop it right now. If you start a chat saying you believe X, get fucked. You could be a little bit more intellectual in the way that you go about that. You could ask. I don't know, but I'm going to just say, if you automatically assume something like you know my fucking position on it and you don't know dick about me, I'm going to start banning people for that, because fuck you, man.
liberal Twitter has erupted.
I'm not going to engage with anybody that's a disingenuous cunt like that, where they're just going to be, oh, you believe in open borders. You believe in XYZ, and yeah, I'm going to put this argument in your mouth.
Demanding
There's a reason you don't have friends.
party loyalty, hitting lesser evilism and harm reduction lines 2 years out from the presidential election. But they refuse.
We may trigger TOS. Uh-oh. With what? What'd I say? Oh, did I say? Oh, damn it. I gotta calm down on that. Thank you for the $2.
Console Wars of Politics.
Really? Well, PlayStation 1.
Popularity for the Dems as Trump is deeply unpopular. Hold your electeds accountable, please. So here we have the Democratic Party. The favorability is 33%, historic lows. And what Hassan is saying is, why do I, as a voter, why did this large voting group, why do we have to concede? Why aren't the politicians conceding that corporations are not in the best interest of the people? And the people in the Democratic Party that are trying to shut this down, all you're doing is giving his platform more power. Because when I see the Democratic establishment behave this way in a cult-like way to say that we can't have an honest conversation about this, it makes me really lean into what Hassan is saying and dive into it more and more, because
Wait, you said Kat is behind in the polls. I just saw one that has her tied with Biss from the nope. Here. Fuck it. Let's show this. Give me 1 second. There you go. This was just dropped today. Okay? So, I don't want, as someone who literally lives in this district and interacts with people in my district, I can tell you right now, there ain't a lot who actually care about what she does in Broadview. Okay? So, just saying. Oh, shit. There we go.
times. Progressives are just, they're right. They're just right way too
Yes, that was from BIS's site, but the polls were conducted by the Impact Research. It was the same ones that Kat was talking about.
early. And so if you think about where Bernie Sanders was in 2016, he was right. His message has aged far better. I didn't buy it at the time. I thought, oh, Bernie's crazy. He can't win an election. And the fact of the matter is he probably would have beaten Trump. And where would we be now if we would stop listening to?
Did you go to college at any point? I mean, it may not be a camp, but it's definitely re-education, so quiet.
Corporate Dems and the personality.
If you go into something thinking one thing and then coming out thinking another, then you've been re-educated.
That prop up this. We have to be a fixed party.
Yeah, that's my bad. I misread it. She's got some work to do.
That preserves this two-party system. And
she's literally dead tied with the AIPAC-funded candidate.
we cannot push our elected officials to service the American people more. So I just wanted to respond to all of
But you know what? I'm glad she did HASAN.
this and say
God, I really am such a catty little bitch.
Me as a voter and as an online commentator,
Oh,
I'm going to continue to have these conversations. And the more the Democratic Party tells people to shut up,
not play
the
well
more
with
I
others.
realize how rigged the whole thing is. And then I end up going further and further left. Every Democratic politician should be shutting down corporate money. Every Democratic politician should be going on shows like mine, and especially shows like Hassan's, because that's where the people didn't show up, because they are tired of being lied to by Democrats. All right, that's all. All I have. Like, subscribe, comment.
No, and also Kamala's campaign did make the egregious mistake of making it seem like the 50-50 polls and everything were like surefire.
Be back later with more.
And they were like, oh, no, you know what? We could trust these polls, and we could also trust that they're probably wrong, and it's for us because we're seeing the enthusiasm on the ground. All right. Part 2 of the iHip hour. I haven't seen any of this. I saved this just for you guys. It's the Anna Kasparian appearance. Somebody mentioned that I'm probably going to get angry at it, so let's see. Let's see how mad I get.
Hi.
Oh my God, you.
Hi.
Oh, I'm already mad.
How are you?
I'm already mad. No.
I believe I'm here. I'm super excited. I'm doing really well. How are you ladies doing?
Great. I'm so happy to have you. I was just telling our listener that your viral video where you're just bashing Christians, that's my love language, bashing religion. It was like, I loved it.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean to bash Christians because I really do believe in people's right to, practice their faith. And I was actually raised Christian, went to Sunday school every single Sunday growing up.
Same.
But I do have a problem with people not really valuing the freedom to not be religious, right? So if your religion and your religious doctrine indicates that you have to behave a certain way, you have to avoid birth control, for instance, that's great. I respect your right to practice your religion, but you can't allow your religious doctrine to dictate the lives of everyone else. That was the point that I was trying to make.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, and I was raised like that too. And it was, when you always assume you're right about everything, then
I was about to say, Jen, we know that you were an atheist your entire life. What do you have to add to that your co-host couldn't?
you don't understand
Let Pumps get this one.
why people criticize it. And that's where I was. It was like, well,
That's my problem. She's been fucking kind of pushing Pumps aside.
why would you disagree with me? That's God's will. And it's like, oh, there are people that don't believe that or believe differently, which, like you said, I'm fine with. Just stay out of my uterus when you do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think just one more point about that. I mean, I think everything is
Someone's got a delay.
simplified in the political discourse in this country. So something like
Who it is.
reproductive rights. I think half the country, or at least the portion of the country that doesn't believe in reproductive rights, they've kind of simplified everything in terms of, oh, these are just women who are, skanky and they're sleeping around and they just want abortion on demand. And that's just not the case. So I just want Americans to kind of understand each other a little better rather than stereotype each other the way that we've been doing for many years now.
But also, I want to say that the religious right very much stereotypes free thinkers and critical thinkers in such a way. And because they're doing it from the position of religion, they get more deference. They get more deferential treatment than somebody like me, who's an atheist, is pretty much dismissed. But okay, before we get into your grievances, I just want to head this off at the top of the podcast. So, we're new to this. You've been doing this independent news thing a long time. We're just a little over 3 years. And we had Cenk on recently, and then the comment section, people were like, well, Cenk betrayed us, blah, blah, blah. I don't follow personality news. I follow the news. But because our listeners follow you, Cenk, probably HASAN, Don Lemon, lots of just various crossovers. I was
not as much anymore, but okay.
Searching you, and apparently the gist online is that you were progressive, and you receded from some progressive.
Oh, they actually go for it. Okay, can anybody whoever watched this earlier? I know that there's a few of you here. Can you just tell me what was the big problem? Because I got this sent to me in a way where they were like, Pep, you will not believe how bad this was. It's like, whoa.
Positions during the campaign. And now you recently issued an apology for that. And I just want you to tell us and our listeners what that is, just from your mouth directly.
Well, the apology was on something very specific. I have moved away from I guess you could refer to it as the progressive position on some social issues, and I'll be specific about that in just a minute. But first, let me just address the apology. So Cenk and I had a debate prior to the election, and
that was that. All right, that is why she is very good at what she does.
I just felt that
was just outside politics, just broadcasting, what she just did right there, the way that she just laid it down. Just let me address that, but I want to address this point first. And she did it in a way where she essentially took over the segment. That was good.
Using words like Nazi, which Cenk never did, but Nazi, fascist, these words, much like the word anti-Semitism, mean something. And when you overuse it, it loses its power. And I got my graduate degree in political science, where you learn.
Of course you did.
Learn political theory. You learn about fascism, the actual definition of fascism, what it means.
Am I the only guy in the political sphere that didn't get a poli-sci degree or even take poli-sci class?
And at that point, the point I was trying to make to Cenk is Trump is not a person who's driven by ideology.
God, I hate this area.
He's not an ideologue, right? A fascist is an ideologue. He is an authoritarian. He has authoritarian tendencies. There's no question about that. But
I realize that I have literally the same
But fascism is something very specific. Identify what he actually is, so you can address it appropriately. But then he gets elected, and what he's carrying out right now through the use of ICE is fascism. So that was what I was apologizing for specifically. In engaging in that debate, my point wasn't that I like Trump and I'm going to vote for Trump and Trump is not a threat at all. I didn't vote for Trump. I've always been critical of him. And I do think that there's a faction on the far left that for whatever reason has this weird interest in misrepresenting the point that I'm making. Those videos where they attack get a lot of views, and there's a financial component to it. But in terms of where I've actually changed a little bit in my policy views, I live in California. And so I got to understand and see firsthand what some of these far left policies, social policies in particular, not economic policies, how they've kind of hurt the very communities and neighborhoods that the left wants to help. So for instance, when the Los Angeles Council voted to cut $150 million from the LAPD's budget, well, obviously they had to lay off sworn officers and, police. And what we ended up doing is spending a lot more money on policing because of the fact that you have the remaining police officers having to work overtime where they get paid a lot more in order to pick up the slack left by the officers who were laid off, right? And the call times are much longer if you're calling 911 looking for help. Or in some cases, they won't even send police. They don't consider it enough of an emergency. Let's say you've been burglarized. It'll take hours for anyone to show up and gather evidence. So these things, you know, it's like through lived experience that you realize, okay, this policy didn't work out the way that we wanted. So why don't we just recalibrate? It doesn't mean that you go back to like, you know, draconian policies. It just means we've applied this policy. There are some flaws. Can we just tinker with it? Can we recalibrate? And leading up to the election, as I'm sharing these ideas, you know, people are obviously experiencing a lot of tension, a lot of fear, and they don't want to hear anything negative about Democrats or left-wing policies. And so that kind of turned into, oh, you're betraying us. I'm not betraying you. I just see these policies firsthand and I want to improve them. And everyone should want to do that. But alas, there's a lot of ego that plays in.
No one was ever able to defund the police. And why is she talking? Like, that's the thing. I hate the fact that this was ours. This is where we fumbled the fucking ball. I was saying this back in 2020 when they started saying defund the police. I'm like, get a fucking PR manager for whoever is making these slogans. Defund the police? Really? You didn't think that was going to fucking backfire?
Politics. So
we're still fucking dealing with it.
There's politics and policy. I think I'm more focused on policy as opposed to like the horse race. And I've always run into issues because of that. So I think that's what's really going on here.
So you critically think through these things instead of just adopting what is the foregone conclusion that a person identifies as leftist. But for the record, you believe Trump and his regime to be fascist, authoritarian, autocratic, tyrannical.
See, there's the open,
etc.
That myth of the open border.
I always identified Trump as authoritarian.
Not once during the Biden presidency was the border just open.
I never did.
The way that you guys say that so disingenuously, I'm gonna just start actually like taking that little bit of time to call you out on your bullshit.
I mean, the guy like tried to overturn the 2020 election. I'm not stupid, but again, the word fact.
And if you want to play that game, go back to the last year that Trump was in office in his first time in office. Look up how many people were coming over the border that last year in his presidency, and then tell me how that equates to Biden's. I have a feeling that's not going to be hundreds of millions of illegals.
Something very specific, and what's being carried out right now through the use of ICE.
The caravans?
Terrorizing.
You mean the caravans that mysteriously disappeared right after he won the election?
Of not just people who are here in undocumented status, the terrorism that's being carried out against American citizens. I mean, it's just abundantly clear. The retaliation against blue states and blue cities.
I'm saying reforming the police would have been a better PR move on that one.
ICE, it's his version of the brown shirts, in my perspective.
Do you think ICE needs to be abolished?
Yes, I do.
Isn't Poland shooting border crossers? Are they?
You might have convinced
I know nothing about that.
Me earlier that reforms are good enough, but at this point, Trump has hired so many questionable agents, and I don't know how you fix that in the next administration. I think that you need to dismantle ICE and just build from the ground up. Because, look, I do believe that we have to enforce our laws. I just don't believe in dehumanizing people, and I don't believe in violating human rights.
This is where I think
Hermit, what up?
Hermit,
you got company today.
Stayed clear-eyed that, and I respect your positioning on that, but I always stayed clear-eyed about that Trump was a fascist because I listened to the people that
Prince Gabi. I hope you understood
work
that.
with him and Trump.
Like, I'm not one of these guys that's like fucking pro-cop by any means.
These are neocons.
Trust me. Some people watch my show and they think because I watch Sovereign Citizen videos and I say stuff like that, that they're like, oh, what are you, pro-cop? It's like, no.
And these are conservative people
Not at
that
all.
came out of that saying, He said he wanted generals like Hitler's generals.
I wish I could
Mark
show the
Esper said he
correspondence
asked
between me
him-
and one of my friends who did like one of my high school buddies. He became a state trooper and he used to like hit me up and just be like, "Hey man, can you like tone down your rhetoric online a little? You know, your anti-cop rhetoric. It's a little much." I'm like, "No."
You shoot the protesters
No, I will
below the
not.
knee. And then in leading up, they had that Madison Square Garden Nazi
annoys
rally,
me.
and I called it as such during the time. Because I saw the overt nationalism and the scapegoating of immigrants. And during the RNC, the mass deportations now, which I'm so mystified that there were even Latinos for Trump, that they thought somehow they were going to get a carve out. And I remember them wanting to hang, wanting them to hang.
She's not wrong.
Mike Pence. And I always was pretty clear-eyed on it. And I would even say to Pumps when we were podcasting as baby podcasters during the campaign that I suspect that they will have concentration camps. They are, and I think it's my experience living in Oklahoma versus your living in California. I've lived around these Christian nationalists. I've lived around these fascism. I know how serious they are about this. Oklahoma has had MAGA Republicans before Trump ever came down the escalator. I know how diabolical and ambitious these people are with it. I know that they will scapegoat anybody, and I know that they will even betray the white Republican Christian men like Mike Pence that don't go along with it. So I always think about right now, people say nobody's safe except for white men, and I'm like, Mike Pence sure as fuck wasn't safe. So it even goes beyond that. But I want to get into thing that I think is super important, not covered by mainstream media. I'm going to ask you what you've had it with. I'm teeing this up perfectly. What have you had it with?
I have had it with so many things, but honestly, this week, because it does change week by week, I have had it with the fact that our country has been governed and controlled by pedophiles or individuals who want to provide cover for pedophiles. That's the reality that we're currently functioning under. And I've had it with the fact that despite all of the terrifying things that we've been learning through the latest Epstein file dump, there's going to be like no prosecution for things like torture, right? For rape of little girls. I mean, and also all the various people in this country, both in the media and in the Trump administration, who lied to all of us with a straight face about how there are no documents, there is no list, there are no Epstein files, there are no co-conspirators.
Right.
And we haven't even had access to all of the documents yet. The documents that we do have are heavily redacted, and there's another 3 million documents that the Trump administration's DOJ has no intention of releasing. So yeah, I've had it, because how do you believe in our system, believe in our government, pay your taxes?
That's a big one. Trust me. I'm going through that right now.
Knowing that your money, your hard-earned money, is going to a government that has been covering up for pedophiles or consists of pedophiles. Like, that's what I've had it with.
Let's dive into the
I'm
shit.
pissed.
And let's dive into the component of this, the Epstein files, that is showing that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were Mossad agents. That
What exactly was I going to get mad at with this?
Is providing blackmail information to Vladimir Putin.
I've already asked that once, but I'm failing to
Peter
see.
Thiel and
Where's the
Jeffrey
rage?
Epstein are celebrating Brexit, and that it's revealed that Marie Le Pen is also funded by Russia. On top of the outrage of the child rape, which is horrible and should be screamed about at the top of our lungs, we have these fucking dorks like Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein and Elon Musk that want to be politicians, but they will never get elected. So they're cheating. The whole thing behind the child rape thing is these people want to cheat to take away the power from the people so that they can govern. But they don't have the balls to put their name on a ballot and go run for office. So they cheat. And then they accuse the immigrants of cheating. And they accuse liberal women of cheating. And they accuse black people of cheating when they get jobs. And that fucking pisses me off so much, I can't even take it.
Sorry,
I feel you. I mean, I totally agree with you. And in fact,
clawed me in the leg.
you know, how are you going to talk about criminality among undocumented people when, again, the government is covering up for pedophiles and refuses to prosecute individuals who are implicated in some of the documents that we just had access to? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And look, the more I think about it, the more angry I get about the lies told to us by our Commerce Secretary, Lutnick, right? And also Elon Musk, where they claim like, oh my God. I mean, Lutnick's interview about like, oh, me and my wife in 2005, we visited Epstein and, you know, we saw the massage table in the middle of the room and we're like, we are never gonna talk to you again. You are gross. Like the acting, like he really laid it on thick. And then you find out he's emailing Epstein in 2012. No, please
trying to get on that.
spare me.
Here's the thing.
Someone said that Lutnick looks like the guy that used to like do the Men's Warehouse commercials, and I can't unsee
When
it.
I see it, one of the things, and there are a lot of things, it's the lack of accountability. Like you see the New York Giants co-owner, nothing's going to happen to him.
Kraft.
Because there's only 32 people and 30.
Or no, that was the Patriots guy. Yeah, he was in it too.
You know, 31 of them are white generational money men, or, you know, thereabouts. Okay. Then you have like the commentator from the new Barry Weiss contributor. You know, he's all in, you know, and she's running cover
that dork
for him. Like none of these
Peter
people are
Attia.
being held
Yeah, he is bad at his job.
accountable.
And
that
laughable.
enrages me because these survivors has been held accountable since the day it happened. They have been held hostage by trauma and victimization, and it enrages me that all these rich, powerful men and the people that are covering for them will never face accountability. It makes me crazy.
I know it makes me crazy too, but let's not like lose the thread here, because it's not just about generational wealth or the fact that these individuals implicated in the Epstein files are part of the elite. That's not the reason why there's no accountability. There's no accountability because all of our institutions,
not the host, he's
have been occupied and controlled.
Thank you.
By Zionists. Like that's the reality of the situation.
Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already and are enjoying the content and want to stick around for some more discussions throughout the week.
And that makes people uncomfortable, but it's the fact of the matter. I mean, what just happened with Ellison, you know, taking control of CBS and installing.
We do at the end of these segments, by the way. Yes, I pause, but I like to do like little wrap ups and stuff too. So stick around.
Barry Weiss, whose number one priority is what's best for Israel. Like that's just one example of what's been happening. TikTok being purchased by Larry Summers, who is.
Someone said that Barry Weiss was the girl who played Moaning Myrtle in Harry Potter.
The single largest donor to the IDF. The first thing that happened after that.
I'd see that one now.
Deal closed was they banned a Palestinian journalist who had a massive account
Normal Pep is
on
back.
TikTok,
Yeah,
informing people about what was going on the ground in Gaza. So it's not just about power and money. It's about what Jeffrey Epstein's objective was in trafficking underage girls, inviting all of these rich, powerful, connected people to his, you know, island or to his New York apartment, whatever it is. Why were there cameras everywhere? It was obviously a blackmail operation. We already have a problem in our political system where corruption is baked in, where you can literally buy our politicians like prostitutes. But every country, every lobby has the power to do that. What makes Israel different is that we seem to carry out what's in Israel's best interest to the detriment of the United States over and over and over and over again. Money and politics can't be the only thing that explains it. So what does explain it? And to me, it's just so clear.
Hipster Pep.
Especially with the
again, that's my natural fucking colic.
Evidence that we've seen in the latest Epstein dump. That
that's
Epstein
annoying.
was working for Mossad, either as an asset or even as an agent. I don't know, but it's obvious he was working for Mossad in some capacity. And this was a blackmail operation meant to help Israel control the U.S. foreign policy to our detriment.
I was just so disgusted over the weekend. So I'm always mad at Chuck Schumer. I call him Chuckles because it's just like not the man of the moment. It's just limp dick energy. You know
I wrote a very strongly worded letter.
Oh my
that
God.
he's not doing.
And I asked my fellow congressmen to my fellow senators to take a vote.
Doing a good enough
Conveniently, we only had 3 dissenters, which is all we needed.
job because the right doesn't hate him. They hated Nancy Pelosi. And I didn't agree with Nancy Pelosi on everything, but she put up a
Nancy
resistance.
Pelosi sucks.
She
God,
whipped votes
she's like the
and
worst.
they hated her for it. She had power and she wielded it. Hakeem and Chuckles
For the wrong shit, motherfuckers.
are not doing that. They're not even, the right isn't even remotely scared of them. And then there's this video of Chuckles sitting there talking about his number one goal is to make sure that Israel gets all the money
Yes, lock these 3 women up for what? Having opinions?
they need.
Jesus, this is why nobody takes you fucking seriously.
And so-
you bunch of weird-ass Nazi fucks.
Then I start digging into the data.
Lock them up! They have an opinion that's dissenting. Lock them up!
4% of the Democratic Party support
Deport
this.
'em.
4%. And so I've come through this big awakening. I've always been a diehard political junkie, but when you live in Oklahoma, you don't know what's going on in the Middle East. There's not a big Muslim population. There's not a big Jewish population. And that I'm speaking for tons of people in Middle America. They don't know.
And they wonder why they are incel.
You just buy the
Well, the incel part, it's the
propaganda.
involuntary.
Israel's the best democracy
That's the part that really describes
in the Middle East, and they're our ally. And we go, okay, so good enough. I'm trying to make sure abortion stays legal in Oklahoma, and my gay friends don't get their marriage annulled. That was the fight that I was doing. So then after Kamala lost, I'm like, how the fuck do we keep losing to this guy? So then I'm like waiting on the resistance, right? At the end of the year, beginning of this year, where are they? And then you start digging into it, and they're like paid controlled opposition. And the betrayal that I felt, I'm embarrassed to admit it, that I was 50 years old when I figured it out, but I'm just going to make myself vulnerable and
Welcome to the resistance.
admit it because I'm a curious person. And it's really devastating to find out, like Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuckles Schumer, and others that are supposed to fight for us, that talk about
did he just not
universal human rights, but it doesn't in the United States, but it doesn't apply to Palestinians. And that's just a really big red flag for me when people carve out a group. And it seems like in the United States, they carve out Palestinians. Everybody has rights except for them. And I just think that's such bullshit.
Well, let me just comment on what you said about realizing things later in life and how embarrassed you are. Please don't feel embarrassed. In fact,
I'm not that embarrassed.
Okay, good. Because you shouldn't be. And in fact, to me, it's a sign of
growth,
intellectual strength. And intelligence,
you.
because you're open-minded enough and self-reflective enough to understand, like, okay, I don't get everything right, so let me learn more and let me recalibrate based on new information. Not a lot of people do that. And I actually think the country would be in a better place if we were a little more open-minded, put ego aside. But more importantly, this is the most important thing, just make room for people to admit, I was wrong, I'm sorry, right? Like take the apology and don't demonize them. Don't give people a disincentive to change or to evolve. Anyway, but to your point about the Democrats.
Took you into your mid to late 20s. Nice.
I was
Haley Luther, welcome.
blackpilled on the Democratic Party earlier than you were. And
I was about the same age.
Honestly, I remember when Biden won. Biden wasn't my preferred candidate for the Democrats, but whatever. I was just very relieved to see Trump gone. And that happiness was short-lived because immediately the debates over the
She's not wrong, but wow, is she glazing these wine moms?
Infrastructure bill began. Build Back Better. And when I saw the behavior of the majority of Democrats in Congress and how they would run on issues like paid family leave, they would pretend as though they understand, care about, and want to solve the economic frustrations of Americans. Then they turn around and they do everything
Do you call Megyn Kelly a filler queen as well?
they can to defeat the most popular provisions,
that bird bone bitch,
in Biden's bill. And you know what Biden did? He not only allowed it to happen, he aided and abetted it. So when you have a conservative Democrat and by the way, one of the most corrupt Democrats.
The leaders, I admire all three of these ladies. They're fighting the good fight against authoritarianism in this country. Thank you.
Joe Manchin from West Virginia, who luckily is not in the Senate anymore, or Kirsten Sinema from Arizona, who luckily isn't in the Senate anymore. When you have them fighting against increasing the federal minimum wage, defeating paid family leave, when you see them working on behalf of corporate donors as opposed to the American people who they purported to want to represent, yeah, it infuriated me. So that was the beginning of my Democrat black pill moment. Seeing what happened in Gaza under Biden's watch, it did it for me. You know, I'm Armenian. Armenians went through a genocide of their own in 1915.
Oh my God, you can't even believe her. This is bad.
1.5 million Armenians slaughtered at the hands of the Turks.
Oh no.
And no one came to help Armenians. The idea that I'm going to sit back and just celebrate the Democrats, celebrate the Biden administration after what I saw get carried out with the help of Biden, there's no way. There's no way. I was excited about him stepping down from the race. I know Kamala Harris had a huge hill to climb. But once I saw that she was vicious toward pro-peace protesters, I was like, this woman's going to lose and she deserves it if she doesn't change course. And she didn't change course and she lost.
Come here.
And in the meantime, you have Trump pretending like he's the peace candidate.
Right.
So think about that juxtaposition and what it communicates to voters.
And think about this juxtaposition. Before you even get to the rotating villain strategy that you're talking about with Sinema, before you even get to that, Democrats play a totally different game. After January 6th, the most important presidential appointment of our lifetimes, the three of us here, was who is going to be Attorney General. And he picked Merrick Garland because Mitch McConnell dicked over Merrick Garland under Biden.
Honestly, not a bad, that hindsight. I'm glad Merrick Garland was not the one who ended up on the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court pick. And he played integrity politics.
Yeah.
And Merrick Garland sat on this shit. When I think about that, number one, he only charged the poor people, the low-income cultists that somebody financed to get to D.C.
Charlie Kirk.
He only
and Turning Point
charged.
They were proud of that, by the way.
Those people.
That's not speculative. They came out and said they did that. They had the Turning Point bus outside of the fucking the speech and everything.
Felonies, and then Trump, of course, pardoned him. He didn't
They were
go after the
very
big
proud
money.
of
We have
that
a
shit.
Supreme Court justice's wife that was involved in the planning of this. It has since been revealed that Donald Trump himself paid $3 million. So the Democrats have no leverage with me saying that we go after the elites. The law applies to everybody equally. The Democrats curry favor with wealthy people every bit as much. And you can look at the prosecution and investigations into January 6th. That should have been wrapped up. We should not all be sitting here talking about this right now. And it's because of Joe Biden and Merrick Garland. Furthermore,
don't attack the dog.
They had the Epstein files for 4 years and they didn't take it seriously. I took it very seriously after January 6th. I took it very seriously when Mitch McConnell refused to impeach him. And then a month later, Kevin McCarthy went and kissed the ring. And Fox News started going, well, it was a dust up. They were tourists. I took it very seriously. And I believed that Donald Trump, and at least maybe not him personally, but the movement at large, it was a fascist movement. And I was very clear-eyed about that. Yeah. And if I'm a part of a political party that doesn't say, you know what, we're going to have to get our hands dirty a little bit and we're going to release all this shit. And I don't care if they accuse us of being partisan because these people are diabolical. And I care more about this country and the safety and well-being of its citizens than the appearances. And Joe Biden and Merrick Garland cared exclusively about appearances and or their special interests with God only knows what corporations and PACs. But that to me, the Democrats' inability to fight before you even get to the rotating villain strategy, and probably they go hand in hand, really irritates me.
Right. I mean, whenever someone on the right would make the argument or counter argument about how oh, well, you're getting on Trump's ass about how he's not releasing all the files. But what about Biden? What about Biden? What about the Democrats?
Yeah.
And, I would condemn the Democrats too. They should have released the files. But I would also make the point that, like, this is not a partisan thing. There are people on the left implicated. I mean, Larry Summers obviously was working for the Clinton administration. He's a longtime Democrat. He's implicated in the files. Like, there are people who have been lifelong Democrats implicated. So it's not a partisan thing. I thought that Biden didn't release the files because maybe his name was in it. Maybe he's implicated. But no, it turns out he's not implicated, like, at least from what we've seen so far. So who was he protecting? Why didn't he release the files? Especially knowing all the various political opponents who are implicated in it.
That's what I think the through line is, from the lack of prosecutions in January 6th to the Epstein. There is a ruling class that have bank accounts that can choke a bull, that are able to do things with impunity, regardless of who controls the executive branch in the DOJ. And we see that under Democratic politicians, and we see it under Republican politicians, which I want to talk to you next. My next curiosity about you is I see you collab with Tucker Carlson a lot. And so I want you to tell me about that, because Tucker to me is a very dangerous person, because he speaks to a lot of people in middle America.
Finally.
That have extreme homophobia, extreme transphobia. And I have so many gay friends in Oklahoma that are bullied by their churches, their families, their governments. And he recently was saying, like, FAGGOT multiple times. And he is clear-eyed on Israel, but I feel like that his position on Israel is also wrapped in, this is my opinion, in some anti-Semitism, the same way his homophobia is. And I wanted to get your take on that.
I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I don't at all, actually. In fact, he has even in the past, like, supported Zionism. But I think once he realizes how detrimental the U.S. alliance with Israel really is, he's kind of moved off of
So we're just going to ignore him agreeing with Nick Fuentes all those times?
Supporting Israel in the same way that he has in the past. I really don't think he's anti-Semitic. I think you raise a valid point about his views on, gay people. I definitely do agree with you on that. And I disagree with him. I have a completely different view when it comes to gay people, gay rights, gay marriage, and all of that. But in regard to the anti-Semitic question.
Okay. I can see why people got mad.
I don't think he's anti-Semitic at all.
This is bad. This is fucked up.
Pretty well read on the issues that hurt us due to our relationship with an alliance with Israel. And he articulates that regularly. And by the way, I mean, he had asked me to go on his show, his podcast, a year and a half in advance of me finally agreeing to do it. And part of the reason why I wouldn't do it initially is because I just thought there's no redeeming quality about this guy. There's no use in having a conversation with him. But his producers were so persistent that I finally decided, okay, fine, I'll listen to his podcast. I'll make an informed decision and see if there's maybe a possibility that I'll do this interview. And I do think he gets taken out of context a lot. He's definitely deeply conservative. I'm not. So obviously we're going to have disagreements. But look, ladies, like, to me, the most important thing right now is to free the United States from Israel. And if there are people on the right who...
Bitch, just say, ladies, it's very important for me to keep some of those wider media opportunities open.
Agree with me on that? Like, I am willing to work with them on that issue.
My God, dude.
To build a coalition for that specific issue and apply pressure to get our politicians to act in the way that we demand. Otherwise, if you do everything through the prism of partisan politics, we will be exactly where we are today, which is nowhere.
We really don't. That's such an online brain take.
No progress, no nothing. I've been doing this for
Trust me, like, as a political commentator, I can admit that's not true.
20 years, and that's been my experience.
Again, this is maybe this is why I do have a special voice to this, is because my friends, the people I work with, like, they are your average person that just voted for Trump. They're not a fan of any of this bullshit. We agree on most of these policies, even if we can't agree on everything.
experience.
They don't care about the culture war bullshit nearly as much as the people online try to make it out. Like trans in sports, do you understand how little people genuinely like do not give a fuck about that? They care about the economy.
I am cautious about,
but we're online all the time, so it behooves people like Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes and all these other idiots to focus on the culture war issues, and then we, like real idiots, we latch onto that bait and just fucking stay on those instead of actually making progress.
about the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Tucker Carlsons.
Huh? You care? Yeah, because you're not comfortable in your sexuality. Dude, seriously, see a therapist.
They say that they care about Palestinian lives.
See a therapist or go taste a dick, because you might find out it tastes yummy and you like it.
And these Palestinians getting killed. Marjorie Taylor Greene speaks about Palestinian.
I'm so sick of people that are just like, I don't agree with this because I don't understand it.
Christians, that's her carve out.
And most of the time it's you don't understand it because you were shamed by like your dad.
But when you don't have that same empathy towards the queer kid that lives in rural America, or the trans population, which is less than 1%, that really doesn't even want to be spoken about.
Craig, does caring about that or what trans people can and can't do make your life any better? He might say yes because he's protecting the children, but realistically, it just makes him feel good that somebody else feels bad
at all,
because he feels bad because he's not exactly a happy person.
They don't want to be in political discourse. And the immigrant population in the United States.
You're not a happy person if all you do is sit there thinking about culture war issues, going on to random fucking streamers and spouting off your hateful bullshit.
States.
That tells me that you're, in fact, not a very happy person.
And you make a carve out. I always think it's a real red flag. And I think there's a danger in both of their voices, because I know when they speak and they say,
if your daughter can't destroy a dude in sports, then your daughter has no business being in sports.
Negative things about Israel.
For real.
At the exact same.
Put her in her intramurals, and if she doesn't fucking wreck every dude in that sport, then she ain't made for it.
Podcast, they're bashing gay people, they're bashing immigrants. Because I lived in red state America, it falls in the ears of people that are wholly bigoted, that they're.
Maybe I'm biased because I'll just say, like, I've told you guys pep lore here, but I played intramurals like for the majority of my life. And yeah, our top scorer on our team was a girl.
Ethos is white supremacy and bigotry. And that's why I see them as kind of being dangerous messengers. I agree. I don't think it's a big deal that you sit down with Tucker Carlson and y'all aired shit out. I don't think that's that big of a deal at all. I'm worried about the incubation. If you think about George W. Bush incubated Trump.
I'm Asmongold's evil twin brother.
And when
or based twin brother, depending on what side you're on.
Think about what is Trump incubating.
He's the Roach King. Well, I'm the Roach King in a different way.
And I see Tucker Carlson in these clips being critical of Trump. And then I see this whole Venezuela oil thing, and he's standing there clapping like a seal,
right,
taking pictures with Trump. And I see the duplicity and the hypocrisy. So I don't trust the intentions of his messaging on Israel as much as I would somebody else.
Did you see that since 2023, Fox had more articles against trans people than there were days?
Who
no,
preaches universal human rights, who doesn't prioritize one group over the other, who will say, I don't understand trans people. I don't get it. It's not my thing, but it's not my business, and I'll fight for their right. Just like you said about Christianity in that viral clip.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would agree with you had Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, for that matter, not revisited their previous statements about, let's say, Muslim people, and made very clear that they were wrong. In the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens, by the way, they have talked about this at length, where they're like, we realized that we were totally misled, and we bought into the fear mongering.
You do understand that's because they're literally just like, well,
about Muslim people, right? So like in the case of Tucker Carlson, something that I was kind of shocked to see, honestly, after Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE, he put out a newsletter kind of condemning the right for making light of it, or even in some cases.
Your kids will be fine.
Celebrating it.
They can make their own way and make their own decisions.
And he
the fact that you overparent sometimes like this is overparenting.
basically said, like, this is a human life. And
this doesn't affect you. You're worried about something affecting your daughters that they don't even care about.
what happened is not
I genuinely do not think your daughters give a shit about this.
okay. And so to me,
especially once they get to high school and they realize they're just like, yeah, you know what? I have trans friends. And then you'll freak out because you're just, this is when you're be like, I got to stop sending them to public school because they're getting indoctrinated. I can't send them to college. They'll come back LIBS.
it's those moments where he's willing to kind of buck his own side, for lack of a better.
This is a perfect example of a out of touch parent not understanding how it works. And they cannot handle that their child is becoming their own person. Like, if you were a good parent, you'd be proud of that. Like, my dad actually even says, he's like, I'm happy that you think for yourself. Like, good for you. I'm glad that you can go out and actually do like your own thing. He's like, that was my job. Listen, it's not my job to indoctrinate you, to make you think like me. I'm supposed to keep you alive and then give you the tools to make your own decisions. That's all I'm supposed to do.
Better word. And he really gets.
But a lot of like parents like you guys see your children as objects, and it's disgusting.
Nothing out of it.
Like, you see them as something to control. Again, it's disgusting.
I mean, he doesn't get any.
Dads like people that think like you in this way are usually the ones that say shit to like girls' boyfriends, where it's just like, I got that gun.
Influence in terms of the Trump administration by condemning.
Conservatives see kids as property. Yeah, I know.
Trump's foreign policy.
And trust me, there's a reason that we had the saying about the Catholic girls, because it was very true. The more you repress your children, the more they act out, and you ain't gonna know about it.
And in regard to him being in the room, I mean, look, I agree. It's not a good look,
kids
especially when you're
on
clapping after you did a lengthy segment
I was once a child
condemning
myself.
what the White House did in
and a teenager.
Venezuela. But at the same time,
this idea that just because you had little crotch goblins that somehow you actually know better, I'm going to just say that's not true. Because again, you guys can ignore all these things conveniently while simultaneously just being like, well, you don't have kids? Well, what the fuck do you know about it?
Know that he probably wants to influence Trump in the right direction on foreign policy, and you're not going to be able.
No, I just know I am nailing you guys hard here, aren't I?
To influence him unless you're in
the way that I'm seeing the triggered in chat is hilarious.
Room. So, I'm
question
speculating
everything. So triggered, are you?
About his intentions there. But I hear what you're saying about wanting to be cautious. I also want to make space for people who change their minds, right? And so if they come out and say, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I've changed my mind on this, whether it be on Muslim people or any other issue, I want to allow space for them to be forgiven and to prove that they're not.
You don't have kids. I bet your kids would be
just
angels.
Talking the talk, they're walking the walk.
I think that
I'm my nephew's favorite person, if that counts.
it's the inverse of that. I think he lies to his audience and then colludes with the powers that be at large. I think Steve Bannon, and Marjorie Taylor Greene are looking.
What the fuck do I know about it? A lot. What I just said was very fact-based. This is just like parental studies.
How do we keep this cult together?
You don't need any experience to know trends in the way that, we kind of move away from our parents and what they think.
This America First thing. And it's opportunistic for them to say, look, this has not been America.
So you're telling me that if your child came out and said that they were trans, you would support them in every way, shape, or form?
At Bandit Nixie $2. Forbidden fruit is the sweetest. Hungry face emoji. Smiley face
Thank you for the
emoji.
$2, dude. I appreciate that.
It's $40 billion to Argentina. It's a blank check to Israel.
No. When I say parental studies, I'm not talking like college courses, numbnuts. I'm talking like just, I don't know, my experience of being a teenager, being a child, and knowing that my dad did it and my mom did a very good job with me. And I would totally take their parental style of not giving a shit about that.
And that they're playing on the base's most racist impulses. And I think that he proves himself to not be a credible messenger a lot.
I mean, I'm against giving Argentina a bailout. I don't think that's racist. Yeah. You think he's motivated by racism for being against the bailout for Argentina?
Not for that
Was that a glass of wine?
issue, not for that single issue. I think we should all, I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing.
I'm not triggered.
That was a gift
That's usually what the triggered say.
Scott Bessent gave to somebody. You know, that was a total shakedown that these people do. I think Tucker Carlson, my opinion, is he is abundantly aware that the base, the connective tissue in the base is racism. Do you hate trans people? Do you hate gay people? Do you hate immigrants and Jews? And in evangelical America, in flyover states, they are
No, not the bailout, not the American bailout, the Venezuelan bailout.
deeply anti-Semitic.
The one we just sent them money and we ain't getting shit back from them.
Their apocalyptic dream in order for the rapture to come is for the Jews to be in Israel so that Jesus can then come and send them all to hell forever to be tortured.
Yes.
And
She
the
ain't wrong about this.
anti-Semitism that I've heard
This is
all of
exactly
my
what they
life
believe.
came from white evangelical Republican Christians. Jew them down and, you know, these seedy Jews. And I think Tucker Carlson, being a lifelong Republican, understands the base and understands the cult. And I'm very skeptical when people speak out for one group of people and then the very next episode he doesn't have the critical thinking skills or the balls to stand up for people in his own country. It's supposed to be a free country. He doesn't have the balls to stand up to the most marginalized group among us, which are trans people. And it's just, I think it's just such chicken shit how both parties just pick them up, use them, throw them under the bus, instead of saying, we believe in equality, we believe in affordability, we believe in the First Amendment for everybody. Even people you don't understand and you think they're lighting the loafers and
Because I actually know trans people.
weird. Get
The
over
thing is, you probably have never even experienced a situation that you've ever had to deal with a trans person.
it. It's not your business.
It's all theoretical to you.
It's a free
What would I do? Or you've dealt with a trans woman and don't even know it.
country. In the 80s, when I grew up, that was said all the time. But now, after gay marriage, the religious right has to keep, you know, hitting the volume in the crack pipe more and more and more. And I think Tucker is acutely aware of that.
Yeah, look, I think that so you're talking about dispensationalism when you're referring to the evangelicals who, you know, have this relationship with Israel, not because they care about Jewish people, but because, you know, it's going to be the second coming of God and, you know, all of that stuff, whatever. He's actually pretty vocal against that. And I don't think he's helping to keep a coalition together. In fact, I think he's being blamed probably accurately for breaking MAGA up to some extent because he's been so critical of Trump and the foreign policy. So look, we're going to, I guess, disagree in terms of like what Tucker actually believes. I agree with you that Tucker was certainly like that when he was at Fox. But since then, he's changed his mind on a lot of policies. He brings it up all the time. He shares his remorse for believing certain things that he believed. But with that said, he still has beliefs that I disagree with vehemently, including he's against reproductive rights. He is against gay marriage.
So you're just still gonna have a beer with them and yuck it up? That's how that works?
These are things that I support. So we have those disagreements. But I think it is important to work together when it comes to one of the biggest issues that's hurting Americans right now, and that's U.S. foreign policy that doesn't actually benefit Americans. It's about benefiting weapons contractors, private military contractors, and foreign countries.
Okay, I want to ask you, pivoting just a little bit, what is
Jen was not about that. She almost said something. Oh yeah, she was mad, and I think Anna just realizes that she kind of fucked up there.
your level of confidence / alarm in the upcoming midterms when we have Tulsi Gabbard in Georgia seizing ballots? What are your concerns? What are you thinking? What is your level of concern on that? And then what do you think is going to be happening in that regard?
I have no idea what's going to happen, so I'm not going to predict, but I'm very concerned. I mean, raiding the election facility in Georgia, in Fulton County, Georgia, very concerning. The fact that Tulsi Gabbard has succeeded in I guess
it's not about different beliefs. If you fundamentally believe, for instance, that like one of my friends doesn't have the right to exist, then I don't think you have the right to sit down and enjoy my company. That's how that goes.
halting or hindering.
I actually value my time.
Some sort of whistleblower report that even
I'd rather not spend it with anybody that's a hateful cunt like that.
Congress can't get access.
Man, I am throwing that C word around.
To.
Sorry. I was watching some Australian comedy earlier.
That really worries me. Like Tulsi
You know, they use that word a lot.
Gabbard has been very sus from the very beginning. And in fact,
Wait, it makes sense. It makes a little bit easier to hear it if I just call you a cunt.
My
There
first
we go.
round of the left coming for me and coming for me real hard
Boy.
was when I had looked into Gabbard's record very deeply. This is when she was running in the Democratic primary in 2020. And I had found some things that were, cause for concern. So I raised
Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are freaking me out. They were steadfast, right? And now they're swinging the other way. What's going on?
those issues. And the left was so convinced that she was this hardcore fighter, this
It's almost like Trump's not that great.
real progressive, that they attacked me instead as someone who's trying to destroy progressives, destroy this wonderful candidate who's actually anti-war and all this, sorry to curse, but all this bullshit that we heard about Tulsi Gabbard in the earlier years. But anyway, she's part of a cult, number one, and that has been written about by The Intercept. People should look into it. And she isn't who she has claimed to be. And as you can tell, she shapeshifts depending on what's beneficial for her. So do I think that she would violate our election laws or the rights of Americans for her own benefit? Yeah, I do think she would do that. So I am very concerned about what the administration is doing in regard to elections, and also very concerned about Tulsi Gabbard's role in all of this.
Do you think as we move towards the midterm and we're talking about, let's say we have a blue tsunami, do you think that this administration will honor that? Or do you think it's going to be like, I'm worried it's going to be January 6th all over again? Like, stop the steal, they're lying, look at what they do, all of that. Do you think that they'll accept a defeat in the midterms? Or do you think we're just going to start over again with the other stuff?
There might be some congressional races that they try to do that with, but I think look, what Trump did in 2020 was, I wouldn't say it was easier to do, but it is kind of easier to do because it's about one election, right? It's about the general election for president that he's trying to overturn for his own purposes.
Which makes a good
To
point
be
there.
honest with you, ladies, I don't think Trump really gives a damn about anyone but himself.
Okay.
So do I think that he's going to participate in...
Well, yeah, but giving a shit about himself is giving a shit about his legacy and all that. So that's why he wants to rig the elections. He doesn't want any opposition. You kidding me?
Effort to overturn congressional races on behalf of Republican candidates? Maybe, but is it going to have the same zeal as he had for himself in 2020? I think that's unlikely. I'm less concerned about the midterms, more concerned about the next presidential election, because he's already talking about, nationalizing elections, meaning having the federal government determine what state and local election laws are.
I'm assuming this was filmed before the Save Act
Which is something
thing.
Republicans pretended to be against not too long ago. Now you have Trump advocating for it, even though it's against our Constitution.
In linking Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard, I find both of their submissive, apologetic nature towards Vladimir Putin, a war criminal, kidnaps Ukrainian children, an egregious human rights violator, killed Alex Navalny, political opponents. I find both the link between those two. I find that incredibly alarming as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Putin's terrible. I don't want to go to war with Russia, don't get me wrong, but I also see Putin for who and what he is, for sure. I mean, he's a guy who, by the way, had made security guarantees to Armenia and proceeded to renege on those security guarantees as Azerbaijan invaded Armenia and continues to occupy a portion of it. He's not someone that I trust. He's not someone who obviously is driven by morals, considering the fact that he invaded a sovereign country and continues to do so. So, yeah, I mean, I agree,
Yo, what's good?
with you that,
Asher Plays. What's up, man?
Vladimir
Welcome to the show.
Putin
Appreciate
shouldn't
you
be in any
stopping
way,
by.
his reputation should not be laundered.
close friend in high school named Asher.
This episode is brought to you by IQ Bar, our exclusive snack, hydration, and coffee spot. The new limited series from executive producer Ryan Murphy.
What's your political views? You're bored?
Explores.
I'm a leftist, but you're actually, you found a good show for political discourse. I like to also dabble in speaking with people I don't always agree with.
The complex court.
Unless I'm assuming too much and you're a progressive and we have the same political values. And then, hey, welcome to the show. I hope you hang out and you enjoy the content.
Of the iconic couple considered to be American royalty, whose love story captured the attention of the
Who cares?
nation. Their fairy tale romance would unfold in front of the public eye, where their private
What
love
are
would
your
also
politics?
become a national obsession.
You're conservative, but pretty different. I believe in religion and its values and stuff.
What about the director being like
I try to be respectful of that.
photographed all through the Epstein
You don't support them? Nice.
files?
But I don't support racism. Nice.
The sexual abuse culture of MAGA is so pervasive
Bosh
that even
Maxey.
the director of the documentary is in the Epstein files.
Yeah, Brett Ratner, I believe his name is, and he was implicated in 2017.
Mind guessing what religion?
2018.
Buddhism.
And the Me Too allegations. Olivia Munn, by the way, was one of the actresses who had made some allegations against him. And
Yeah, from X-Men 3.
he
Yeah, according to her, the
really wanted
Islam. Oh, no shit.
to make it big again. He wanted to direct movies again.
Well, welcome to the show.
So what I just kind of love about this whole story is the fact that he thought the Melania movie was going to be his in, you know? And like, look, I knew it was going to be a super boring movie. They advertised it as some sort of like, ooh, behind the scenes look. It's a real tell all. But Melania is notoriously private and also notoriously dull. I mean, how interesting can this woman be?
Right.
Like, okay, she was a model, then she married this like grotesque man for money.
Asher Plays, thank you for the follow.
The whole film, from what I hear, and I've watched a bunch of reviews, is just her talking about fashion and getting in and out of cars to go to events.
Here's the thing. I would have gone to see it if she was talking about in the new Epstein dump that that Epstein introduced
By the way, you're leftist as in what? Like socialism?
Her-
Yeah, like DSA.
to Trump. Now that
Card-carrying member of the Democratic Socialist Alliance.
interesting to me. But we didn't talk about
It
that.
would. Well, she doesn't talk about much. That's the thing. Like, she's never going to reveal anything juicy. That's just not going to happen. That's not who she is.
Steps in the right direction is where I want to go.
And Ratner deserves the scorn that he's dealing with now, especially with all those photos coming
I can promise you, you do not know the standard of care for trans
out
kids.
in the Epstein files.
All right, had it or hit it, Zoran Mamdani.
What are some of my values that might clash with
Hit it
yours?
hard.
Oh.
Real hard. Okay, let me just say, Zoran Mamdani, I mean,
I'm pro LGBTQ. Trans rights are human rights.
look, he's charismatic. He's obviously a leader.
Quit being weird and focusing on people's genitals and just, I don't know, live your life.
Someone who's willing to think outside the box.
Like if it genuinely affects you at some point in your life, that's when you should worry about it. But this idea that you should use it as a cultural war wedge issue is ridiculous.
We'll see how his policies impact, the city. But aside from that, what I love about him, and we covered this on the show on the Young Turks just last week, he was asked during a press conference, do you agree with continuing to divest, the pensions
I like bacon
from the state of Israel? And he's like, yeah,
I am not halal.
I agree. We're going to continue doing that. No apologies, no further elaboration. It's unnecessary. No, this is what we're doing. And
Bliss Road Media, thank you for the
we're
follow.
going to move on
Or the sub.
now. And I just really adore that level of strength. I really do, among a Democrat.
I recently moved to New York after my lifelong struggle in the Bible Belt as a progressive atheist, raised by atheist parents. It's a really bizarre upbringing. So my youngest child graduated from high school, is in school in LA, and I moved up here. And then, of course, I followed the mayor, and we had this huge snowstorm, and he's such a brilliant politician because he does what Biden didn't do. He's governing and advertising about it. And that's just where we've moved with smartphones. Trump understands this.
Yeah.
Trump wrecks and then advertises about his wreckage, lies, propagandizes. But Zoran, when the snowstorm was coming, he was like, hello, New Yorkers. I've got all my trucks here and we're going to push the snow. And it was this sleekly
Yeah, and then you have idiots like Michael fucking Rosenbaum going out there and just being like, oh, look at the dumb mayor. He didn't even get your cars out. Dude, that is not on the fucking mayor or the city to figure out to get your fucking cars out. It's for them to plow the street and then you get your fucking car out. That's how that goes.
produce like
God
60-second reel.
I've lived in Chicago pretty much my entire life, and it has always been like that. Not once have I ever expected someone to feel bad for me for digging out my fucking car. Now, if I dig out my fucking car and I put my claimsy or I put my fucking, like my chair there to hold my spot,
and it's
and you move that fucking chair, yeah, we got problems.
Like, it's a reminder. It's the
There's nothing worse than when you fucking shovel out a spot that takes you hours and then somebody fucking parks in it.
proper propaganda, if you will, that government and your taxpayers work for you. He's very simply reminding New Yorkers that you pay taxes here and this is what we're doing. And the Democratic Party has lost that. Reminding
He would move it all day.
the voters, the government is not your enemy. We are providing public safety, and consumer protections.
He'll shovel out my mom.
Republicans
My mom's cremated, dipshit.
call those regulations, and then you get cancer
That's gonna be an ashy eat.
clusters. They forget to
Dude's just sitting there. He's got like black chalk just pouring out of his mouth. I want to troll this guy.
remind people that what they're doing is helpful and earnest.
Yes. But more importantly, okay, just bear with me as I explain this. And I just want people to understand I am not coming from a bad place. I'm just trying to explain why in the last general election, if you look at various blue districts.
Somehow, I don't know why. Thanks, Natch, but I don't know why that one didn't get to me. It's kind of like, all right, you're kind of trolling yourself. You're talking about eating my dead mom.
Higher and higher percentage.
All right, Epstein. Chill.
Of people who were lifelong Democrats ended up flipping sides and voting Republican. This is why.
Oh, wait. No, my mom was old.
On a local
Sorry.
level, what people
But, you know, the whole eating humans thing.
experience really does matter, right? Because it gives them a sense of what leadership looks like on a national level. So I think a lot of people turned away from the Democratic Party in the last election because if you look at some of these metropolitan areas, these cities, they have not been.
Yeah, dude was just talking about like shoveling my mom's dead ashes or my dead mom's ashes into his fucking face.
Governed well.
Like, I don't even know if I should be offended by that or just like, did he troll himself? I don't know. I'm a little confused.
By local Democrats. And
Frugal, what up?
I'm not
Good to see
making
you.
that up. I'll give you a specific example. In the case of Los Angeles, we have the largest homeless population of any other part of this country, right? These people need to get off the streets. They need to be placed either like in the appropriate facilities, by the way. Some people, housing is the answer. Other people, they need more help. They might have severe mental health issues. They might have severe drug addiction issues. You have to cater to what is causing homelessness for
He fucked up on that
these
one.
specific people, right? That's
what I
the
thought.
point I want to make. Well, under the leadership of Karen Bass, who's, by the way, now under
My mom's boyfriend stole her ashes and took off with them. MAGA POS asshole. Oh.
a federal
I would be going after that guy.
audit, and it started
My mom's guy was a MAGA POS as well.
under the Biden administration.
For other reasons.
This is not a politically motivated thing.
Dude, he was dating like 2 weeks after my mom died. I swear, like, if I didn't have the knowledge of her autopsy and just like knowing that it was natural, I would have immediately assumed that he did it.
The audit exists because so much of the money that the kind-hearted people in our city voted in favor of raising their own taxes to provide more resources, more revenue.
Could you imagine if Newsom did win, though? The collective shit loss that MAGA would be going through.
To state and local government so they can actually provide help for the homeless people, right? I've been doing investigative reporting about where that money actually went. Perfect example. Lots of these, nonprofits.
Whoa, calm down there, Nick Shirley.
Profits that are scams. One of these nonprofits, their whole purpose was to just provide a parking lot, space in a parking lot for people to place their tents. But each space needed to have like a little platform. The city finally got pressured to go visit and see what's going on in this parking lot. And they were supposed to provide 88 spaces for a whopping $2.3 million a year, which sounds like a lot of money for just providing a little space for someone to pitch a tent. They weren't even operating at capacity. Most of the spaces weren't even usable. They didn't have the platform built, nothing.
We all did it. She said pitch a tent. We were all like,
and they weren't carrying out what they were contractually supposed to carry out. Besides which,
I'm glad I live in Scotland.
Why are we
You live in one of the most progressive, like, fucking countries.
paying nonprofits to let people pitch a tent outside? Aren't we trying to help people get off the streets? Aren't we supposed to get people inside? Like, so when people see local government malfunctioning like this, they get ideas in their head about what Democrats are like nationally. And I think that's what kind of led to some of, the election results in the last election. When you see someone like Zoran Mamdani reminding people that public service isn't just about what's flashy. It's about the mundane in a lot of cases. It's about fixing the potholes. It's about responding appropriately to fire conditions or a snowstorm. Like, these local issues matter, and the way Democrats govern locally matters even on a national level. Because if you see shitty leadership on a local level, you're going to think the same of Democrats on a federal level.
I wish, as a woman that lived in a red state for 50 years, I wish that this applied to the Republican base, because in our state of Oklahoma, they see how shitty red state politics are, and they triple, quadruple down, because the Republican Party has infused religion into it so much that when I was growing up, I would pass these mega churches and it would say, vote for George W. Bush today. Jesus wants you to vote for Bush. Very enmesh. Our state in 2010, 2011 had a Democratic governor, and we were ranked, I think it was earlier than that, maybe 2007. Brad Henry was his name. We were ranked 17th in education. Since that time, Fox News keeps, building up. We've had a Republican supermajority, Republicans in the House, Senate, governorship, and the state Supreme Court. We're 50th in education. Republican policies, and I agree that in Los Angeles, that if they are not vetting these places that are supposed to, that pay taxpayer money, that's a huge problem that deserves to be audited. I concede that. Our governor in the state of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt, whom I refer to.
Surprised they didn't dig up his mom and put her on the golf course to collect another fucking, couple $1 million from, tax credits.
Is Kevin Limpdick.
He did that, guys. He buried his ex-wife on a fucking golf course with pretty much an unmarked grave.
Kevin Limpdick.
For tax purposes. Also, we really should probably dig her up and see what's in there. That's sus as fuck.
Dedicated every square inch of the state to Jesus Christ.
You remember when they were talking about the missing documents?
He won his second term. He banned abortion. He has banned all trans care. And a lot of people like to pile on.
Dude, Donald Trump is literally going to go down in history as one of the worst things to ever happen to America.
On that issue. But
he ain't going to be a Ronald Reagan, man.
But I have friends.
Ronald Reagan was loved by both parties because the guy knew how to work with both parties to kind of trick them into going like, this is for the betterment of America. And, well, we know that we all want the best for our country.
A trans child, and it is a very...
You never heard fucking Ronald Reagan, I'll tell you what, the one problem I have with these Democrats is they're going out and they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs.
Painful, difficult thing.
Nancy told me she saw it once.
Thing for parents to go through. Nobody in their right fucking mind wakes up and says, I want to fuck with conservative Christians today and I want to be trans. That doesn't fucking happen because conservative Christians are mean and judgmental, and it is torture and pain. And Kevin Stitt has
Okay, around
piled
there.
on to that bullying and that abuse to where now these families, if they can afford it, are having to go to sanctuary states where they can make sure their child has therapy. And again, this is such a small portion of people. But more importantly, Kevin Stitt spoke.
Trump came to Scotland. There was one guy with a MAGA hat on. He got hit in the head with a golf club on BBC News
Recently.
That's kind of funny.
About the homeless population in the most
fucking wanker.
Dehumanizing, cruel, demoralizing way imaginable, that the state was not going to do jack shit about it.
Oh, what up, LT? Yeah, this is the one you sent
Mind
me.
you, this is a big Jesus guy.
Not as mad as I thought it would be.
Right? Big Jesus guy. Will not shut the fuck up about his religion. And I had like the 10 Commandments put on the Capitol ground, 10 Commandments in schools, Bibles in schools, just really weird shit. And how effortlessly he speaks about dehumanizing homeless people and the cruelty of it. I welcome the problems of a blue state.
You're welcome.
Even with the
dude, you're still here. Shut up.
That at least somebody gives a shit.
You do understand that we don't have to tolerate you. We could just, I don't know, ban you for just even being annoying. Like, we could ban you for that comment alone, but I'm not that guy.
Somebody tried. And maybe, hopefully, the city of Los Angeles will start to figure out and apply pressure to our national politicians. The number one cause of homelessness is poverty. We're the richest state in the world that hasn't raised the minimum wage in I don't know how long, couple of decades. And we don't even provide health care for people. So it's easy
or a pathway
from your lens to look at blue states.
Pathway to citizenship, pathway to actual health care.
And every party has problems when they govern. And then on the opposite end, this red state, just the dehumanization of people, the micromanaging of genitals, sex lives, bedrooms, etc. And so it's interesting to have this conversation with you because you've been footed in LA and I've been footed until recently in Oklahoma. So it's interesting to hear, my default setting complaints with red states. And then I hear you about mismanagement with taxpayer funds. And it's really unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just think that there's a lot of rot in both parties right now. I think one party is more dangerous than the other when it comes to civil liberties and our constitutional rights. There's no question about that.
Did I already cover where RFK Jr. said he snorted cocaine off of toilets? No. No, but we just did, because that's all I really need to say.
It's part of the reason why, in election after election, it's pick the lesser of two evils. But I want to break out of that. I really want to break out of that. I want to break out of this, like, oh, God, you have the establishment, Democrats, you have.
So she's going to support the candidate that HASAN supports too?
The DNC.
Seems like we're all in the same boat.
Essentially manipulating the most important part of the election process, which is the primaries. The primaries is where you get to decide who.
Jesus was light brownish. Was his name Yahshua Bar Yusuf in the Quran?
Represents you and what you want to see happen in this country.
I've never read it.
And,
I just know he's
it
in
became very clear to me, and I think most
he's a prophet, right?
Democratic voters who are paying attention, that the DNC has no interest in allowing a real democratic process to play out. Because in now several primaries, we've had them manipulate the process to the detriment of Democratic voters.
So the right-wing grift got too hot. Yeah.
Who, want to say.
That's why Nick Fuentes is even just like, I fucking hate this. I hate this shit. Ooh, we should watch that after this.
Over who their preferred candidate is. So I think that Bernie could have.
Give California back to Mexico. Oh, someone just watched the Mask of Zorro.
In 2016, I think the polling indicated that was the case. A lot of people who wanted Bernie for the Democratic nominee switched over and unfortunately voted for Trump. That is true. But rather than.
Poor Anna has to entertain the body politic. Yeah, because her take failed. Yeah, that's just
learn a lesson from that. The DNC decided to use that and weaponize that to, demonize, the progressive left. So I don't really have a lot of hope with the Democratic establishment. They're never going to change. They're never going to learn. They're going to keep trying to install mealy-mouthed losers.
You've tried to read the Epic of Gilgamesh,
like
and it's a tough read.
Jeffries, or
well, you know who likes the Epic of Gilgamesh? Nick Shirley.
Chuck Schumer. We need real leadership. Yeah,
Totally.
He's using it as his how-to.
And we need people like Mamdani who have a clear vision and are willing to fight for that vision, who aren't mealy-mouthed and
all I'm saying is if he doesn't actually, do some weird shit with his mom, he at very least sleeps with his mom in a bed with a pacifier.
just have that energy and that charisma that we need in the party.
Okay, the last one, had it or hit it, the United States of America.
Hit it. I still love this country. I believe in it. More than anything, I believe in the people of this country, even people who vote differently from me. I think that we have to work hard to have conversations that are uncomfortable. And I'm specifically talking about voters. But when it comes to people in positions of power, I've had it. And it's time to hit at them real hard and be unapologetic about it.
I think you're cool. You believe in shit. You talk about it. To all the listeners that want to dive in about critiquing and grading the progressive nature of people, this space, this podcasting space.
You don't clip it. We're going to use that.
Is a space for.
She said this space.
For us to share ideas and disagreements, and most importantly, our shared visions, which there are a lot more of than they're not. And so thank you for coming on.
God, I know she's an interior decorator. It's almost like I just want to be like, can you please?
And I really
need some help.
Enjoyed you so much.
Yes.
I love your show. Thank you so much for having me, ladies. I really appreciate it.
Wow, look at that. That was a whole lot of glazing.
Bro, I swear to God, nobody goes back and forth more than Nick Fuentes.
Why does he say it like that? Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes. Like, he enunciates way too much with
He is
this.
the
Nick
king.
Fuentes. Nick Fuentes. Not Nick Fuentes.
I'm going back, forth. Okay.
He, does a double O for his U.
Okay. And this is a great example of it here. So,
Fuentes.
So at the moment, and you're
Kyle Kulinski.
You're going to see the clip. He basically disavows being a white supremacist. He's like, I'm not, well, maybe not. He said, I think he says white nationalist is what he disavows. So slightly different there. But he says, I don't even think of myself as a white nationalist anymore. And he basically goes after his own audience and calls them idiots and losers. And he's sick of their shit. We've seen him in the past go after his audience. But right now, it seems like more of a breaking point, if you will. So first, let's start with this one. Nick Fuentes watched the Super Bowl halftime show, wasn't offended by it. Unlike all the other conservative douchebags who were, ginning up their fake outrage, like Megyn Kelly going full Karen mode and melting down and screaming over fucking nothing. So he was sort of put off by the fake outrage over that, right? And then he watched the TPUSA halftime show, and that's the thing that really put him over the edge into just being embarrassed of being a conservative. Watch this. Here we go.
We can't talk about it without also discussing the Kid Rock thing that was going on somewhere else.
Wait.
What the fuck was that?
All right, now this is funny. Hold on, I gotta move because Kyle always likes to take my spot. Dick. It's my corner. Knock Pep out of his corner, even though I'm respectful.
I mean, if that's the best we have to offer, honestly, I'm switching sides. If that's seriously, they said this is the all-American halftime show. God, family, and it's like, okay, if that's the all-American halftime show, I don't know, guys. We're losing them. We got to come up with something better because that was a tough watch. If it is a requirement to pretend to like that, to be like a patriot, I can't do it. I'm just telling you up front. I'm going to be honest with you. Full disclosure, I can't do it. I think I'd rather kill myself than pretend to like that. So you're telling me we're at the Super Bowl party with the normies, with the hoes, with the chuds and the we're at the Super Bowl watch party. We're having our taquitos. We're having our wings, pizza.
We already know what side Nick bats
in the
for.
big game. Everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, but he's also so like such a hateful asshole that he can't even like live a happy life within the community. You do understand that like the LGBT community would still accept him.
You're telling me we have
It would be like a rough go where he would definitely have to like do at least a small apology to her.
to
But
turn off the TV, or we have to switch the input. We have to go to the Rumble app
Catboy talked already. Yeah, I know.
and watch
So Destiny.
some AI ad about like alternative medicine.
Earthbag homies, what up?
And then we have to watch Kid Rock and this like generic country music. And we have to pretend to like this. We have to all be like, this is really good. She's really good. I'm not doing it. I can't do it.
At least he's got that.
Yeah.
Man, did you see like how there were like the whitest women dancing to that shit too when he was doing his like I'm a cowboy or whatever?
It sucks.
Or did he even do cowboy?
And you know, not for nothing, didn't we do this for the RNC? Isn't this just like our token celebrity? Didn't Kid Rock play the RNC? It's just like a freak show. It's like Amber Rose was there last year at the 2 years ago at the RNC.
Which, by the way, this is what the right does. If there's any celebrity who's left of center, who says some left of center shit, it's the Laura Ingraham classic. Hey, shut up and dribble, LeBron. You said some political shit. Shut up and dribble, right? The second there's anybody right of center who's a celebrity, oh my God, they come themselves. They come themselves like, yes, we got one. Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes, we love you so much. Thank you for joining us. Ronald Reagan was a shitty actor. Donald Trump was a shitty reality star. So they berate the left for being in tight with celebrities. Y'all motherfuckers elected 2 celebrities. Both Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. Okay? And then, I mean, shit, that it's slim pickings, too, on the right these days in terms of their, I mean, they got, like,
They got nobody. That's why they're so pissed, is because they do understand that the culture war has been lost because they have no culture.
Up stars from the fucking mid-90s that they
All right, I got to enjoy the rest of the stream. Got to work tomorrow. Have a good day at work tomorrow.
trot out.
I'll catch you later, LT.
That they say, please give us something that we can hold on to when it comes to support of us. And like Nick is saying, you got Kid Rock doing his thing. You got some country stars nobody ever fucking heard of.
What time is it?
Doing their thing.
Oh, shit.
What's the guy's name? I'm blanking on his name, but the dad of Angelina
I'll probably go to about 4:30.
Jolie, who's also an actor. And he's just
4 hours, 30 minutes.
like, he's just cooked. I mean, that dude, straight barbecue chicken brain, bro. I forget dude's name, but he's a well-known actor. And they trot him out all the time, even though he's like 86. He doesn't know where the fuck
John Voight.
he is.
John
Eastwood.
Voight.
They have Clint Eastwood in a monologue with a chair, acting like, oh, we sure own those libs, bro. No, it's a stupid, pathetic double standard. But by the way, I'm willing to make the agreement. You want to keep, hey, we'll keep the left-wing celebrities, get them out of the way. Right-wing celebrities, get them out of the way. Let's just do straight, serious man, political people, right? I'm willing to do that. But if we're going to open up the door to political people, then the right can't bitch when the left just has better, more well-known celebrities who like left-wing policies better. Like, you can't get mad. And that's the thing, is like, they're salty that we get like LeBron James, for example. Yeah. They're salty about that because they have nobody to counter that, right? Like, again, who are they going to trot out?
Excuse
the
me.
Fucking dude who played Hercules in 1997? Like,
yeah, Kevin Sorbo.
Nobody gives a fuck about that guy.
And I'm watching the show. I actually watch it this
No, nobody gives a shit about Kevin Sorbo.
afternoon. And I'm like, yeah, this is kind of like maybe a section of what we're about that is kind of going away, and maybe there's no bringing it back. I don't know. Is there anything kind of worth hanging on to there? It's kind of a rough thing.
All right, he's not done yet. Now he's going to start to berate his audience.
Even if you enjoyed it, I was hopeful you'd better articulate why a Latin halftime show celebrating their culture was unacceptable for an American sporting event as iconic as the Super Bowl.
I thought you were going to tell me something I already thought. I wanted to hear my opinion reinforced.
Oh, I hate the fact that he just made a really good point
The
there.
Super Bowl is in America. We mean England in America. Good point. Good point. I've heard this opinion 10,000 times this weekend, but I wanted to hear you say it harder.
Wow.
See, that's why I hate you. That's why I hate you people.
He really does. He really hates his own audience.
His audience.
In the same way that the I've Had It podcast ladies talk about how Trump is an old queen. That, like, in his heart of hearts, he just wishes he was, like, directing a Broadway show, right? Nick Fuentes, deep down, it's almost like a sad theater kid, right? Like, he chose this other...
Ben Shapiro's one of those. Fucking Tim Pool. He might not be theater kid, but he's definitely one of those ones that was not in the in group.
Out, and he's like, oh, I fucking hate all these people
Took that angst with him.
I'm in league with now. God damn it. God damn it. I want to be in fucking West Hollywood in
This ain't live.
assless chaps
What?
in a bar.
Yeah, it is.
With people who actually think like I do. There's a tinge of that in here, isn't it?
I don't like ugly, stupid freaks. I don't like ugly, stupid freaks. Here's why I don't like you people. Because, you know.
Wow,
so
he's
the
really
Super Bowl
going for
halftime
it.
shows in Spanish. Stop the presses. Call the National Guard.
But
Okay,
I will
fair.
say, though, Nick, I will say, you courted an audience of fucking white nationalists and white supremacists and people who like edgy shit about Hitler and like they're super far right. Did you expect them to like the halftime show in Spanish? Like that's where, like, I honestly, my take on it is your run-of-the-mill conservatives are faking their outrage. They don't actually care. They're just like the Daily Wire idiots don't actually care. They're just like, you know, going through the motions of, oh yeah, we're outraged. They're outraged by every fucking halftime show every year. But that's what they're doing. But the actual white nationalists, like the actual racists, of which there are many in Nick Fuentes' audience, that's his whole fucking audience, right? Did you expect them to like that the whole thing was in Spanish? Of course they weren't going to fucking like it, right? But I guess from Nick's perspective, he goes, I'm not just going to give you the thing you expect me to say. Like, I don't want to just say the thing that you want me to say. I'm not your puppet. I'm not going to dance for you, right? Like, I guess that's what he's thinking. But like, Nick, of course your fucking audience hates the all-Spanish Super Bowl halftime show. They're all racist. That's like
Nick
the
Fuentes
point.
just starts going fucking full. It's like, my last name, guys. It was there all along.
Of your show.
And they just start speaking Spanish the entire time.
Oh.
Everybody is saying exactly the same thing. It should be in English. The fuck? The country speaks English. The song should be in English. And okay, so we've all heard that. We all sort of agree. Okay, we all kind of agree. We've all heard that. Everybody tune into the show because they want to hear me say it, though. We all sort of agree.
Listen, say what you will. This is why millions of fucking, dipshit, right-wing, grifting, not even grifting, he's the grifter.
I heard that.
Because he's grifting you. He hates you.
And
but you're still going to be like, yeah, you know what? Nick Fuentes.
Tune into the show to hear me say it. The show should be in English. I think the show's in Spanish. That's not English. The show should be in English. And why? Why do you want to? You want to get up on the coffee table? Yeah, the show should be in English. I mean, like, why? I don't know. It's just so low IQ. I have been doing this for long enough in my life that I'm just sick of, I'm just tired of it. I'm sick.
He just hates his audience so much.
Of it.
He really does.
You know? You want me to get, so everybody could get up out of their recliner chair. You can get your fat ass up off the chair. Yeah.
Dude.
Whatever. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about any of it? All brought to you by beer and sports gambling. Here's your Goy Ball brought to you by gambling and Miller Lite. Goy Ball. Oh,
he actively despises the audience he cultivated for the past decade. He did it to himself. The saddest part is they don't treat him like, they don't try to troll him. They're not trying to actually piss him off. He's mad that guy was genuinely just be like, Daddy Nick, we need to hear your take, and I'm not really happy that you said, that you didn't condemn the Spanish in the Super Bowl because that's not for families.
Or to point, brought to you by. What is the?
And will he lose any of these chuds? No.
Gambling site.
Where else are they gonna go?
Brought to you by Dave Portnoy.
Once you get to him, where do you go?
Portnoy and DraftKings. It should be in English. It's like, I mean, come on already. Come on already.
It is, though. I will say, it is sort of like if you guys tune into me and you're like, do the thing about how you hate billionaires and fascists and warmongers. And if I was like, no, I'm not going to do that just because that's what I believe and what I would say. I'm not. How dare. It's like, Nick, this is what you signed up for, homie. This is what you signed up for. When you were the edgy young guy saying, actually, Hitler's really cool. He's really fucking cool, okay? He's really cool. This is what you signed up for. You signed up for a life of going, that should be in English. Why is it not in English? You should need to know that. Of course you know that. You're smart enough to know that. But then finally, and this is probably my favorite one. Here we go. Here we go. This is where he really lays it on thick.
The halftime show was in Spanish and all the performers were brown people. The message was this is what America looks like, a mosaic of Latin peoples. Clearly it was political. Clearly it was a middle finger to white people. Weird take. Are you even a white nationalist at this point?
Honestly, I don't feel like one anymore. I feel like, you know, do I want America to be a white country? Yes. I'm pro-white, but the movement has just been captured by losers and idiots. And I don't really, I'm kind of just done pandering. I fucking hate these people.
By the way, he says, no, I'm not a white nationalist, but do I want the country to be white? Yeah. This is what, so somebody super chatted into Kyle and Corn the other day, and he was a Nick Fuentes fan. And he basically said, like, stop saying that Nick wants to, like, mass deport all non-white people. That's a lie. You're lying about him. And what I said in response was like, bro, that's me being, like, really kind and steel-manning his white nationalist position, right? Because, shit, he's praised Hitler. I could say he probably wants to gas chamber these motherfuckers or lock them up permanently. But I was being overly kind by saying he at the very least wants to deport all the non-white people. And then here he is. He goes, no, I don't think I'm a white nationalist anymore. But do I want this to be
This is hilarious.
a white country? Yeah.
Panda Bear Nick is furry persona.
Okay, well, what does that mean? What does it mean to, quote, be a white country? What does that mean? Are black and brown people allowed to stay, but they have to become official second-class citizens? Like they don't get constitutional rights? Is that what it is?
Stop overanalyzing this, dude. You don't understand that he just says things. Like, he literally just says things. He doesn't believe any of it. Any of it. Any of it. I don't think this guy actually has a core belief at all.
Or is it deporting those people? Or is...
Except for just be a hateful weenie online and make everybody mad because that generates him clicks. Even though he doesn't seem to really care.
Him up permanently.
I don't get this guy.
Just because the color...
Honestly, I think that Nick has, like, a severe mental illness that's undiagnosed.
Their skin? I genuinely don't know. But none of it is good.
Because, like, the way that he pivots like this, too. This is, like, mania.
None of it is good. But this is what his own audience is also confused, right? Like, which is why that person super chatted in and said the most confusing shit in the world. Like, don't say that about Nick. That's not true. Well, then what the fuck is true about Nick? Tell me what his actual fucking position is. Because when I listen to him, he'll give me one on Monday and a second one on Tuesday, a different one on Tuesday, right? So maybe it's all just like, it's all a show. It's all a grift. It's all like, he's playing a role. He's playing a character. And every now and then, the mask slips, and he has moments like this because you guys infuriate him so fucking much because you're such predictable dipshits that he has to do this.
When I look at what...
He's a political shock jock, yeah.
The movement has become, like the kind of impulses that have captured it, it's just kind of depressing. And I've always been forward thinking, and I've always been heterodox, and I've always been progressive in a way, and increasingly I don't feel like I fit in with that anymore, you know? So no, I don't think I'm like you, because now it's turned into, it used to be the case that if you were against white genocide, if you're pro-white, if you're against immigration, like that is what it meant to be on our side. Now it's like you have to be a Republican culture warrior. I have to be spun up about the Super Bowl halftime show.
Nick, this is the logical endpoint of that mindset.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Like, if you're against white genocide, which is bullshit and totally made up, but like, yeah, the logical endpoint of that is you will throw a fit and a tantrum over a halftime show in Spanish. Like, of course. How did you not know that?
It's just so low IQ. It's so low
True.
IQ. It's so...
True. It is low IQ. That's for shit sure true.
Monotonous, so repetitive. You're screaming at the halftime show because it's in Spanish. Okay, I mean, am I supposed to do this performative outrage? Why?
That's what they want. That's definitely what they want.
I'm supposed to get up, out of my seat. Who gives a fuck? You know? So I just don't... No, I don't think I fit in anymore because, you know, I'm telling you this, we've reached a high watermark of that stuff. I've been doing this for 10 years. I was into this before it was popular, before it was mainstream, and now it's filled with a bunch of complete fucking idiots, and it's really just turned into signaling that you're a part of an in-group.
It's always been filled with a bunch of idiots. Yeah. Nick, come on, bro. You had to know all along. Granted, he got into this shit when he was like 14 or something like that, but you had to know.
His show's on right now.
Oh, it's not the brightest bulb.
Wait, Nix's?
Bulb's on the right. Right, dog? Right? I mean, fucking Donald Trump is He's the fucking standard bearer. The motherfucker never, he lies like
Off topic, what am I playing? I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
breathes. Right.
So if you haven't played that, start with Remake, obviously.
Right? Just the most, just constitutionally dishonest person ever. You
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4.
had to know this was
played
not.
that as well.
This has always been a low IQ movement. It always has been. He's starting to sound a lot more like Richard Hanania to me. Nick Fuentes is. For those of you who don't know, Richard Hanania was a white nationalist, was a far right character, and now he's become this like. He sort of like hates the right way more than he's almost like an elitist centrist Democrat now, where it's like he hates the right so much and thinks they're so low IQ that he just winds up somehow in league with Democrats. You know what I'm saying? And I think Richard Spencer went through a similar thing.
Yeah, Spencer totally did.
Where, you know, this is a guy who like reads and learns and knows philosophy.
He's just trying to get his audience to stop being so
And so-
annoying. Well, this is what you get when you have a bunch of fucking, backwards ass chuds as your main audience.
When he looks at what's become of the right, he's like,
Mystic Quest, nice.
I just want nothing to do with any of you because I think you're all the dumbest people in the country.
Excuse me.
And so in a weird horseshoe way, they come back around to the Democratic side, even though they probably still disagree with Democrats on like 60% of issues, right? And you kind of see it happening a little bit with Fuentes, but the difference is Fuentes, I don't know, he seems like his peak is higher than any of those other guys right now, and he's sort of the standard bearer for the Trump-critical Republicans in a way, but the further right Trump-critical Republicans. But stuff like this, like, you have to know your audience is going to, of course, be upset at a halftime show in nothing but Spanish. Even though, by the way, Nick's audience is like black and Hispanic fascists. Like, I'm not even kidding. There was a poll on it. He polled like worst among white people. Hilarious, but let's keep going.
And we're all going to have the same take, and we're all going to have the same opinion, and we're all going to say the same thing, and we're all going to engage in this elaborate performance. I don't know who it's for, why. We're all going to perform outrage. We're all going to perform and do the same jokes, and we're all going to have the same...
To be fair, what he's saying here it's so spot on about Megyn Kelly. Because
getting into VR gaming,
Megyn Kelly doesn't give a shit.
The last VR game I played was the Iron Man game for the Meta.
About the Bad Bunny thing. She may have even liked
it. Was on my nephew's, whatever you call it, the Oculus.
I did, but she just...
I almost puked.
Lying and pretending like she's outraged about it.
I don't know, man. I get that thing where it's like that split second and my brain can't, it can't get over it, so I just feel sick.
And yelling in Piers Morgan's face about it. And it is coming across as immensely insincere.
Talking points. And
yeah, he made fun of me for that.
I don't know. It's no longer interesting to me. It's no longer interesting. It's not funny.
Told me, and I quote, my nephew's 7. Unc, well, he doesn't call me Unc, but I'll just say, Unc can't hang. But he said literally the words can't hang. I was like,
it's not edgy.
You little shit.
It's really just become a drag. At one point, we were the trolls, and now we're the butthurt ones.
True.
There was a point in time when we were having fun and we were laughing and we were trolling and we were making jokes. And now our side are the biggest butthurt.
It's cute. I told him that I had it. Like, I was just like, I got your back, bud. Now he goes around telling everybody, he's just like, I got your back.
Of all time. The far right has become the biggest butthurt ever. Everybody's mad all the time. You can't make jokes. Everyone's moral about everything. Purity spiraling.
Yeah, right.
And people are, at the end of the day, people
being told by a 7-year-old who can't hang is that's a different level.
Don't even really have a vision for what the country should be. I mean, half the people complaining about the halftime show aren't even white nationalists. They don't even know what the fuck they are. They just have these grievances.
Shaping young minds.
They don't care if America... Do you think Megyn Kelly gives a shit if America's white or not? Megyn Kelly is bitching about it. Like, you think Megyn Kelly is based? Megyn Kelly's screaming, the Super Bowl should be unifying. It should be in English. You think Megyn Kelly's a white nationalist? She isn't.
Luigi is his favorite video game character, and he only knows that Uncle's favorite video game character is Luigi. He doesn't know why.
Just pandering to
even though I played Luigi before the Luigi thing.
Like, I don't know. This really bitter white resentment politics. And I've always said this. I want to imagine a better future. I'm actually a progressive.
It's a little different.
And this kind of like Oliver Anthony, Matt Walsh, like knuckle dragging, like bitter ass face thing. We're all going to be grumpy and mad. I've never been on board with that.
Hell no. Yeah.
I've always seen it as defeatist and fucking pathetic and basically just this big loser mentality. So, yeah, you know, the halftime show was in Spanish. Oh, I didn't know that. You're telling me for the first time. It's like, okay. The message was America is full of Latin people. Well, you know, it is. So, I mean, are we going to, or do we live in reality?
Oh,
I can play Beat Saber. That one doesn't make me feel sick.
the other white nationalists are going to have a field day with this.
I asked him if he had that. He looked at me.
It's because homie's last name
He's just like, Beat Saber's old. It's like,
is Fuentes. Isn't his dad, isn't he like a quarter Mexican? So now, I guess you switch sides. This is what the other white nationalists are going to say.
The message is America's full of Mexicans. Okay, America is like a quarter Hispanic. So, like, I don't know, like, get real. It was clearly a middle finger to white people. You know, I didn't really feel like that at all. It just, that message wasn't really there. But you see what you want to see, and you can go on fucking Oliver Anthony Island and be, I don't know, seething about it. But yeah, this whole halftime show, all these various events over the past 6 months, it's just like, get me out of here. I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here.
Bro's having a midlife crisis.
You know how far I got in Moby Dick? Call me Ishmael.
At,
that was it.
At what, like 28, 29, however old he is? He's like, fuck, I picked the wrong side. Why'd I snuggle up to the right? These motherfuckers are insane.
Why is Moby Dick a classic? Somebody brought this up. It was a really, really good joke. I forgot who said it, but they were just like, Moby Dick sucks.
Sufferable. That's exactly right.
It's an overly long book, and spoiler alert, the whale gets away.
That's exactly right.
I was like,
right, Nick.
Jesus.
That's exactly right.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
I love when classic literature is broken down to that, or it's just like, no, it's fucking stupid.
The American people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration.
I'm gonna play this. I need just 1 minute. Time for a bathroom break.
This is not a game, Secretary.
Stay.
I'm Attorney General. My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Oh, boom. Roasted. Man, she perfectly set her up with that one, huh? You had to know that, of course, she knew that she wasn't actually secretary. She just said that to set Pam Bondi up for that. And, of course, Pam Bondi being the absolute narcissist that she is, she couldn't help herself but to walk right into that. Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and my lord, if you guys haven't seen Pam Bondi's absolutely unhinged, psychotic Karen rant that she just dropped at her congressional hearing yesterday, you are in for a treat. I promise you that, because pedo protector Barbie was on one, lashing out at everybody, screaming at all the senators in the room, refusing to apologize for printing the Epstein victims' names unredacted in the files, and then demanding those victims apologize to President Trump. Absolutely insane. But we got all the best clips from the hearing here for you, and some of the funniest reactions I've seen from around the internet. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Yeah, let's jump into this and see what old Pam Bondi is up to. And in honor of Pam Bondi today, I put on my Pam Bondi tank top, because this woman is probably one of the most disgusting human beings in the world. Now, we're going to start out with the most unhinged, most out-of-control, psychotic Karen clip that I've ever seen, and we're going to break it down and talk about it as we go. All right, some real quick context what the hearing was about. Basically, so Congress could ask the Department of Justice under Pam Bondi why she's been such an abject failure regarding the Epstein files, why she's illegally redacted the names of pedophiles, and why they also broke the law in publishing the names of a bunch of victims. And we had to start with this clip because, again, well, just wait and see.
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump? All of you. I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50,000.
Yes, and then an absolutely psych.
The Dow's at what? 50,000!
Grant attacking everyone, screaming that they need to apologize to President Trump. I'm confused as to why, and she says there that President Trump is the most transparent president in American history, and she claims the reason why is because he's the one that released the Big E files. Well, no, actually, Donald Trump
I do love the fact that this guy's ex-MAGA.
didn't release the Epstein files. Don't you remember what actually happened? Yeah, he refused to release them. Your department.
My favorite meme right now is just like a dude getting in trouble with his wife, and she's just like, Todd, did you take the dishes out? Mary, the Dow is at 50,000.
Justice Pam Bondi refused to release them until Congress and basically Thomas Massey and Ro Khan forced you to release them. That's not called transparency. Now, that was absolutely ridiculous. It is. But then she goes into what is the most meme-worthy.
People are calling buying a rotisserie chicken a luxury. Oh, God.
It's going the most viral right now regarding this whole hearing. This bizarre...
It's one of Costco's best things is the fact that they have the consistent $4.99 rotisserie chicken.
Rant about...
But I see why, yeah, because actually at my other grocery store, they were selling them for $8 a piece.
The stock...
$8
market. Keep in mind, again, this is a hearing about her failures and...
I'll be here all week.
Handling
try the veal.
The files regarding a child sex trafficking ring, and this is the rant she ends up going on.
Make sure you tip your waitress.
How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000.
She didn't have it lined up. I just realized that she had to look at her notes.
I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000.
Hi. Your wife have cancer?
Right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ
Now we're in the in-between phase of waiting for her to go on radiation.
smashing records.
It's not fun. So the last week, she's been really sick from her last week of chemo.
Again, why is the Attorney General, whose job is to prosecute crimes, on a weird, bizarre rant about the performance of the Dow Jones and the S&P 500?
Actually, Golden Geek, that's what I swear, I already have that meal prepped for tomorrow. 2 cups of rice, break down the rotisserie chicken.
It's just,
yeah, I mean, I use sauces and some, spice because I like flavor.
It makes no sense. It's just straight out of like something bizarre you'd hear out of like Laura Ingram's mouth on Fox News when talking about the Epstein files. And again,
I'm a leftist, so I have to be careful when I say I eat soy sauce.
Switching to some bizarre rant about how good the stock market is. But here's the thing. What she's trying to explain is, well, it doesn't matter.
Soy sauce rules.
That Trump...
Just objectively, soy sauce rules.
And all his buddies are potentially pedos, and Trump's doing everything he can to protect files because, the stock market is currently pretty high. Well, let me show you a little chart because Pam Bondi doesn't understand the stock market to begin with, but
yeah, no shit.
We do. Let's look at this. So here's a little chart so you can understand why the stock market is currently as high as it is. It's not because the economy's good. It's not because we're in some boom. What it is we're in an
AI bubble.
AI tech bubble right now, much like you saw in the dot-com bubble. We don't know if it's going to pop or crash yet, but what we do know is the reason why the stock market is so high is because of this circular trading between the 6 to 7 biggest companies in America. And it all centers around this big push for AI. So here in the center, you have NVIDIA that provides all the actual chips, computer chips, and semiconductors and things that need to be produced for the other companies, same as AMD, same as Intel.
Need 2 sticks of RAM, you got $800.
What they do is they feed the hardware needed for companies like Microsoft or OpenAI, ChatGPT, to be able to run their...
Your cat died on Tuesday? Mega Lumber. What was your cat's name? Rest in. You don't need to say if you don't want to, but rest in peace, Mega Lumber's cat.
Systems. Okay.
Oh, poor baby. Rest in peace.
OpenAI. Microsoft provides the actual AI softwares. Then you have companies like Oracle that are providing the actual data centers.
Good kid.
And they are all
Miss Priss.
Essentially just
little Miss Priss
trading money back.
Rest in peace, little Miss Priss.
And forth in a big giant circle.
May you find my cat garden in Yeah, whatever Cat Valhalla is.
Officially propping the stock market up to look a lot higher than it really is. Not that that's really relevant.
They're playing with all mine
to the discussion anyway, because it wasn't relevant when she brought it up, but just a point to show how fucking stupid she is to begin with. Now,
I'm pretty sure that my old cat is like the St. Peter of like the cat heaven.
Keep going through some of the other best clips.
Want to know were there any underage girls at that party?
I'm so sorry.
Or any?
Yeah, I had a dog pass the first day of October.
Party that Trump attended with Jeffrey.
I know how it goes, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's the hardest part, pets, is the Rainbow Bridge. Yeah, but it is also there's something beautiful about spending that last moment with them and just realizing how many special moments you had with them.
This is so ridiculous.
I love the crickets.
And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents.
That is copywritten.
He is the most.
It's copywritten on his end. Why would you do that to me?
Transparent president in the nation's history.
Sorry, I just gotta do this for a second. There we go.
Yes, the most transparent president.
That literally spiked it right away.
In history, who required what? Oh, that's right. It required the House of Representatives to vote 427 to 1, and the Senate with a unanimous consent of 100-0 to finally
hear me out. Flavored boot polish. At this point, it'd be sold out like magic.
Force Donald Trump to actually sign.
The Golden Geek, nice.
And keep in mind, after that, they missed the due date twice, and they are still in contempt of Congress for not releasing the rest of the files. So I'm not sure where the transparency is there, Pam. All right, now a couple clips showing how Pam Bondi is officially the world's ultimate Karen. She is the Karen final boss.
Not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I did tell you.
You don't tell me anything.
Because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
God, who is she? The fucking Rock?
Committee will be in order. You're not even a
What's your name?
lawyer.
It doesn't matter what your name is.
You're not even a lawyer. Neither are you, apparently, lady, because I don't know what the hell you've been doing with your time as Attorney General, but it hasn't been arresting
She
anyone.
just goes full stone cold.
Prosecuting anyone for any crimes. It seems like
you could say your prayers. You could say your John 3:16.
Your entire
Well, Pam 3:16 says, "I just whooped your ass."
entire time helping protect files, and I'm not sure. I mean, I guess you could do that as a lawyer. But yeah, I don't think she needs
not too far off from what she did
to be criticizing anybody about anything. And again, if you thought that was bad, now let's watch her bitch about anti-Semitism to a Jewish congresswoman whose grandpa died in the Holocaust.
Dude, I love the fact that a right-winger's calling this shit out. Based.
Can't make this up.
I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Is Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
And just look at her smug face, guys, after that big of a faux pas, saying what she just said.
Covering for Nectarine Nero is a full-time job that does with double overtime that doesn't pay. Remember, no matter what, he's going to stiff them.
The committee will be in order. Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
The ranking member knows that. Can I get like 30 seconds back? Yeah, I've been. Balance took. I think the whole.
This anti-Semitism culture. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's why you're protecting the clients.
Ron Bondi.
Maybe. But Congressman Ballant got her back with one of the most hilarious roasts I've seen in a long time.
The American people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary. I'm Attorney General. My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Oh, boom. Roasted. Man, she perfectly set her up with that one, huh? You had to know that, of course, she knew that she wasn't actually secretary. She just said that to set Pam Bondi up for that. And, of course, Pam Bondi being the absolute narcissist that she is, she couldn't help herself but to walk right into that. Guys, quick message from our partners over at Tasty Gains Creatine Gummies. Guys, I'm super excited for their brand new product. Their kids.
Oh, man, they got gummies that can now give you fucking some kidney stones. Woohoo!
And now let's talk about the victims. Yeah, so a bunch of the...
No more powder. Get your kidney stones like a man with some creatine gummies. We got little bears. We even got ones that are shaped like little guns, because you know what? We can't have anybody feeling gay while eating some gummies.
16 victims were actually there.
Meanwhile, the guns look like dicks.
They're sitting right behind old Pam Bondi. And let's see some of those interactions, because, yes, if you thought Pam Bondi was going to keep it classy, at least around all these women that were raped by Jeffrey Epstein, that she's been helping protect the perpetrators of that, no. She decided to continue with the insane shit that she's been saying all day. Now, Bondi first started out the congressional hearing with these comments, and then things spiraled a little out of control from there.
As you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves.
Pam Bondi is a fake person? Are you saying like she's AI, or are you saying like she's just fake?
I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims.
Yes, fighting for victims. That's what Pam Bondi is absolutely known for. But she wanted to make sure everybody knew who she was there for, the victims, until a little bit later. And then just a little bit later, Pam Bondi was asked to apologize to the victims for printing their names out unredacted in the files. And let's see if she did.
Around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level.
And so, no, Pam had zero interest to turn around and apologize. She did actually decide to just laugh at them instead. And then another question about her handling of the files for the victims. Let's see her response here.
Because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies.
Your time is up.
Forward.
Yeah, there we go. Now, you guys, you would think the Trump administration, and by extension of Donald Trump, this looks so bad. I mean, this is not an attorney general.
No.
This woman is a complete...
No, and the fact that people in MAGA were celebrating her, it's comical. Like, that shows you that they don't know how to conduct themselves in a professional way, and that's why they love Trump. They love all this shit.
Complete disaster. She's a complete joke, and she's getting...
And if this is where we're gonna go as a country, where it's just like you don't get past your sixth grade impulses, then what are we doing?
Calls from every side of the aisle to be fired. Even MAGA, for the most part, is calling for her to be fired. That's how bad it is.
Yeah,
so let's get to some
did a really bad job.
Responses. All right, we're going to start first with, again, the victims who were right there and see what they thought about Pam Bondi's hearing.
Survivors cried. We stood there and we almost felt like embarrassed that we even stood up and she couldn't turn around and apologize to us. And I think right now, the whole room is pretty much laughing at her. She has become a circus act.
Well, it's not just the whole room that was laughing at her. It's the whole...
I'm playing Shadow of War right now. The orcs have more pleasant personalities than Pam. Shadow of War is great.
That's laughing at Pam Bondi. And again, that's one of the victims who was...
Shadows of Mordor is just...
there for the hearing. And so, yeah, I would say those are supposed to be the people that we're getting justice and accountability for. And if they feel that way about Pam Bondi's performance...
This regime is about to collapse. I mean, they really have overplayed their hands in every way. The thing is, that flood the zone thing, they thought that they would just be able to flood the zone and people would just move on and legitimately forget about all the other shit. They didn't understand that it's like, yeah, this is going to go to court, that you're going to have to deal with all these repercussions, and public perception might not be like in agreement with you.
Kind of says a lot. Now, I want to show you again that even people hardcore MAGA even want Pam Bondi fired as well. This guy's one of the most over-the-top...
A reaction to a reaction to a reaction? Yeah.
Trump.
We call it streamception.
Pimping shills on the internet, and let's see what he had to say.
Still support Pam Bondi? You are insane. Here's a picture of the Epstein victims while she's testifying in front of Congress, and they're asked a question. Raise your hand if you feel like Pam Bondi is protecting the people who abused you. This picture is exactly why she should get fired.
Okay, so yeah, if people like that are calling for old Scam Bondi to be fired, not sure what's really going on here. I think
He's
one of
even
the
calling her
biggest
that now?
problems
All
for
right.
Trump now is that people like Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have seen the files. They know everything that's in the files, including shit that's probably very, very incriminating against Donald Trump. And so now kind of stuck in a little bit of a rock in the hard place. How do we throw Pam Bondi under the bus and not have Pam Bondi turn and say everything, while she still knows everything about the Trump administration's involvement in the files? Rock in a hard place, I think. All right, more reactions. Some more hardcore MAGA. Let's see what they think. Yes, Kyle Rittenhouse
They lost Kyle.
says
They lost Kyle Rittenhouse.
Pam Bondi needs
What?
to resign, with a hilarious meme that says,
What?
"Sir, we've lost Rittenhouse."
Sir, we've lost
All right,
Rittenhouse.
now let's look at some funny reactions, because of course there's memes and comedy out there.
To watch Pam Bondi's staff
Bro.
reaction.
Yeah, this is hilarious. I did this while we were watching it live. I was pointing out, I was like, look at her aid.
President in American history, and if they could maintain their composure, this isn't a. You should be talking about what does the Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan.
I love this one because
She
it's an
couldn't
actual Pam
believe she just
Bondi
pulled that
staffer who's looking around going, holy fuck.
Fuck,
This woman I work
man,
for
hey.
is legitimately a fucking idiot.
Bondi is a stupid fucking cunt, and I hate that bitch. Pam Bondi, fuck you. Pam Bondi, I hope you go to
Yeah.
fucking jail. Pam Bondi, I hope you go to fucking hell after. Fuck you, bitch.
Well, that's pretty much how
Hey, you
America
know what? I'm glad that I wasn't the only one using some excessive swearing
feels,
yesterday.
but she was getting it from all
Holy
different
shit.
angles.
You are a disgrace to the American people. You protect pedophiles who systematically rape children.
What's my impression of Pam Bondi testifying in front of the House? Absolutely not. There is no evidence of
God.
that.
As an impressions guy, you are nailing that cadence.
The president has been so transparent.
All right, that last
Transparent. I actually can take a hint from her.
it's a great impression.
Yeah.
One of the things I think Pam Bondi isn't thinking about, because currently she's being
This is the most transparent.
protected by Donald Trump, so
I'll work on
obviously she's not going to get prosecuted for anything, even though she's lied
Yeah, no, dude, nothing's gonna happen. This sucks.
under oath
We live in such a shit, like just the worst time to ever exist. It's
with multiple.
dude, billionaires that like committed the worst crimes imaginable are about to get away with it just because I got friends in high places.
Times we know what she did with redacting perpetrators' names in the
Yeah, I know it's not the song.
files was also against the law. So she may think that she's
You know what's sad
got nothing to
is when they like play that shit and they're like LARPing as a working man.
worry about, but she may forget what history says about attorney generals. See, if you go back to Nixon and Watergate, what you find out is that, yes, America will.
Wait, interesting comment. Eric rules. I'm full on with MAGA, but this whole thing with Bondi is the first W for Democrats, unfortunately. Wow.
Impeach a president.
Really? You think that she like just fucked up that bad?
Force them to step
All
down
right.
through some massive controversy like that.
I appreciate your candor.
But there will be accountability. And do you know who did get arrested during Watergate? It wasn't Nixon, but it was his attorney general, John Mitchell. Yes, John Mitchell was the one who was arrested and put in prison, tried for his involvement in the Watergate scandal.
Yep.
So I think it's just a matter of time. If I was Pam Bondi, I would be shaking in my boots looking at 2026 and even into 2028, because I have a feeling if Democrats take the House, Senate, and then eventually the presidency, they're going to actually go after these people. And they're actually going to prosecute people like Pam
Yeah, it ain't gonna be like those fucking Jan 6 trials.
Bondi and Kash Patel for their involvement in
And they're gonna be smart about it too. They're gonna do some of it through the Fed, but they're gonna prosecute a lot of them through states.
this. They've already
So they can't escape charges.
shown they're willing
We've learned already. Like that's the thing. We learned
to do it. I mean, they went after
hopefully
everybody that was involved in January 6th. So unlike Pam Bondi, the other political party will actually arrest
all of them are going to defect to Israel.
People.
Yeah.
And so Pam.
And then the rapture.
Pam, I think you should enjoy your last 2-3 years of freedom. It's not looking good for you past that. And then finally, we all know Nick can be all over the place with his takes, but I think he fucking nailed this one.
Ooh.
And I think everybody should see this.
Nick Fuentes. We get another Nick Fuentes. Oh.
Because I think this is really what we're going to see play out.
So I'm telling you, this Epstein thing, this is the albatross. This is the rotting, infected wound in the center of the Trump movement. It is going to kill it.
Yep.
Slowly, and I cannot wait. Cannot wait. I hope the Epstein scandal costs them the midterms.
It will.
I
no notes.
Hope it allows Democrats to impeach and indict and subpoena every member of this Trump government.
No notes.
It will.
And I hope that this goes on until 2028. And I hope that this piece of shit Trump administration.
No, this was weird. I agree with
him.
What's happening?
Brings down J.D. Vance with it. I fantasize about the Trump administration being a burning building and J.D. Vance is chained to the
Quit making sense, Nick. No.
mattress and he's going to burn with it. I
wasn't prepared for this.
Cannot fucking wait because it couldn't happen to a more deserving person.
It sucks. Yeah, it sucks when you agree with a literal fucking Nazi
and group of people than these.
What the fuck?
That's one of those.
Yeah, that's weird.
Across the aisle, people are going to go, well, I agree with Nick on that one.
Yeah, that's
for sure. I mean, again, like I said, there is
I'm across the aisle from Valhalla, so
accountability. Maybe never any accountability for the people.
Although he's as politically homeless as your average leftist now.
The perpetrators and the pedos and the files, but there will
Cassandra. No, you're fine.
Be accountability for this Trump administration,
Hope you're doing well.
Department of Justice and FBI and what they've done with this. I am 100% confident that once the Trump administration loses power, it's going to get ugly.
Yeah, it is.
Billions of pages of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, providing more information on the convicted sex offender's crimes. Among the files, claims bodies are buried near Epstein's Zorro Ranch in Santa Fe County. Tonight, the state land commissioner demanding an investigation.
I'm going to keep asking questions and keep poking around until I get an answer.
Those coming from an anonymous email in 2019 addressed to a local radio host.
Aaliyah Chavez spoke with him and has the details of that email.
Yeah, Doug, Shelley, we're also hearing tonight from the Attorney General's office, who says it takes these allegations seriously.
Jesus.
But needs
the fact that a cop was the one that recognized this, where he was like, is that an incinerator?
More information to do something about it. Eddie Aragon says it was early in the morning in November 2019 when he got this email from someone claiming they were a former staffer at Zorro Ranch. Writing, "Did you know somewhere in the hills outside of the Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex."
I got the email. I was startled.
The emailer says they had 7 sex videos, including some with minors, but never actually sent the footage, asking Aragon for digital currency Bitcoin.
Approximately at that time, Bitcoin was worth...
His slurring of words and pronunciation is getting worse. He's expiring right in front of our eyes in real time.
$8,000.
What do you mean? I'm doing such a good job.
Wanted to exchange 1 Bitcoin for...
Why are we still talking about this Epstein stuff? I don't know, but you know what? I didn't fall asleep. I'm not sleeping like Joe Biden.
Aragon says he didn't know what to do with the email, so he sent it to the FBI.
I've since referred to the FBI on a number of other things, and I've never heard back from them on anything.
Fast forward 6 years later, the DOJ released Aragon's email as part of the Epstein files.
Matters. I think that New Mexicans need answers. I think the victims need answers.
That's what prompted New Mexico Public Lands Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richard to send this letter to the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney's Office Tuesday, asking them to thoroughly investigate this disturbing allegation regarding the referenced burials.
We need to get to the
Dude, this took a turn.
Bottom of really what happened in New Mexico.
She says she
And this was the one that they were saying, yeah, we're not sure how believable it is, but now Zorro Ranch seems like it's going to be ground zero for digging up some bodies.
was horrified to learn in 2019
Holy
that
fuck,
our
man.
state was still leasing lands
So we going to charge anybody at that point?
around Zorro.
When we actually find some fucking, like, at that point, can we charge everybody? Because then it's not just accusations?
Ranch.
The fuck? Why are we playing these games? They all need to go. They all need to be locked up on the same fucking boat and just, I don't know.
Epstein's company.
Is that an iceberg?
Canceled the leases at that time.
Whoopsie.
A month after Epstein killed himself
I mean, just to use the code word for what Jeffrey Epstein would use for when, somebody died in his presence.
in jail.
Oops.
The land around the mansion
Or no, his was whoops.
totals around 1,200 acres and hasn't been.
Guys, you should feel so fucking uncomfortable with what I'm saying right now because every word of what I'm saying is fucking true and it has been verified in these Epstein files. So I don't want to hear another fucking word about, oh, that's just speculative. Nope.
Been leased out since.
We're thinking to possibly turn it into.
No. The billionaire cabal that you thought were eating babies and doing all that shit, here it is. But you're somehow, some way trying to fucking deflect from it because you just happened to do that thing where you saw Trump. You needed to support the guy. And then you at one point went, yeah, he's got my lifelong devotion.
To a memorial.
And then you heard all this and you're like, that ain't him.
To honor the victims or as some kind of wildlife sanctuary, perhaps. So that's what we're thinking for that land.
Attorney General Raul Torres' office responding to Garcia Richard hours later with this letter. As we understand it, the allegations appear to be unsubstantiated, it says, going on to say they will work to obtain the original files. Once such information is obtained, our office will review it to determine whether any further action is warranted and, if so, the appropriate next steps.
To my knowledge.
Yeah, this is the easiest one. They say there's bodies, go look for them bodies.
No investigation has taken
How in the fuck we still playing games like this?
place thus far. It doesn't sound like anything is going to be taking place very soon.
The commissioner says she's ready to offer all state land for investigation, but can't do anything about the ranch since it's privately owned, bought by new owners and renamed. Aaliyah Chavez, KUAT Action 7 News.
We asked the U.S.
Breaking tonight, the FBI is increasing its reward for information leading up to the location of Nancy Guthrie to $100,000 from $50,000. They're also revealing new details about the suspect, calling him a suspect, describing him as a 5'9" to 5'10" male with an average build, wearing a 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker backpack. Fox News at Night anchor Tracy Gallagher joins us from outside Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona. Good evening, Trace.
I gotta say, man.
First time we heard.
Sagar brought this up, and he made a good point where it's just like, wait, we live in this surveillance age, and that's all they got?
That word, suspect, and very specific now.
Thank you for the $5, man.
After $65. Maga, the real Ka'abel playing 4D chess with this fake Ka'abel decoy.
I love how she mispronounced that. Thank you, Bandit, for the $5. Here we go. We got the pup getting his little bits here, and we'll continue this.
Looks like they used some video analysis and of the height and weight based on what we saw.
Maga.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. That's probably the reason, Brett, that white tent was out front, because they went in, did some measurements, and then several hours later, we have the first statement from the FBI all day. The FBI is also fascinated by this new video that TMZ obtained. It's about another person, Brett, who's actually trying to open a gate, and at one point, he's wearing two separate backpacks. And it seems odd because this is almost the same time of morning, on the morning that Nancy Guthrie disappeared, except it was 5 miles away, and the FBI is talking about a possible correlation if it might be the same person. Well, the timeline doesn't work out because the Sheriff's Department told us that the Ring camera, the doorbell camera here, was disabled at 1:47 in the morning. The video of the new person 5 miles away was taken at 1:52 in the morning, and so it's impossible for that person to disable the doorbell here at Nancy.
So you're telling us that the FBI jumped the gun again and almost ruined another guy's life? Cool.
Guthrie's house, and then 5 minutes
Fucking
later,
Cash
to be
Patel.
able 5 miles away.
Holy fuck,
But
he has made that.
TMZ
He's made
is
that
saying,
agency
saying they believe that the FBI thinks that it was 2:12 in the morning that the actual doorbell video here was triggered. And if that's the case, it would have given that person 5 miles away about 18 or 19 minutes to get here, which brings more intrigue to the whole investigation on whether there is any connection at all. It also brings up why the FBI, the sheriff's office, are now asking residents within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's home to kind of submit whatever video they have, video of cars on the street, cars driving by, people driving by, anything they believe is out of the ordinary that might help this investigation. And they want that video to be taken between January 1st and February 2nd.
Jesus.
Interesting on the second.
Jesus.
Date because
this was the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie?
It's a day after.
Man, and this is just like the ones that like the rich buy their fucking family. Oh, god damn.
Guthrie.
Shut up. I never want to hear about this not taxing the rich bullshit, dude. For real.
Yeah, and we've had obviously a lot of experts on our air all the
You know how much more we pay in taxes, like comparatively to these people? This is insane.
time. James,
look how much property they have.
Gagliano talking about what you're saying, this call for action from the public. Take a listen.
All right, 420.
This is the exact antithesis of a cold case. Public interest out here in the Tucson area is through the roof. And I think that there are so many leads coming in now. Each day we learn new developments, and that is advancing the investigation step by step. Remember, I've said all along, this case is going to be solved with the help of the public.
And they've got new video of the backpack putting out, trying to get specifics about that backpack. And, you know, Trace, to your point, asking for help, we now
quit smoking in cigs in December 2024. Congratulations, but didn't stop puffing. That's the same here, brother.
Sort of a timeline.
I have been off smoke since I was 24 years old. I'm 39. You do the math.
And you piece it all together, even when the pacemaker goes offline. And one would think investigators are mapping that all out.
If the pacemaker's offline, that's not good.
Time, second by second.
Yeah. And I think it's important to also note, Brett, that when you talk about this timeline, this is the Sheriff's Department timeline. Remember, the FBI says there's no timestamp on the video that they went into the cloud and they dragged out of it, right? Rebuilding this video, there's no timestamp. So it's very possible that this video up on the porch behind me, taken on February 1st, wasn't.
ICE agents can outrun most vegetarians. I got a video for you.
In fact, taken at 12 minutes after 2 o'clock in the morning. And that would kind of open up the possibilities here. And that's why they want more video from these neighbors and residents around here, Brett, to try to piece this puzzle together. They could use a break, Brett.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
Let's not. And say we didn't. Where is it? Hold on. I got a clip here for this guy since he was just like, an ICE agent can outrun any vegan. Uh-huh. ICE agent. Where the fuck is it? They got everyone but the one I'm looking for. We got the ice guy falling on ice. We got the ice guy chasing the guy on the bike. But I want the one with the runner. What the fuck? Runner? Wait, ice agent falls chasing runner. Ah, here it is. It's outside Broadview, that's why. Even status quo. This is hilarious. Yeah, tell me how much they can run, by the way. Look at how, like, this guy's doing a light jog, and this guy's a vegan. Since he made that little comment. Let's go, Tommy! Let's go, Tommy! Ah! 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 Put my muscle! Ah! Ah! Dave! Dave, keep going! Ah! Dave! I'll be alright, Dave! You keep going! Peace, homies. I love it. I'm gonna watch that one more time. That's so fucking funny. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. Oink, oink, oink. Oink, oink, oink. Come on, piggies, run faster. Oink, 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 oink. Whoa, piggy fall down. Go, go, go. Oink, oink, oink. Oink. I can literally watch that one over and over and over. That's fucking incredible. You know what? Fuck it. One more time. And give that a like. We're coming. Look at this guy. He's not even, he is sprint. He's doing a light sprint. Huh? Huh? My, oh my god, oh my god. Go! Go! All right. All righty. Like I said, that was fun. Thank you. Thank you.
So if you thought after 1 year and a month of Donald Trump 2.0 that there was no way Donald Trump and his administration
The gravy seals
could find new ways to humiliate themselves.
I almost got him. Didn't you see, Cletus?
And by extension, us, the people of this country in the process, Pam Bondi proved you wrong yesterday. And
how's that ankle?
That with the Trump administration, there is always a new low to achieve. Watch.
I am reclaiming my time, and when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Chairman, the gentlelady has reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing
Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to reclaim your time.
Madam Attorney General,
because I don't like it.
Mr. Chairman,
I don't
will you explain to the witness that he does
it?
reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Yeah, that's actually how that works.
If they're not privileged,
quiet.
Don't.
Mr. Chairman, regular order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in
point of
order. There was no question
Shame on
asked.
you.
This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Dude, that shit, that fucking burned.
I have
That
no
was rough.
words. But that performance, in this instance, it wasn't me. That performance was so bad that while it was aimed at getting Bondi
I mean, we got somebody in here that was just like, I'm MAGA, and I think Pam Bondi's fucked.
out of some sort of proverbial doghouse she must be in with Donald Trump, who's called her weak and ineffective, according to the Wall Street Journal, it is unlikely to reverse the negative views that the American people have about the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein files. Remember, 81% of Americans, based on polling over the summer, think Donald Trump is hiding something. There's more recent numbers. 52% think Trump is covering up
All right,
Epstein's
I'm speeding
crimes.
her up. She's a little
Americans
slow.
believe that there's something in there. They've been told to believe that. 50% believe that
And now
Trump
she's
was
slower.
involved in the crimes Epstein is accused of, and just 29% disagree. John Heilman is back. Heilman, this polling has gone from, over the summer, 81% thought Trump was somehow involved in keeping these secret. Now
The circus is
there are
good.
people who think Trump is
You never
involved
see-
in
if
the
you've never seen it, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. It's good coverage of the first term.
crimes. I mean, that is taking a sort of a guilt by association, where it was a mystery that we talked about every day. Why isn't he releasing them? So now that they're out, you've got a majority of Americans who think that there's some proximity to the crimes.
They're hiding something.
And
Ooh, chucker.
this is a political calamity.
The internet was a mistake.
That Pam Bondi seemed, whether wittingly or unwittingly, to be determined to make worse.
Somebody coded their life away so some guy could type away into a random political chat under the name Pooh Chucker 2007.
Well,
Like I
that's
said.
that's right, Nicole. In some ways,
Not saying I don't love it. It's just
the same.
Some nerd totally wasted his life.
Story, except that every time we
I get to laugh.
escalate from one level to the next, it makes Trump look guiltier because, the facts on the ground, the story that we've been telling this entire time through Epstein, the question we've been asking has been, Donald Trump is acting like a guilty person. What is he hiding? We don't know. We all would say he's not been accused of any crimes. We don't know what's in the Epstein files, but he's acting it like a guilty person. But we'll wait and see when we start to see the files, if we start to see the files. And the more that we see the files, the more we see Donald Trump's name is in these files in thousands of references in the 3.5 million documents that they just released.
It's not politically beneficial for the admin to show humility and empathy in these situations. They will more than likely double down.
He's in there. The number
was
is
just like
in the tens of thousands of times. We don't know how often it's in the
when your
redacted
tongue
versions.
trips
There have
down
been
the
some
stairs.
Democrats who've seen the unredacted who say it's way larger, a much larger number.
Trump is guilty, so is Clinton. Yeah.
And all of that doesn't get to the $2 million.
Won't find any arguments here.
That the DOJ still has not put forward. So the notion that the deeper we get into this and the more that we learn about it, the more we see Trump's name in various ways. Again, not so far incriminating of having committed any crime or done anything wrong, done anything legally wrong, but the reality continues to be worse and worse for him because it begs the question in a louder and louder voice. Why are these 2 million documents still not being released? Why is his former personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, saying that the investigation is now over and there will be no more documents, even though we know there are 2 million more? Why? All of those whys, with each turn of the screw, with each turn of the crank, the picture gets darker for Donald Trump, even though there's been no direct evidence adduced that he's committed any kind of crime.
They got to cut the ego and take the L on the chin. That will be the only way to potentially start the recovery.
With any underage
good luck.
girl. And Pam Bondi, not just in that performance, but going all the way back to the initial Pam Bondi performance, not the time when she went on television.
Dude, he's the fucking president, and you guys are obsessed with Biden, and you are obsessed with Biden. Shut the fuck up. Quit being a disingenuous little asshole, and just understand, people are going to judge the president, especially when he's such a fucking, centerpiece of everything in our lives. He literally, dude, on the shitter, he moves markets, which you sit there and think, oh, he is a god who can move markets while he poos. Meanwhile, the rest of us, sensible types are just like, oh, shit, that's not good.
Said that she had the Epstein files there on her desk, which invited all those right-wing influencers into the White House and said, we're going to release all these files. All the information is going to come out. She is the proximate
Yes, Timothy, I'm so triggered.
cause, not the deeper cause, because the deeper cause goes way back to Jeffrey Epstein and his associates, but she is the proximate.
How did Trump's dick taste? I mean, you must have been the last one since you have all this gusto in you right now. So you must have just gotten out of the bathroom. How long did it take for you to do you put his fat rolls on top of your head while you're trying to do the little hold on, Daddy Trump, hold on.
Proximate cause of Donald Trump's biggest political liability throughout this entire term
Hope you had her knee pads.
so far. And everything she does, as you said, wittingly or unwittingly, is only making it worse because she seemed utterly hysterical yesterday on Capitol Hill, as even the right pointed out on multiple
You missed something, though. You got a little orange. Just so you know.
occasions yesterday.
Can't even see it, but I know.
Let me bring into our conversation the publisher of The Bulwark, the host of the Focus Group podcast, Sarah Longwell. Sarah, I keep thinking of
pumpkin face
the things they've done since they have been back. And
Pecker munchers.
What they've done since they've been back is that
You win.
Bondi's deputy, Todd Blanche, went and met with a convicted child
Yeah, you eat jerky there, Timothy. I can do that too.
sex trafficker. And these are
You're
some of the
gross.
things that Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of doing, participating in the sexual abuse. One of the survivors said she took off her underwear. These were girls who were raped. That is the textbook definition, regardless of what Megyn Kelly says about age. That is the legal crime of
Biden was a puppet on a single string.
child rape.
Sure.
That's what pedophiles do. These are pedophiles.
I think he was literally passed out for 98% of the presidency, so whatever.
And you've got, again,
You guys, you're the ones demonizing this guy to the point where it's comical, where we're just like, you understand that your whole be all end all evil mastermind was the guy who couldn't even win a debate against a fucking halfway there Trump. Like, yeah, dude.
And wittingly or unwittingly, you've got Todd Blanche who cozied up to her.
God forbid you actually find someone who can speak in complete sentences.
Went and met with her.
Oh, fuck. Then you're really fucked. Oh, and actually with sincerity. And, you know, that was my problem with Kamala.
He met with her. She was moved to a low security prison.
You get someone that can speak like Trump. Oh, fuck. You guys are so fucked if, like, we actually get somebody that, like, you know, can communicate the same way and just be like, oh, yeah, these guys fuck them.
She broke one of the programs where at that low security prison, they train puppies, but you're not allowed to have a sex offender around a puppy because a puppy is viewed as vulnerable, and sex offenders aren't allowed to be around vulnerable people or creatures. They're breaking all of these systems since they've been back in office to do what? What do people think is behind all of the contortions when it comes to the Epstein files?
All right, well, let me tell you something. So this is the Epstein administration because there are two types of people in it. There are people who are in the Epstein files, and there are people who are covering up the Epstein files.
Yeah.
There's nobody else in this administration that is not in one of those two buckets. But I have been hearing from voters now for a long time. You know, we've been listening to voters talk about Epstein. And one of the reasons Trump is so vulnerable on Epstein is because it goes to a central mythology of Trump, where Trump is the kind of person who is supposed to be above the elites that don't tell you things. Trump is like, no, I'm going to tell you if there are aliens in space. I'm going to tell you if there was a second shooter.
Oh, he was totally covering up for his friends, too.
On
like,
the grassy knoll. Like, I am here to uncover
Lock buying up, too.
all the conspiracy theories that you have ever been wondering about, that those elites, that those people have been hiding from you. And so the voters are genuinely confused as to why this guy who they thought was going to be sort of their advocate to uncover all the unseemly business of these global elites, why he now seems to be engaged in a cover-up. And they know now, like, what I don't understand is this is sort of the opposite of what you do in a crisis PR situation. Like, the rules of crisis communications is you tell it all, you tell it fast, and you tell the truth, and you try to get past it. They are making this bigger, I think, than it even had to be for them, the way that they are dripping this out. I mean, as John was just pointing out, everything that is so explosive that we've heard is like, there's still 3 million more files to see. That means this is what they've been willing to show us so far. And the way that she behaved yesterday, now look, the voters are not watching congressional hearings, but I gotta say, I don't understand the mode of going in there and behaving like a lunatic that is obviously going to raise the specter. Like, SNL is clearly going to do a skit about that this weekend. Those clips are going to be everywhere. It took it from what could have been sort of a sober hearing in which she behaved like a normal human being, acknowledged the victims, you know, gave us some information, but instead she behaved like a crazy person. And now voters are much more likely to see it as a result of that, and much more likely to continue to not understand what they are hiding. I've watched the evolution with Trump voters from, wait, I'm mad that Pam Bondi's not releasing the files, or I don't know what's going on, to what is Trump doing? Trump is covering something up. Like, they are getting increasingly agitated by the lack of information, and it's starting to move not just from Bondi, but to Trump himself.
Yeah, my stepmom, like, my stepmom is, like,
it's the lack of
hardcore
humanity
MAGA,
against
and she's
the
pissed.
survivors who have
Like, she does not understand why he keeps playing the games, and honestly, I think that he lost a supporter in her. Like, she's now part of, like, oh, well, I like what the Republican Party's doing, and I like some of his policies, but I don't like him. It's like, okay.
No political leanings, right? They go down
Does
there
that
and they meet
mean
with
much?
Republicans as well. And they say that the Republicans are nice to them in private, but they won't do anything in public. So the survivors are not going to be easily smeared by whatever efforts. And I think that's why you've got all sorts of MAGA figures, Tim Pool and Eric Erickson, breaking with Pam Bondi today.
Yep.
It's just a tweet that said this. It's like, it's crazy on 2025 to pull bitches. You literally have to be like a millionaire, 6'7", drive a Lamborghini, and like that's who, like, you know what I mean, like, and be white to go after tall, rich, famous men. And what do we get? The women, they're just. They can't even cook a hot pocket.
Mind you, this man is married, has multiple kids.
It's like, and that's why once you have sex with them, once you come to your senses, right? After you nut, you're like, you're just a bunch of holes. And that's really sad, because then it devalues women. So then your view of women becomes so low, because women really are just a bunch of holes today.
So this is a married man, again, with a trad wife for a partner.
Dumb bitch, please. I'm trying to, like, God damn it. Being such a fucking whore. I'm like, literally like, oh, hey, you know what? Get out a couple beers. Oh, why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? You know what? You're a fucking whore, bitch. And you need to shut the fuck up. How about that?
Wife and kids, eh?
Because when I talk to you the truth, you become a fucking whore, and I don't want to be around you. And how about this? Shut the fuck up, because I'm your husband, and I'm trying to support you and be your husband. This shit. So fuck you, honestly, from my bottom of my heart. Fuck you, bitch.
There was recently a giant drama involving some of the biggest political figures, some not so much, but trad wives.
Oh.
And people like Nick Fuentes, and
This
it
is
just blew up
fun.
all over Sarah Stock's face after Elijah Schaefer cummed on it. She's a married woman who's a trad wife. She's a pretend trad wife. And she was caught having a giant affair. She made her husband wait till marriage, and it turns out she was throwing it back for a raging alcoholic with a decent YouTube channel.
I mean, that's kind of sexy.
Milo Yiannopoulos, a man who came back after getting his veneers done and realizing it's a mistake to be gay. He decided to out every straight couple he can find. So I'm going to just read through some of this and play some videos because it's not hearsay. They've admitted to the infidelity and cheating on their partners in audios, and they're actively getting divorced. It gets nasty, real nasty. Milo says, I'm in touch with life.
Eric Danskin.
I told him to get off the internet
for Danskin. Thank you for the follow. For
weeks and go to rehab. People say he's an alcoholic. It's better for everyone to
simulcasting. Fun.
Just rip the Band-Aid off. So I'll share with you over the next few hours the info doing the rounds in private, or at least what I've been able to confirm. Here he goes on to say, I've seen a dossier someone put together. Everything is coming out. My advice is to check yourself into a facility sooner than later. There may be a life for you after this, but it's going to depend on being totally honest about the details, and it's going to require sympathy. And as far as I can see, drug addiction is the only card you have left to play. If I were you, I would go out of my way to be generous and decent with the wife and kids, the cross-filing and others.
I just realized I don't have a rule for emotes, but you know what? I'm okay.
States for divorce is insultingly childish and stupid.
That was for my mods. They're good.
Now, if you don't understand, Elijah Schaefer's built his whole reputation on this conservative Christian identity, but he's filing for divorce from his wife. And what people found very odd was that this man, just a couple days before that, was pretending something else. He said, I don't know where my wife and kids are, and I cannot get a hold of them. They are filed as missing persons. They have gone missing. What? Last enforcement confirmed someone in my household set me up. They planted drugs and said I was a criminal. This will be a public trial by the FBI. Rather than just admit he's getting divorced over his infidelity, he had to pretend that his wife is missing. So are his kids. And that the FBI.
All right. So we are watching an Abba and Preach video on a really interesting subject. So this, I guess she was an up and coming like MAGA influencer. She went mega viral for her Jubilee appearance, where she was like one of the worst types of like trad wives, super racist. She even said like, yeah, I think she admitted to being a white nationalist. So her influencer ass and another dude who was a influencer who he was all about trad wifing with his wife and kids. They got busted sleeping with each other.
FBI's
and and then there's that little added part where she made her fiance, who she did like, this is wild. They haven't gotten to this part, so I'll let this go.
Manipulation.
Okay. That's the insanity of some of these people. I actually think one time we covered him. He was in a video about a guy named something Murphy.
Anamorphosis says, Elijah, and I apologize for this in advance, Jack, asked Murphy about the article he wrote about literally cuckolding his wife. I wish I was joking. True alpha.
Well, she's reading a super chat in front of this guy. Watch.
Wow. Wow, you went there with that. Really no comment on that other than to say that whatever people's perception is about that, it's 180 degrees wrong. And it has nothing to do with people think what they're thinking it to be today.
Are we talking about sex right now?
Do you know what cuckolding is?
I totally thought
it's
you were
where
reading...
you get a chicken and you hold it and you love it.
I just blanked out for a second.
You make more chickens.
No, you hold your chicken. You have your chicken and you hold it. Mm-hmm. So cock holding. Mm-hmm. While something else is happening to your wife.
Well, someone's taking their cock that they're holding and inserting it into her.
While you're holding yours.
And you just hold her and you just stroke it.
Mr. Dick and Balls says, "Hey Jack,
Mr. Dick and Balls.
could you
God damn, as I said, the internet's a mistake.
please clear up the cuck article you wrote?"
I am not going to talk about
Again?
this.
Okay.
And basically, you know what? Fuck you for bringing this up right here and right now.
Me?
Why are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Well, just use a little bit of fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Fuck you. Heartfelt.
Elizabeth Harrison's.
Fuck you, heartfelt is a wild sentence.
Heartfelt, just like
Fuck you. Heartfelt.
you know, the heart.
I mean, dude, he like enunciated it too.
How hard you hold that cock.
Jack Murphy, the guy who the beard gets a huge reputation kill. He's basically gone. Nobody hears from him anymore. Elijah Schaefer never protected her throughout this whole thing, even though they're co-hosts. She ends up leaving his show 4 years later. We get the situation today. Now, the girl involved, you guys actually know who she is most likely because
Yeah.
you've seen her in Jubilee videos.
Yeah,
We covered her. Remember that drama involving Pearl and other trad wives, the one who said, "I won"? She decides to share how happy she is. Her name is Sarah Stock, and she goes,
Yeah, I won.
"I won."
Yeah.
Got a little ring. Pearl's like, "Stop being attention." And Sarah Stock says, "Once you stop getting ran through by black guys, it could happen to you too." That's her.
That's fucking.
She was the one who's
Ooh,
like,
that's cool.
"I won. I got a husband. I've been cucking. He's waiting
Well,
till marriage,
just stop
and I'm f***ing some other
Whoa.
dude every day."
Me, I'm from Newport Beach.
Oh shit! Oh, I remember this one.
I'm single. I've never had a long, serious relationship or anything. I've had like 2 pretty short relationships and a lot of first dates kind of thing.
How many first dates would you say you've had?
No idea, to be honest.
More than 10, more than 20, more than 30?
I don't know. Probably around 20 over my life.
Okay. What's the longest period of time that you've dated a guy?
Like 2.5, 3 months, I think.
Would you call it a situationship?
No.
Have you ever called somebody your boyfriend?
Yeah.
You're also religious, correct?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Are you waiting until marriage?
Yep.
Have you always waited till marriage?
Yes.
You both are virgins, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Ba-bang. I'm joining you on this one.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah, bro.
You both virgins? Yeah.
Milo texts her and he goes, "If your husband doesn't know, now's the time. I understand that you won't see this for a long time, but as you can see from the above, it is better for everyone that this comes out in the burst today instead of
The fucking floor.
over weeks."
Oh my god.
At Bandit MTC $5.
Thank you, Bandit.
That beard guy got exposed so bad. He is a homophobe and was on a campsite doing stuff.
Oh, what? He's even. There's more? Oh, I've got to do a deep dive into this guy.
Don't let him find out from anybody else. In February of
This was
2025,
just a who gives a shit tonight.
Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaefer began sleeping
this
together.
for fun.
Their affair ended on the
It
day
turned
she got
into
engaged,
real
about
fun.
6 months later. Let's just listen to this. Over here, it's a little voice recording.
Not take any accountability at all because, like, it obviously was my fault too. What happened between us, but even that was like not like, I don't know. I felt like it was like he got me like very intoxicated. Like I don't even like remember most of it, and I was even like thinking back because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights.
Man,
You're
CPAC
there,
is wild.
and the second night I was like breaking out in like a rash, and so he's like, "Oh, like get some Benadryl, it'll help with the rash." And like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out, because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl and like fed me a bunch of shots and stuff, and like obviously it's like stupid on my part. To like.
Yo, why should we even mention Benadryl and all this stuff? Like, she didn't continue the affair for 6 months. I mean, you could say a dude raped you one time, but if you flying out to go see him 7 or 8 other times and y'all banging every time, don't talk to me about drinking. Am I tripping?
No, you're not tripping.
Am I tripping?
Maybe you're tripping, but you're not
you ain't
falling.
tripping.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I don't know that. I'm sorry.
Acquitted. Acquitted of all charges. Walk out this court right now.
He obviously like knew what he was doing.
So he had it in his mind. Benadryl, what? Like, does that just make it increases?
Oh God, could you imagine what a insufferable, toxic couple Sarah Stock and Elijah Schaefer are? They deserve each other.
The toxicity.
Yeah, they probably are gonna end up together, which is just
something like gets you really screwed up.
Yeah.
Okay, I know she's a piece of shit for cheating, but whoever's recording her is also a piece of garbage. Like, think of someone pouring their heart out to you and crying about their infidelity, and you're recording it for an expose.
Oh yeah, your point is the expose is the point.
Go for it.
Okay, actually, let's think about it from all angles.
Mega Lumber, what up?
She's a fraudster who's pretending to be a trad wife.
It's called
shaming
penicillin.
other women for their infidelity. She's shitting on modern women and their behavior and their sexual promiscuity. Meanwhile, the girl's a piece of garbage who's promising virginity to her husband, defrauding him,
Damn,
and essentially
dude.
cheating him behind his back.
Yeah.
So you know what?
Dude, I feel bad for that guy. Ish.
It's not
I heard
that hard. Pause. So
yeah, but it was also not necessary.
I was tripping. I've seen the light.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is a sickness of the highest. Superhero.
And also, you can't like be like, oh yeah, you're trying to out her and you're doing all this expose. It's not because she's as smooth as
happy you have no school.
She's not as
tomorrow?
smooth as you when you
fuck.
expose motherfuckers that she's bad.
Like, I'm not saying I don't like have any fault in that. Like it definitely like ate me up.
Okay, I just gotta say, I hate hearing her talk right now because she's saying like, I'm not saying I don't have any part in it. Ma'am, it was a months-long affair. You weren't on Benadryl every time. You flew across the country to see him a couple times and cheat on your husband. Don't mention anything about the first night, about drinking.
Yeah.
You kept perpetual. If it had been a one-time thing, I'd have listened. At some point, if you get, you like flying? I like traveling.
Yes,
it's a process.
It is.
You got to pack.
You
Got to get
gotta
your
pack,
passport
you
or
gotta-
something.
yeah, 100%.
Got to get some snacks.
I don't, yeah.
Some
Maybe go
snacks.
to a lounge if you can afford it.
If you can. If
For all you poor people watching, we love you too.
That's crazy.
Fuck you.
Fuck with y'all. There's so
Yeah, you can fuck with us, but bro.
much going into every step. For her to even mention the alcohol is you not being accountable. And you're, quite frankly, a very disgusting person. I want y'all to know just how garbage this person is before I say any of the stuff I'm saying. Because like, she's very outspoken about how garbage she is, okay? Just like smugly.
Xenophobic nationalism, don't you think that's better for Americans in general? Like,
Oh, Sam Cedar. That's oh my god.
yes.
Nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
Oh, I need to. I'm gonna bring this up on Majority Report. I'm gonna send this
have a
as
dominant
a
culture.
as a message.
I mean, she's one of these people who's like, you know, white people are on top. The other.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that that women should have the right to choose.
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so like.
No. Just answer the. Oh my god.
The bitch that's cheating.
Oh my god.
On her boyfriend, who she claims is fucking. She claims she's a virgin. Don't believe in divorce.
Oh my god, Sneeko. Just answer the question. Fuck. Like.
That's one thing I don't understand because I'm like, why are you guys so? They're like, you're signing a contract, you're signing your life away. And I'm like, I'm fully against divorce, but it's like literally in the modern day, if you're a woman, you can get divorced for any reason, anytime you want. And you'll probably come out with more than half. So it's like.
And you'll probably come out with more than half as one of the reasons she thinks marriage is a benefit to women.
Hey, she know what she doing. I ain't mad at her. Live your life, boo-boo.
Nasty ass
She know what she doing.
Young woman watching, what is your final message?
Just like tangible things, be in the word, follow God, work out, stay in shape, stay attractive. Don't sleep around. Don't sleep around.
And I want to see her face. Let's see what she says after she says that.
Don't get on OnlyFans.
The bitch nodded, bro.
Yeah, but she nodded.
Yo, the shamelessness.
What do you mean the shamelessness?
The shamelessness.
We should know this wrong. So she's like, yeah, you're right.
You know what though? You know, people always talk about like, men cheat, like women cheat too. Women just good at fucking. They can look you dead in the eyes. It's just, you will never suspect. Just like it's just beautiful. It's like from an acting perspective, like that's why everyone. Oh yeah, men are better. I don't believe men could ever.
From an acting perspective, oh, yeah.
That is talent. If Sarah Stock wasn't a piece of shit, I would tell you, there's a theater for you somewhere out there.
There's a lot of people in theater that are racist. There's just people they don't have a platform.
But I think the main thing is just whenever I've seen people get online and aggressively and in a mean-spirited way preach this like spiritual traditional lifestyle, they have always
Lee from the Red Hot Chili Peppers made a true statement about Trump that he's just a dumb drunk in a bar, only cares about himself and his wealth.
People who are actually traditional or spiritual in a very authentic way aren't online. And they're certainly not aggressive about it like these people are, for sure.
It's just a judgment of other people.
I feel like they're speaking to themselves.
You should be doing this, you should be doing that, and and then you turn around and do this shit.
It's a projection. It's an internal struggle that they have with themselves because they don't like their own behavior. So rather than address it with themselves and be honest and have an authentic conversation there, they go outside and judge other people the way they themselves feel need to be judged. This is a young woman who's in her mid-20s talking about how her country should be ran, what kind of
tonight is
decisions young women should make. And here she is lying to the person
adult beverage
that she's going to marry about who she is. Do you understand that what kind of psyche you have to have? And now she's deleted all of her social.
Usually do ginger ale.
She's hiding, right? She's no longer that proud who's like looking at women. You
I understand.
She was talking to herself the whole time and
had some, prepared for D&D.
Everyone just found out.
Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing.
God, so bad.
All right.
Gotta wait like 4 more weeks.
You think that when I'm gonna be an adult, I'm gonna have my shit together? We winging it. We winging it.
At the end of the day, like me and Preach don't hide it. We're both very flawed. We're both very forthcoming, and at the same time, we don't preach a lifestyle you guys should live. So many of y'all are so different from us, come from different places, different standards. So if you see me and him run a course, I have some questions.
Yeah.
You're talking about millions of dollars potentially.
No,
I've never thought about it because I'm like, I don't.
I just thought about that.
Answers to this day, guys.
Could you imagine Abba and Preach Abba and Preach are going to be your guest speakers at your communications course today, kids?
People like, Abba speaks like you don't. I make mistakes. I make videos about my mistakes. I share with you guys just how many L's I'll take, and I'll sit here in front of you today.
Hypocrites are the worst. I'm an atheist, but I walked in the footsteps of Christ metaphorically. Damon, that's actually how I am.
I still am. I'm better than what
I grew up in the church, and I left of my own volition after I read the Bible without anybody holding my hand, and I just kind of realized, I don't believe in this.
I was before, but I still got flaws.
But Jesus is based.
They'll shame them because they have a pride parade. They'll shame them because they identify differently. They'll shame them because these people have a view of their own country that's just slightly different. Oh, they want neighborhoods that take care of each other. You communist piece of shit. It's like, what the is this? Schaefer constantly questioned Stock's faith at the same time. When he met Stock's husband, Schaefer kissed him on the forehead in the manner of a priest.
What did he say about his family? Like, because obviously he has like a family and kids. What was his excuse with that, though?
Oh, my wife doesn't care. She lets me run free or whatever. She doesn't care as long as, because I take such good care of her. And she
Oh my God, this bitch's vocal fry is just. Whew.
just lets me be a man and do what I want and blah, blah.
Oh my God, vocal fry.
Blah, blah,
blah, blah, blah.
Really?
He was saying.
Oh my God, could you imagine talking to this woman for more than even a minute?
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time even listening to this.
I don't want to include the more salacious parts because some of it is unverified in that these are things that Milo's alleging that didn't show receipts for, but he showed receipts for some of it. Stuff like Elijah's bisexual, he's banged Benny Johnson, dildos, and he travels with it. There's a lot of crazy shit, okay? But what's very clear is that he's a fraud. There's a part here where they actually show his divorce proceedings that he filed in Palm Beach.
He filed?
Mind you.
He
filed? This is
Get the the fuck out. He filed for divorce first. Oh my God, this guy is scum.
His wife is missing. After years of infidelity, insensible drunken rants, abuse, and even being falsely implicated in felonies, Schaefer's wife filed for divorce in Texas in January. Worried about his manly public image, Schaefer filed in Florida so he could pretend he had instigated the divorce. So there's already a divorce proceeding that was started before, but he filed so he can say he was the one who did it, and they show all the paperwork here, which is public record. So there's no doxing involved. You guys can go look this up. Everything is above board. And the reason why I'm going through all these details is I just want to explain to folks the level of lies and obfuscation these people engage in to maintain the veneer of I'm conservative, I'm traditional, we are about the truth, we're gonna help you heal. If you live like us, you'll find happiness and peace. Most of them who do this shit online are living a complete fucking lie.
Nobody's traditional. You got an internet connection, you're not traditional, okay? There's this romance about traditional shit that you guys have. Just like whenever someone, you just take little pieces of that tradition that you have. Right? It can never be like back in the days because we're not like back in the days. It's exactly like when someone tells me, you know what? You know what I love? You know what I love? You know what I love? Oh my God, you know what I love? I'm not born in the right era. You know what I love? The 50s. And I'm like, okay, where's your segregated bathrooms then? Because I don't fit in there. We can't go back there without leaving some pieces. And we're not. We're not there. But you try to romanticize this shit because, oh, that's the solution. Back then, they don't have no problems. They had different sets of problems. Yeah, when the woman was at home. Bitches, you didn't have no choices. You didn't have no voices. I'm a trad wife. No, you're not. Because you're having an opinion right now. You're telling other people to do. You should shut the fuck up. Stay home, shut the fuck up, bake them cookies and pop them kids. That's trad. There's nothing romantic about that shit. You create yourself something that you're not, a standard that you're not living up to. You're making me think like the Kardashians. Oh my God, the beauty standards are so... You're the beauty standards!
This is a picture of them getting married. I believe the Pope is the one who marries them or someone.
Oh, no.
It might be.
Hey, man, if he's old enough, I'll believe anything. This was happening and everyone in the conservative circles knew. People were talking about Elijah being weird. Sydney Watson, the woman who exposed the Jack Murphy dude, she ended up quitting that show years ago. And she said, I won't say why, but like the people in this space are very bizarre and they don't live... And then today, she recently came out, I've been telling y'all all turn your backs on me, but this fucker's weird. Jake Shields, who's a former UFC fighter, became like a political commentator yapping about Jews every day. Shout out to Tree of Logic because she got this for me. I've already had an extremely successful career and do the podcast as a hobby. I've been nothing but respectful to Nick Fuentes and got him on big podcasts when nobody would touch him. I even ignored him being a homosexual. You all know this is true. But apparently he wants war with me. And an ongoing rumor that these people have been spreading is that Nick Fuentes and Benny Johnson are incredibly gay. I'm sorry, that was my best Walter impression.
Think about this.
So, are they all gays? I don't know if Nick's gay. I'm not really caring. It's just the fascination with like this traditional.
All right, I gotta get my soundboard.
The idea that these folks yap about this lifestyle, have a fake wife at home when they go bang other dudes, and then try to tell y'all how much of a sin it is, but they're constantly just having dripping down their face like milk. It's weird. So we got another one here who's Isabella Moody. She's married. She's now like a born again trad wife or some kind of. She calls a trad wife. Let's listen, okay?
News. I actually don't want kids. So this is the funny thing about my Twitter. I play the part of a trad wife. 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 But I'm like, I have no maternal instinct whatsoever.
Many months later.
My husband's texting me, and he said that he wanted me to tell you that we will have our daughter ready for you as a virgin.
What the fuck? If you guys don't know who the guy on the right is, that's the pedo, John Zerka, who likes women who are 14, 15, whether illegal or not.
Said some weird shit that I saw on the internet that we have to address, dude. You were talking about teenagers. What's up?
Them?
Yeah, like I was gonna say it, but yeah, like what's up?
I
with that?
love that.
Why though, man?
And here is a trad mother, okay, with her trad husband. If you don't know who her husband is, like this fucking conservative. Well, they run a podcast talking about being good Christians and they're talking and they're joking about getting their virgin daughter, who's underage, ready for a pedo. Okay, so these are the kinds of people who yap about, and they're very popular.
John fucking Zerka, the greatest pedophile to ever live.
I'm literally a pedo. She had a mental.
Now,
no, self-proclaim is wild.
Now, to be fair, some
Dude, the internet is.
people are gonna say, "Oh, he's clearly
What are we doing?
joking."
What are we doing? We got used to Nick Fuentes doing his bit, but now this.
No, there's like
What
lots
the
of videos
fuck,
of him with
man?
girls who are underage, who are 50.
At what point do we just kind of go, yeah, no, dude, they get banned from the internet forever?
14.
Do you have lighter?
Can you see it?
Yeah, that was the couple that Luke Beasley used to podcast with.
Yeah.
Bro, we've been trying to tell you guys. Like, do you need to see again? Do you want another double
Are they on my stream? I don't give a fuck. Fake ID? Good. Good. I didn't even know they made those.
They don't care. This is not like some funny ire. It's not that. These are just self-reports, and they're making a joke out of it because a lot of their fans don't care.
We're on pedophile.com right now. She's 16.
Pedophile.com.
I started the website. I found,
It's two P's.
bro, I found her when she was 9, so she couldn't struggle.
Yeah, he's so sweet.
You were weaker back then.
Now, y'all look at that girl.
You ever?
This man is in his like mid to late 30s. Y'all know that girl underage, okay? And this lady is out.
Where are all those fucking Republican like douchebags that are just like, oh, I would go punish her, like
Out here joking about giving her blood daughter. I don't even say blood, don't matter. Giving some kid to this man. And these are like the fake trad people that exist in our world.
Salam alaikum to Sneeko if he wants to hang out with those people. You know what I mean? Live your life, boo.
I wouldn't have let you walk out until my point was conveyed that.
So this is her husband, who's like substantially younger and a very like
he's trying to be funny.
Traditional.
That's
conservative man, supposedly. He's also Elijah Schaefer's editor.
How old is he?
I don't know. He's got like 6 to 7 years younger than her.
So he's 12.
You do what you're supposed to
So
do.
he's 12.
Whatever I tell you to do, because that's your job, is to submit, do it with a smile on your face. I don't care. And I wouldn't have let you leave. I would have, you would have had to eat whatever mean things I would have said. And then the job would have got done. And then afterwards.
Why couldn't she just keep this as like a kink instead of making it her whole life where like, no, have some respect. But honestly, I mean,
after the cooling down process, I would have, repent.
I mean, she's got a bunch of fucking like broken down Coke can, toppers because, she's trash.
To God and smooth things over with you for the sinful behavior. That's how things would have went down.
Yeah, so when she was 24.
Fucking Charlie Brown there.
She supposedly seduced a virgin teenage boy in Josiah to marry her instead. She allegedly, this girl that was on the left here, was also having an affair with Elijah Schaefer, but he wouldn't leave his wife for her. So that's when she got with his editor. Messy shit. I don't know, bro. It's Days of Our Lives with, a little bit of pedo flavoring, I guess.
Jesus.
I mean, it's very Christian if you think about it.
It's all very.
The only not traditional thing is usually it was the man doing that shit. Now it's her. So I mean, good on her.
Progress.
A little bit of progress in her traditional.
All right, one last clip.
It's weird how so many people get upset with the whole trad wife trend and try to say that you can't be a traditional wife or traditional woman if you're living in the modern era and if you're posting about it. Like if you.
I think she's talking to you.
What was my dream job?
Right there. I got this video from the past.
Except that I wanted to be on the radio.
She knew you were going to say this in the future.
The video element was never going to be a thing, but I actually like this more.
I don't think these people understand tradition isn't about a time in history. It's about constants and values that transcend history that have.
I wish someone would do a supercut of her being.
Who pushed her down the stairs at a young age to give her that much brain damage?
Like
holy shit.
Tradition and value. Just like. Yeah. Somebody.
Hey,
pause.
Yo,
it's just when she had a 6-month-long affair and her being like, it's about tradition and like constants and commitment.
God, her husband has got to feel like the biggest asshole.
Yeah.
Here, like knowing that this was the content that they were putting out while they were doing this.
It's just like, but then again, you know what I mean? Like it's always been
this is
there.
wild.
So she is being constant throughout history. You know what I mean? The oldest sport was hoeing. Is that sport?
The
She's not getting
oldest,
paid.
job.
It's a sport. So
That's a sport.
I think the word for that's hobby. But.
Oh, non-profit organization. Yes, you're right. Anyways,
Order!
always been there.
Flagrant foul on the play. Someone throw a flag. We are going to stop that.
Can we throw a?
Can we go back?
Woo!
Person on the stenographer, can you repeat back what he said?
Non-profit organization.
Order. That is going to get you in contempt.
I'm sorry.
Even though I asked you to read it, don't ever say those words out loud, okay?
Your Honor.
That was crazy.
You said order.
He said non-profit organization.
Is hoarder.
These values include women's domain being in the home, women being submissive to their husband, women prioritizing their children, women being feminine, dressing modestly. You know, these are all things that you can do while adapting to the modern world. For instance, you can dress modestly while still
You a HASAN gobbler or a Democrat?
Wearing
I am neither.
modern clothing. You can still take care of your children and take care of the house while using modern technology.
Yeah.
And taking care of that dick!
Modern technology.
Sorry.
But that actually means
Bye, Magalummer.
deep
or Megalummer.
That's technology.
Crazy.
That's technology.
So
You know what I mean? No, it's
That was just horrible.
ever since technology brought us the video of that lady with the grapefruit.
I knew that's what you were referencing. I knew it.
Those who know! Sorry, I got excited.
I actually showed someone the grapefruit technique last week. Not like that.
Okay.
The video.
Hey, yo, bro.
There we go. It's like, I gotta get my soundboard. I was way late. All right. Yeah, fuck it. I got room for one more bit. Let's go.
Did he work for Mossad? It's more like Mossad was working for Epstein.
I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me.
Hang on a second. If he'd said
Is the Dersh about to get Dershed?
he was working with the Mossad, then he would get off being a pedophile.
You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, and the US government response is like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos?
You're lying, you're defaming me. You are now going to be sued. You are now going to be sued.
That's what he says.
The latest release of the Epstein file
Yeah, it's coming every time that I think he's about to say, you're about to be sued.
has shone an unforgiving light on the shocking judgment and tawdry behaviour of many VIP men. We've covered the revelations extensively, not least as they
Some
plunged
content.
the British government and royal family into historic crisis. But many regular contributors to this show and many of our viewers say the media is missing or willfully ignoring the big story, that Epstein was an Israeli operation. That's what Cenk Uygur said. Why is the media not touching Jeffrey Epstein's clear connection to Israel? Asked Mehdi Hassan. With that question, the theory that Epstein was an intelligence asset makes...
Oh, Golden Geek. It's about 1 in the morning for me. Time to eat a PB&J and pass out. Love it.
A lot of sense.
Good night. Have your midnight PB&J, and I hope that you have some smiles with that.
He had a vast and mostly
Nothing better than a good old midnight snack.
unexplained wealth. He kept meticulous and exhaustive records. He obsessively curated VIP friends who he invited to luxury properties wired for surveillance. He got an implausibly generous legal reprieve after the district attorney in Florida was told, quote, Epstein belongs to intelligence. And the files certainly do reveal many ties to Israel. We know that former PM Ehud Barak stayed with Epstein frequently, long after his conviction, and the connection certainly didn't end there. But the current Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, says it's a red herring. Epstein's unusual close relationship with Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel, he posted. It proves the opposite. So what do the files prove? In a moment, we'll debate this with Bassem Youssef and Alan Dershowitz. But first, here to help answer that question is Ryan Grimm. He's investigative journalist and co-founder of DropSite News. Ryan Grimm, welcome back to Uncensored. There are so many files here, and I have noticed just on an almost daily basis now, there's a lot of stuff in there about Israel, about Ehud Barak, about Epstein, and people are beginning to put all this together and saying that actually what initially was dismissed as a kind of outlandish conspiracy theory may well be closer to the truth, that Epstein may well have been some kind of Israeli agent, but potentially working with Mossad. But you've studied these files in a lot more detail than most. What is your assessment of that?
I mean, it's not a simple question. It doesn't have a simple answer. What I would first tell people is just Google or use a search engine that functions, drop site news, Epstein, Israel, and you'll find a series of stories that we have published already and that we're consistently adding to. But then you can also ask yourself just some basic questions. All right, how did he get an Austrian fake passport? I mean, a real passport with a fake name in 1982. Like there aren't many.
It had nothing to do with a certain Schwarzenegger.
Regular people that can get fake passports to help them travel around the world.
Dude, could you imagine if that's actually what it was?
Important thing to understand is that.
What do you mean?
Three of the people that he is very closely associated with in the 1980s are Stan Pottinger, who is it
was a T-1000
attorney who is known to have moved money for the CIA during.
It was the shape-shifting unit. It wasn't me.
Iran-Contra. Adnan Khashoggi, who is like the banker during Iran-Contra. He's moving money and weapons, a Saudi figure. And Douglas Lease, a weapons contractor. He was a protege to Douglas Lease. He was a business partner to Stan Pottinger at the time that Stan Pottinger was heavily involved in Iran-Contra. And he was, he knew and he ran in the same circle as Adnan Khashoggi, and he has a fake passport. So, and then he emerges out of Iran-Contra, with enormous amounts of, wealth and power and connections. So and then of course there's the Robert Maxwell connection, Ari Ben-Menashe, who, I don't know if you've had him on your program, you should, if you haven't, former Israeli intelligence official himself has said that, Epstein knew Maxwell. Whether or not he did, that's an open question. Just those connections alone. And then for Netanyahu to say that, well, okay, he was very close with Ehud Barak, therefore he had nothing, to do with Israeli intelligence is absurd. Ehud Barak, played a central role, however you want to define it, in Iran-Contra. He was an Israeli intelligence official, throughout the 1980s. He becomes prime minister, he becomes minister of defense. Another, top Israeli spy who is a protege of Ehud Barak, Yoni Koren, stayed for like weeks at a time at Epstein's apartment in Manhattan. So I think the public hears all of this information and it's like, okay, I kind of think we get it. What is confusing is that, did he work for Mossad? That part is confusing, because if you think of Mossad as or any,
I kind of feel like I have to just
spy service as a spy service. Like, what is it in service of?
Hey, welcome to the show. Appreciate you guys
popping
by.
These spy services are in service of extraordinarily powerful, kind of multinational global networks of individual figures. And so it's not as if, is Mossad or something like that, he was working for them. It's more like, that Mossad was working for Epstein. Now that's putting it quite too simply, but if you understand, the way that power works at, the top global levels, they are able to direct the services of these different, agencies, rather than him like filling out a W-9 and sending it into Mossad.
Yeah, I mean,
his taxes.
That's what does it. So much to unpack there. I mean, I'm just looking at.
You filed W-9 and it says you're Mossad.
Some of the references we've identified that come from the latest dump of files. In 2018, Epstein asked Ehud Barak in an email to make clear, "I don't work for Mossad," which in itself is quite an intriguing instruction to a former Israeli prime minister.
My I don't work for Mossad T-shirt is raising.
I totally just denied it.
Right,
Come on, guys.
I mean, it's like, why are you saying that? In 2017, Epstein asked
why would you say that?
Someone had asked him to help obtain former Mossad agents to do dirty investigations and so on. There are lots of these kind of quite cryptic messages going on. I guess the obvious response I would have is, well, why wouldn't he be? I mean, he was perfect territory, I would have thought, for an organization like Mossad to want to recruit, given how far his tentacles spread around the globe, around rich, powerful, famous people.
That's why nobody's surprised by this.
When people have suggested that there's a lot of references to Russia and Putin and so on in there as well. Well, that wouldn't surprise me either. He was clearly recording people for some form of compromat. Maybe it was self-protective, or maybe he was doing this for large sums of money on behalf of foreign states. I mean, I've reached the point with the Epstein scandal where I'm pretty much prepared to entertain any conspiracy theory until I see concrete evidence it's not true.
Honestly, yeah, that's where most people are.
It would be, you're right, it would be malpractice on the part of Israel or any spy agency at this point not to have attempted to recruit somebody like him who had the access, obviously utterly amoral or immoral in character. This is and knows how to move money around, knows how to do money laundering, knows how to do weapons trafficking, knows how to traffic in commodities. Like this is a very valuable asset. And it's important to understand there's a difference between an agent who's like hired by Israel, to go out and infiltrate or to do assassinations or whatever they do, and an asset who is somebody who you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And it appears like he's much more kind of in that realm. It's also important to understand what he and Barak were doing for the 15, I guess the 5 years or so after he became left his office of Minister of Defense, and then Epstein died. They were central to the kind of expansion of the Israeli kind of cyber weapons program, which itself is very connected to the Israeli state itself and has helped shape what web surveillance, cyber surveillance looks like around the world now, because all of these multinational major corporations you've heard of are just scooping up all of these Israeli startups that are themselves filled with people who came out of Unit 8200. And Barak is one of the key players in the growth of that industry, and Epstein was with him every single step of the way.
Yeah, and there are direct
time zone
references in the files. There's a confidential informant to the FBI that Epstein was employed by Mossad. An FBI report from the Los Angeles field office in October 2020 said the bureau's source had become convinced Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. It said Epstein had been trained as the spy for Mossad, alleging he had ties to the US and allied intelligence operations through his longtime personal lawyer, Alan Dershowitz. I can ask Alan in a moment about that. Also said Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, and his brother Josh, a financier, were both his students. Now, there's no independent evidence to corroborate that. This is one of many kind of intriguing references in there. And I should say as a caveat, there are obviously many things in the document dump which are outlandish and just tips that have come in, which are obviously complete nonsense. But there's certainly enough meat on the bone here. Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that has to be made clear with all of this stuff. But the mere fact of his incredibly close relationship with Ehud Barak, and as you say, working on this cyber stuff, I mean, that alone shows that he's certainly very, very close to the higher echelons of Israeli political life. Maybe he wasn't a fully paid up Mossad agent, but he was certainly what I would categorize as somebody right in there with the Israeli hierarchy.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And he's not the kind of guy that needs to invoice for services. He's so far beyond that world. Even if he wasn't a complete, he's always referred to as a billionaire. So let's take that at face value. If not, he's worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And what he's doing is he's, striking cybersecurity deals with Ivory Coast, with Nigeria, with Mongolia, with, South American countries, just around the world. And his relationships with the upper echelons of the Israeli government, which allows, which because it is, a state recognized by the United Nations, allows kind of groups of people who otherwise would just be kind of gangsters going around the world to operate, through semi-official channels. He's the guy that's operating in the gray zone, and then in the end, you come in and make an official corporate, and then
Ryan's tie is cool as fuck.
State to state.
I have a tie that looks like that.
Agreement. That's how he's getting paid, being the middleman there, not by invoicing Mossad for his services.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power protein. Let's be honest, we really know where the vast amount of Epstein's wealth came from. From everything we're gleaning from these files, what is your best guess?
Oh. I'm in for it.
Well, you have to understand that during Iran-Contra, hundreds of millions, eventually up to a couple $1 billion, were stashed away in these, secret slush funds that were controlled mostly by the Israelis, because the Israelis were the middlemen, and the CIA had their own slush funds as well that were coming off of the profits that they were making from basically upselling weapons to Iran. Think about that, by the way. Netanyahu is here in Washington today urging Trump to bomb Iran because they're this gigantic threat. In the 1980s, it was Israel and the United States who were arming Iran to the
Oliver North
teeth and
went to jail for that.
A huge profit out of it. Out of that, they created this.
Then later became a CNN contributor, I believe.
Network of shell companies and slush funds that had to kind of secretly move constantly to avoid detection from people that are trying to uncover money laundering. And
Iran-Contra. I was a kid back then. I'm over 50.
Epstein's right in the middle of all of that. So
I was a baby.
You can imagine
I was
how somebody comes out of that with their
3,
with a significant amount of wealth to begin with, and from there he gets linked up with Les Wexner. We have a story even about how the planes that were involved in Iran-Contra, when the heat really got on them, Epstein moved those planes to Columbus, Ohio, so Les Wexner could use them for a couple of years, shipping his lingerie and Abercrombie and Fitch around the world. So there's really a direct line from this Iran-Contra scandal that creates this kind of shadow world of
fucking preps
of money laundering and kind of develops into.
I got a pair of Abercrombie jeans. Time to get rid of them.
The quasi government criminal.
To be fair, they're like the worst jeans I own. They're so uncomfortable.
That we have today, to then Les Wexner and him becoming the power of attorney for Les Wexner, and then once you're locked in, he's the rich guy who also handles Les Wexner's money. Then you're in. Then you can start getting contracts with people like Leon Black and others.
Jesus.
And it just snowballs.
Yes, makes sense.
Fascinating. Ryan Grimm, I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Well, to debate all of these claims is Alan Dershowitz,
shit, dude.
Author of the
All right, I gotta pee. I'm gonna let this play.
I'll Jeffrey Epstein's
literally
former
be
lawyer.
right back.
And comedian and activist Bassem Youssef. Well, welcome to both of you. Alan Dershowitz, I know you said emphatically you do not believe Jeffrey Epstein was a spy, but as more and more stuff appears in these document dumps from the files, there is more and more stuff linking him to Israel, to Ehud Barak, to all sorts of stuff. Are you still as certain?
More so. Look at the chronology. As far as I know, he doesn't meet Ehud Barak until after he pleads guilty. And if he had been a spy before he pleaded guilty, the first person he would have told that was me. I was trying to get him the best possible deal. And I asked him over and over again, what can you tell me that will get you a better deal? Do you have anything on Trump? Do you have anything on Clinton? Do you have anything about intelligence? He would have told me. Instead, in 1999, 1998, I was in Israel doing research for a book, and he called me from Paris saying, I want to come to Israel. I've never met any Israelis. I don't know anybody there. Could you arrange a lunch for me with Israel's 5 smartest people? And so I did. I got the Justice of the Supreme Court, the Attorney General, interesting people that I thought he would meet. And we had lunch, and then he and I took a walk in the Shuk, and I bought him a T-shirt which said, I'm a member of the IDF, kind of khaki T-shirt, and he loved it. He wore it. There's no possibility that he was working for intelligence at the time I was representing him. Now we have a chronological issue. He meets Ehud Barak, but that's later. Did Mossad hire him after he was convicted? Well, maybe. Your previous guest talked about planes involving Victoria's Secret. Well, Wexner didn't buy Victoria's Secret until well after the early time. So one has to look at the dates, one has to look at the chronology. You know, I hate to pour water on a fascinating conspiracy theory. It's so much fun to talk about. But from what I know, I just don't see any evidence that he ever worked for the Mossad. And if he did, why wouldn't he have told me? I actually was a lawyer. I represented the Mossad back in the 90s when 3 Mossad agents were caught in Cyprus, and Cyprus thought they were working for Turkey. In fact,
This is Alan Dershowitz is also why I just don't believe in karma.
they weren't.
He has had too long of a life for me to actually like buy into that.
And I helped to get them out. I have a very good relationship with the current head of the Mossad, the former head of the Mossad. Obviously, I've asked them that question, and there's no evidence at all.
Alan, I would say this. I would say,
Alan,
I would say this to you. You know, if I was to ask you about all the despicable crimes that Epstein was committing, right, you would say, because I think you've said it publicly, you didn't know about any of that, right? So, could it be that Jeffrey Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about, and that included despicable human sex trafficking, and it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly,
does Ryan have a black eye or something?
If he wasn't telling you about,
I don't think so,
all the sex trafficking, which was a huge
also,
amount,
base thermal
of his life, then why is it surprising if he kept the rest of it from you?
Well, it's very surprising because telling me about his sex life didn't help him. Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free card. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein hated me before he died. He wrote all kinds of letters to Woody Allen as to what a terrible lawyer I was. He wouldn't pay me my fee. He fired me because he thought I had gotten him a terrible deal, that famous sweetheart.
This is not clearing your name.
Deal. He ended up.
Dude, does he think this is actually helping
prison?
him?
He was outraged. He didn't want to spend a minute in prison. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all. Epstein was a selfish SOB. He would do anything to avoid prison time. Why wouldn't he have told me that he worked for the Mossad if he worked for the Mossad? So, yeah, of course he's not going to tell me when I knew him as an academic or
These things are fucking dangerous.
acquaintance. He's not going to tell me
My favorite tag-alongs.
he's having sex with young children. He hid that from everybody. He did have a separate life, a completely separate life. But once I was his lawyer, it was in his interest to tell me things that would benefit him. And I can't imagine anything benefiting him more than having worked for an intelligence agency. But I pressed him
I mean,
on
some
that,
people might
and
be.
he didn't.
I'll come to Bassem in a moment, but some people
Also, base thermal, if you can hit that follow button. Appreciate
be
it.
listening to this
And if you guys are just joining us, hit the like and sub.
going, hang on a second, you mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a paedophile? In other words, you can commit crimes
right.
of
Well,
paedophilia
he wasn't accused of
underage
being
children,
No,
and you would simply not go to prison for it.
We'll be getting off here after this.
That's right. Let's be clear. He was charged with 2 counts. One, a 17-year and 10-month-old woman who he paid for prostitution. The other, a woman in her 20s who was a prostitute who he paid. Those were the only 2 things he pleaded guilty to. The only 2 things he's ever been convicted. He was never convicted of pedophilia. He was never convicted.
You already do? Cool.
Of
Thank
trafficking.
you.
None of that. He
Appreciate
may have
that.
done all of those things. But when I was representing him, all he was being
I'll be
charged
honest,
with
I can't really
was
see.
these 2 counts of paying
so.
prostitutes. One who was 17 years old and 10 months.
It said you were a first-time chatter, so anytime I see a first-timer, I kind of assume.
I could have gotten him no jail time for that if he had been a member of the Mossad. Any good lawyer
Alan.
could have parlayed
Alan.
his membership and his contribution to intelligence into a deal. Or, for example, if he had anything on Donald Trump or anything on Bill Clinton, of course any prosecutor would exchange this nobody, who nobody had ever heard of at the time, getting free from prison for, my God, the president, former president, future president. No, the best evidence is that he never, ever tried to tell me anything that would help him, that would support any of these theories about Clinton or Trump or the Mossad. So I am completely confident.
He was dreaming so hard. He was doing the little, like, he had his paw like this, and it was going like...
that he was not an intelligence asset. You know, I wish
I got to find the part, like, it was caught here. I got to enhance it. Enhance.
He would have been a perfect intelligence asset if I were the head of the Mossad.
Hence the dog sleep dance.
But, you know, I would say, oh my God, now that I know who he knew, Bill Gates, everybody, the Sultan of this, the Sultan of that, sure,
really
we try to recruit him, but they didn't know that at the time because he didn't have many of those friends back in the 1980s and 1990s. Many of them became his friends, ironically, after he got out of prison.
Okay, Bassem Youssef, you've been waiting patiently. Welcome back to Uncensored. What is your
he hasn't
response
even spoken
to
yet.
Alan
All right,
Dershowitz?
cool.
Well, I think that what Mr. Alan Dershowitz just said is the best recruitment video for Mossad. Basically, they're telling people, if you're Mossad, you can get away with anything. The same thing that will happen with Tom Alexandrovich, the cybersecurity guy from Netanyahu's government who was arrested in Nevada for trying to lure a minor in an FBI stint operation, and he got off the hook. He traveled. He didn't even have to attend his trial. He did Zoom from Israel. And like Ori Solomon, just a couple of days ago, there was a biolab in Nevada that nobody is
He's going with the veto from the Sopranos defense.
talking about. Actually, as a matter of fact, the mainstream media, they reported it, but they never mentioned his nationality as an Israeli who was running a biolab in Nevada that includes deadly viruses. If that was a Muslim, it would be like all over the news. So basically, Mr. Dershowitz is telling us, if you're Mossad, you have like an out of jail card. And you know what? Maybe he's right.
Or a CIA,
I'm
or a
actually
CIA
watching,
agent. That's true.
Mr. Alan, Mr. Dershowitz, I did not interrupt you a single second when you talked. So,
I
like,
just wanted to
after
correct
you're
you.
done with the gaslighting, please let me finish. First of all, I think like I'm now kind of leaning towards believing mainstream media, especially.
Was this about a biolab in my state?
And under Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. I mean, the evidence is there that he is actually a Russian asset. His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was the daughter of a Mossad super spy. He was represented by you, Mr. Dershowitz, Israel's favorite lawyer, who you're also a lawyer to the Mossad, which, of course, everything you tell us will be true. Ehud Barak was his place the whole time. He fled to Israel when he was charged with sex crimes. And he was pictured wearing an IDF shirt. He was funded by pro-Israel fanatics. He worked for the Rothschild. He donated to pro-Israel student groups. He was responsible for the Wexner's.
The second that Rothschild is dropped and you don't hear Alex Jones just go, what?
Israel philanthropy.
Like fucking Stone Cold from Texas.
He supported.
Wait, Stone Cold is in Texas.
The Israel settlement
bad example
project. His friends were all Zionists. He referred to us as Goyim. He was involved in Israel diplomacy effort. He brokered security deals with Israel, and even a former Israeli intelligence officer, you know, Ari Ben Menashe, like Mr. Ryan Grimm said, he said he ran a honeypot for Israel. So yes, of course, he was definitely a Russian spy. Makes sense. You know what? I'm by the way, Mr. Allen,
you're a good comedian. You're a good comedian. This is very funny.
I'm actually a huge fan of yours because I have known you since the 2000s. I mean, actually, you're one of the very few lawyers who are actually known in the Middle East. It's like watching a real life.
Hey, loving the show. Wouldn't it make sense if that he wouldn't admit to working?
Courtroom.
You got more coming?
Drama lawyer. There's even
for the CIA,
T-shirts with you,
or if he faked his death.
Facing it in Egypt, and I've
appreciate the kindness, and
followed you for a while, and that's why I'm here today. When they told me Mr. Dershowitz is here, I was like, I have to be here just for the gaslighting because the level of gas.
This is why people are kind of like, is he actually dead?
Gaslighting isn't new. For more than 2.5 years, Mr. Dershowitz and his client Israel have gaslighted us in front of our eyes. For 2.5 years, with all of the destructions and the killing that we've seen in Gaza, but they, according to them, it's not a genocide; it's self-defense. He told us that every dead child is
not a genocide.
That the
I think he's a triple agent. I mean, fuck. They said he was like part of like not KGB, but like KGB adjacent.
I did not interrupt you, sir. That the International Court of Justice is a fake court, and Israel critics and anti-Semitic.
Now,
Mr. Jersey, please, I did not interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. I know that you're a lawyer and you do that. Objection,
I'm
Your
going to
Honor.
interrupt
Don't
you
interrupt
if you
me.
use the word
now, the
genocide.
Epstein files are public. People can read them. people can see the
Dude, he's
horrible
cooking
stuff
'em.
that you again are gaslighting us. In your own
Hell
words,
yeah.
you said that he's not a pedophile because he liked 15 and 16 years old, but not 11 and 12 years old.
No, I said
That's not
17
even
and
bad
10
enough.
months.
People can read,
17
Alan.
and 10
You can
months.
read the ages of the kids in the emails. They can read about the pizza, the ice cream, the
He
beef
wasn't
jerky,
convicted.
and you can see the connection with Israel. And yet here you are again.
This he wasn't convicted bullshit. This is why, honestly, we're getting past that. As much as these motherfuckers want to have a two-tier justice system, then we can have the whole, okay, you know what? You don't get the benefit of the doubt of like actually like getting convicted. We can judge you based on just the evidence we have. That's it. Court of public opinion to billionaires or any of these assholes in the Epstein class. I think that's how it should act. Like it, we should roll this one out.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, guys.
Gaslighting us. This is your playbook, attacking
Fuck the Epstein class. Fuck these motherfuckers. They're not going to go to jail. So the only thing we're going to have is like massive public shaming.
It's called
the Palestinians, Hamas.
We have to smear their names so they cannot go. Like when they go to their graves, they need to literally be shamed to their graves.
It's called truth.
Epstein victims.
That's all we have.
Liars, prostitutes.
I'm sorry, guys. Like it sucks that nobody's gonna get held accountable for this.
Drama students, and of course,
Well, you say Hamas are not
anti-Semitic.
terrorists?
You have a history.
Well, you say
of
Hamas are
hiring
not
investigators to dig through teenage girls at MySpace pages looking for marijuana
That's what
photos.
lawyers
you
do.
called a 16-year-old girl
Yeah, that's why no one likes you.
a thief in
Dude, William Shakespeare said the best things about lawyers. Look it up.
the Daily Mail. You got Epstein 13 months in
No, I am not a trans streamer,
county
fuckface.
jail with work release for abusing
Oh my god, long hair.
34 victims where he should have got life in prison. That's not a
Yeah, Jesus loves the trans community too because Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world.
You're just
And
lying.
every single
You're
time,
just
your
lying.
defense is the
I
same.
challenge
She's
you to
lying, she
defend.
wants money.
I challenge
Let-
you to
let-
defend
don't
your
believe what you
statement
read.
that
You
he got
represented
18
Stop
months.
interrupting me, Mr. Dershowitz.
You're
You
just
represented
lying.
a serial
You're just
child
lying.
predator and got him the deal of the century. 2 women accused you under oath. You settled for nearly $1 million. Innocent men don't pay. They go to trial.
Your hair is legit beautiful.
It's another
Thank you.
lie, not a penny.
Guilty
You're
men
you're
with good
lying.
lawyers.
You're
Oh, wait,
defaming
you
me.
are the good
You are
lawyers.
now
So what
going.
does that
You are
make
now
you?
going
You
to
have
be
spent 50
sued.
years
You are
defending
now going to
rapists,
be sued
killers, and
for
every
saying I
time
paid
you
$1
attack
million.
the woman who come forward.
You're going to be
You are a civil
sued, and
libertarian.
I would.
You're not-
Pierce,
You're
I
not a
would
civil libertarian.
recommend
You
you
are
cutting him
defending the
off
innocent.
when he
You're not defending
says
them.
that I
You
paid
are a
$1 million.
professional gaslighter.
I didn't
Okay,
pay
Bassem,
one
Bassem,
penny. That's a
Bassem, you've
lie.
spoken.
And trust you instead.
Bassem, you've
Sir,
spoken for a long time.
Like Piers, I
Okay,
did not
Bassem, you've made
interrupt
it.
Mr. Alan
Bassem, you've
Dershowitz,
spoken
and
for a
he
long
keeps interrupting
time.
me.
Bassem, you've spoken for a long time. You've made a number of allegations.
There is going to be.
It's
I
only
can
fair
tell
that
you
Alan
right
Dershowitz
now.
can.
I am going
I want
to.
Alan
Going to
Dershowitz
sue
to
you.
Interrupting
I'm
me,
gonna-
Piers. I didn't interrupt him.
Going to sue
I am
you.
going to.
Let him
I'm
respond
going
to
to
you.
make it very clear.
But he shouldn't be interrupting
I'm
me.
going to make it very clear. I'm going to make it very clear. I'm filing a lawsuit immediately. I'm instructing my
Called it.
lawyers to file a lawsuit against him for saying I paid $1
Fucking
million.
Dershowitz is
What
anything but
happened
predictable.
is a woman falsely accused me. She admitted she may have mistaken
Also, Liv Moss.
me and confused me for somebody else. She dropped all of her charges. Not a single penny was paid. Nothing. And it's all in the agreement. All a matter
Not
of
according to
record.
the New Yorker,
You
sir.
saying that
Not
I
according
paid $1
to the New
million
Yorker,
is going to
2019.
result in
I am
you
just
having to
copying what
pay
the New Yorker
me
said. You go
many
through the New
millions
Yorker.
of dollars. What'd you say?
This is from the New Yorker.
The New Yorker never said anything like that. You know, you're such a liar. You know, I thought you were a comedian. I thought at least you'd be funny. You're just a liar. You're just somebody who is prepared to make any kind of anti-Semitic, anti-Israel
That's what he thought of his jokes.
statement.
Oh,
and you're
anti-Semitic.
willing
Please
to
stop
lie
with that,
about it.
Mr.
Now I
Dershowitz.
want you to
Stop with
justify
that.
the million.
Please, you
I
have
want
to
you
stop
to
with that.
justify
Nobody
that I
believes
paid $1
anti-Semitism
million.
anymore.
I
No,
want you to
believe in
justify
accusations,
that.
sir.
That's all I'm hearing.
Will you justify
Sorry.
it? Will you justify
I'll be mature now.
that I paid $1 million? Where'd you get that piece of nonsense? Where did you make
The New
that
Yorker,
up?
sir.
You said Hamas
the New
is not a
Yorker.
terrorist
The New
organization.
Alan Dershowitz just laid it on us. My ears.
Organization.
If
And
you want
yours
to sue
too.
someone,
You
sue
show me the New Yorker and I'll pay you $1 million. You're a liar. The New Yorker didn't
That was a dry
print that. You're lying.
Okay,
Why don't we
let's
take a
talk
time
about-
out now, go online, get the New Yorker,
That's a new one.
and show the people that are listening, the good people, the New Yorker. You're lying through your teeth. You're a despicable liar, and if you said it under oath, you'd be a perjurer. There is no truth to what you've said, period, and I'm going to sue you.
Oh, come on. You do. Is that what you
Finally,
do?
I shut him up.
No,
No. Oh, it's my nuclear diarrhea button that did
You
it.
didn't shut
Liars
up. You're
and
just like
defamers, yes.
cutting me. Mr. Allen, you went from I never got a massage on
Oh,
Epstein
my
to I got a
God.
massage from a 50-year-old Russian woman named Olga. But I kept my
wife
underwear
and
on.
I both received therapeutic. I received a neck massage back
All right,
in
I'm
the
done.
1990s. I have never received an erotic massage in my life. I have never told a misstatement about this. And I want you to show everybody the New Yorker the claim that the New Yorker said I paid $1 million. It's an outright lie. You can look it up right now while we're talking. Show
Yeah,
it to
I'll
the people.
look it up
Show
for
them
you,
what
sir.
you say the New Yorker said.
It
Okay, I'm
is
waiting.
I'm done.
under the
I'm
New
waiting.
Yorker.
Look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking up right now. It is called for people to
Okay,
search
let's
it.
see it. Let's see it. Everybody
Yeah.
can see it.
It's called
You're
Alan
gonna have to admit
Dershowitz,
your lie
Devil's
now. Maybe
Advocate
it'll mitigate your
by Coney
damages.
Brock,
Again, we're watching politics, people.
July 29,
Very serious here.
2019. You can read there. It's there.
Read me the quote.
God damn it.
Read
No,
me
my
the
software-
quote
no,
about
my
$1
software
million.
crashed.
You can't find it because it's
I
not
had it
there.
lined up and
Because you
everything.
made it up and because you're a despicable liar.
All right.
And
we're
you're
back.
going to
We're
be
back.
sued. And if you want to mitigate your damages, then you'll show me the New Yorker. But you're not going to show me the New Yorker because everybody out there is going to look you in the eye and say, you lied on international television about Dershowitz paying $1 million and the New Yorker saying it. It is false. Categorically false. I'm calling you a liar. You can sue me for defamation. And if you can
Yes.
produce the New Yorker article, you'll win that case. But you can't because it doesn't exist.
No, sir, I can read it to you right now. I mean, it's there.
Yeah, read it to me right now. Read it to me. Let's hear.
Okay. Do you have a second?
I have more than a second. I have all the time you want. Read me a New
Okay.
Yorker statement that says, I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely and who admitted that she may have misidentified me with somebody else. You read me that right now.
I have a feeling
yeah.
he's got this.
Silence. Silence.
So, dude, it's a big article.
Profound
Wait.
silence.
Dude, stop
Find
it.
me the relevant point.
Yes,
Find
sir.
it for me. We have all the time in the world. Find it for me. Let's go. Find it for me. You can look it up. Google has, we would say, Dershowitz $1 million.
Oh, here it is. Here it
Look
is.
up.
Here it is.
We caught
in,
you.
in 2015
Yeah,
when Jeffrey's allegation against Ghislaine Merton and Epstein became okay. Just before a trial was to begin in May 2019, the amount was undisclosed, but Jeffrey reportedly received a multi-million-dollar settlement. The allegation went in.
Who did?
Wait, dude, Jeffrey.
Yeah, let's go.
Veronica Byrne.
I know how this goes, where it's like you thought that you had it.
So you said I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely. I want you to quote that from the New Yorker. And if you can't, admit you're a liar.
A few moments later.
Say now.
Silence. Profound silence.
Dude, stop it. Stop.
Guilty silence.
Dude, it is a guys. Yes, here it is. Oh,
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're lying. Silence.
Oh, here it is. In April 2016, the case settled with no such settle. With the press reported that the agreement.
What case?
Wait.
What
that one.
The press reported that the agreement included a financial arrangement implying that Jeffrey's team had paid it. In fact, Dershowitz's insurance company
Hey, I'm here to add the yucks.
had paid Jeffrey's lawyers in negotiations. The parties
my
has
police.
discussed a figure of nearly $1 million,
We're
with
talking
50,000
about
going to
a different
Dershowitz,
case.
which would
We're
allow him to
talking
claim
about
a
the
payment.
woman who
The final
accused
amount
me.
has not been disclosed.
Number B,
Dude,
this had nothing to do with Virginia.
You want to go and
this
and
had
sue the New
nothing
York
to
Times?
do with the
Sue.
woman who accused me. This was a lawsuit between lawyers, and it had nothing to do with this accusation. Zero. You're
So
made
why
up
would you
the
pay
whole
lawyers?
story.
Why
The New
would
Yorker
your
never
insurance
reported
company
it.
pay the lawyers?
They also paid me. There was a mutual settlement where both sides paid
Where you got
sums to each
50,000
other.
and they got like the
Each
rest
of us
of the million. That
received
doesn't
payments
sound like
covering
great.
our legal fees, and this was about lawyers. This was not about any
Okay,
accusation
you know what, guys?
against me.
I invite everybody to go to read the New Yorker article and see
So do I.
the pattern
No, read it-
of lying
read it. You
that
read
Mr.
it out
Dershowitz has
loud.
done
It's
over the
false.
years.
So,
Well,
all right,
now
let me
you're
get
gonna add to the
involved now.
lawsuit. Now
Let
you're
me,
gonna add
all
to
right,
the
let me say something.
Let's get back to we know he's a liar. We know he's not a funny comedian.
It's the same thing.
All right,
Just
let
like-
me
it's
pull
just like
it
not
back
what
to
I
the bigger
thought it
picture.
was. I believe you if you have
Let me
like
pull it,
lied many
Bastion,
times.
let me pull it back. Let me pull it back. Alan, I want to just talk to you about something you said earlier, because there's been a bit of confusion about this, I think, in the
WKR
public domain.
Cincinnati.
You said in the end that the settlement that Epstein made pertained to a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old. But many of the contemporary
You're listening to
about this
WPP Radio.
refer to a 14-year-old
It's time to
girl,
live Moss. This is our Taco
who
Bell
Epstein had
break.
paid for a massage
That was not
at his
part of the
mansion.
case.
So can
That
you
was
explain?
not part of the
because
case.
that's
The
what
indictment.
But that precipitated the
Alan Dershowitz just had a little bit of a punch in the face. Yo, that hurts a little bit, doesn't it, Dersh?
investigation, right?
Let me tell you what happened. A 14-year-old girl was heard over the phone talking to her another friend about whether or not she could get a massage from an older man. That precipitated the investigation. But the investigation culminated
Late night Pep.
not in any kind of an indictment
Late night Pep. You know what? Pep's got the soundboard.
regarding that 14-year-old. There was no evidence of it. And so
Wait.
in the end, the 14-year-old
I can't do it
claim
'cause I need my
disappeared.
hand.
The only evidence
Theater
that
of the
they
mind.
were able to prove to get a grand jury indictment was a
Yeah.
17-year-old and 10-month person and a woman in her 20s, an adult who has agency. Both of them in the indictment were called prostitutes. And he was indicted for paying money to soliciting two prostitutes, one of whom was 17 years old and 10 months. The 14-year-old was
Right, so the
never
17-year-old,
part
but to
of
be
the
clear,
indictment in
to
the
be clear,
case.
legally, okay, but Alan, to be clear, the 17-year-old was a legal was a legal minor.
Of course, and that's why he pleaded guilty to it and went to jail for it. He deserved to go to
Right,
jail
and do you
for a
believe?
17 and 10
Do you
month old.
believe?
Yeah.
So I interviewed one of the legal team on behalf of some of these
Right.
girls involved in that case, who said that he was offended about the characterization of any minor as a prostitute.
Well, then he should complain to the prosecution. It's what the prosecution put in the indictment. We didn't write the indictment.
That's all I'm
The
hearing from him
prosecution
right
put
now.
it in the indictment. They did an investigation. They found out that
I thought
these
I was going to do the ACAC. They changed it.
were young women who were coming for pay, were being paid money to give massages.
time to
They defined
re-record
that as
that.
prostitution. It wasn't us who did that. That was the prosecutors who did that. So that's all.
But when
he
you
ever
say,
pleaded
but when you
guilty
say
to
he
this
wasn't
day.
convicted, okay, but when you say he wasn't convicted as a paedophile, he was though. If you do a deal that involves a minor,
Look, you can quibble over words, but medical definition of pedophile.
well, no, it's a
is
legal definition, isn't
prepubescent.
it?
He pleaded. No, that's not the legal definition. The legal definition is underage. The word pedophile is never used.
What?
Legally for anybody who's 17 and 10 months. But we're quibbling. He pleaded guilty to 17 and 10 months. He was guilty of that. It's a despicable, terrible thing. He may have had sex with even younger people, but he was never convicted of that. He was never charged with that. He probably would have been charged with it had he stayed alive, but he wasn't. But let's stick to the facts. He pleaded guilty only to 2 charges of soliciting a 17, 10-month-old and a above age person for prostitution. That's what the state charged him with. That's what he pleaded guilty to. That's what the federal government agreed would be the deal that would terminate the federal prosecution.
All right, I like that one.
That's what happened. He
But
hated
if you
me
have
for that deal.
any
He thought I was
sexual
a
relations
terrible
with
lawyer.
a minor, yeah, but Alan, if you, I mean, talk about quibbling, but if you have sexual relations with a minor, you're a paedophile.
Bullshit. No, well, I don't want to fight with that because you can call him whatever you want.
Yes.
That's fine. You call him a pedophile. But no medical doctor, no psychologist will tell you that a 17-year-old, 10-month woman who's taking money to give massages is subject to the other person being called a pedophile. But let's not get into that. Call him a pedophile. That's fine. He pleaded guilty to charges of having sex for money with a minor. Yes, he did that. And he did much worse than that. And he was a despicable human being who deserves no pity whatsoever. But that doesn't give anybody license to simply lie about what happened. For example, you are an idiot! One of the papers in Israel, when talking about Ehud Barak, said he was convicted of having sex with a 14-year-old. No, he wasn't. He was
I'm having too much fun.
Investigated for that, and the investigation terminated with no prosecution for a 14-year-old.
10 out of 10 first impression of a stream.
Did he have sex with a
yes.
14-year-old?
Shitbox Sundry.
I have no idea. Maybe the prosecution has an idea. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But it's not.
Well, you know what to do. Hit that sub button because you know what? Have fun here.
Not true that he was convicted of that. Never.
So what is your assessment, Alan Dershowitz, now of what Jeffrey Epstein did? And why is it that no really high-profile American men in particular have been brought to account for what was going on?
Well, one name has been. One of the names that was recently disclosed by Congress people yesterday was Leslie Wexner. And I think it's very appropriate to investigate Leslie Wexner. He went back to Jeffrey Epstein many years. Let me give you my assessment of what happened. Look, there were real victims, horrible victims, people who should never have been put through this, people who are underage, and I have tremendous compassion for these victims. But then there's another category of people, women who are 25, who came back over and over again and received $150, $200. Then they went and they recruited 14 and 15-year-olds for Epstein, and they were paid to recruit for Epstein. These people should also be investigated. They may have been victims, but they were also perpetrators. It's a lot grayer than the black and white of victimization.
It's a good thing you're showing this. Otherwise, I would never have seen this. Yeah.
And
you know what? This is why I do what I do.
Survivalization.
Shipbox Sender. Thank you for the follow.
And all of that. It's much more complex.
There we go.
Than that. But there's no justifying
it's an
what
honor
Epstein did.
of Shitbox
It was terrible.
Sender.
It was awful. I wish I had never laid eyes on that SOB. He's an awful human being. That's the job of a criminal defense lawyer, to defend and get the best deal. I thought I got the best deal. He thought I got a terrible deal.
Bassem Youssef, what is your wider view about the Epstein
I love my soundboard.
scandal and the, so far, very limited accountability for other people involved?
Well, you see, I'm actually like the FBI just dumped millions of unredacted or redacted Epstein files on the public and said, you know what? Here you go. Have fun. It's like a scavenger hunt. Like you expect, like it's kind of like a TikTok challenge. Can you find the pedophile? You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, unlimited power, unlimited budgets. This is the biggest sex trafficking scandal in modern history. Billionaires, politicians, royalty, and all hanging out on Pedophile Island. And the US government response is like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. What is this? A group project? Are you serious? You want me to do your job? You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos? Like, you want TikTokers playing a game of Clue. Hey, it was Prince Andrew and having a massage with the undergirl. What is this? It is not the job of private citizens to figure out clues. I don't understand. Is the FBI too busy to do their job? Here's what should have happened. They should have released the name. They should have arrested predators. They should have held the trials, you know, like a functioning justice system. 4 million trillion documents with no index, no categorization.
Last one.
Redactions everywhere. Then say, hey, good luck with that, guys. Point. Like, let us know if you find anything. Wallahi azim, not even a third world country dictatorship would do that to us. In third world countries, they would release nothing, keep us in the dark, like a self-respected dictatorship. But this, like this choose your own adventure bullshit, this like figure it out on your own. What kind of service is this? Like, I mean, the government takes half of my money so I can do its job, and then sends the other half to Israel. I mean, this is just like dysfunctional, And I'm just like, I'm like, and my wider view of this, my first time I appeared with you, Piers, I talked about like how Israel is like a narcissistic psychopath, and it went viral because people felt it. Because you see, narcissists don't just lie to you. They create an entire alternate reality and pull you into it. That's why it's called the narcissist shared reality. The narcissist builds an alternate, highly controlled reality and pulls other people into it. And in that false reality, the narcissists are always, they're special, they're misunderstood, they are victimized. Yeah. And Israel does this on a national level for decades, right? They have told us we're the victim, we have no choice, it's self-defense, And in the same thing now with Epstein. It's a shared reality. Oh, maybe he's a Russian spy. Maybe he is. It's like it's right in front of our eyes, and we have to go through these like mental gymnastics and figure it out. It's right there. Nothing is gray, Mr. Dershowitz. Nothing is gray. Genocide is not gray. Sex trafficking is not gray.
I agree with you. I agree with you, and it wasn't committed. Genocide is what was committed.
I understand that you are a lawyer.
What's committed in parts of Africa? Genocide was committed many times.
Let Alan respond.
Why do you keep cutting me off?
Let Alan respond. No,
let Alan respond. First of all, let's be very clear. Genocide has a...
Okay, by the way, guys, if you have not already subbed, I'm getting close to a nice little milestone. So please sub to the channel if you're enjoying the content.
Oh, I can just like log out because
genocide
like, I haven't
is
had
not
like a
fighting
couple of minutes
a war.
to talk with
Then I'll give you one of these.
Allowing the response.
I love that Taco Bell bell.
Please. Genocide is fighting a war.
You
just do.
It's my turn to speak.
Let me
cutting me off.
Let me respond,
this is not
please.
courtroom, Mr. Dershowitz.
Are you going to let me respond?
No, you didn't let me respond.
So here's the point.
Okay.
You're not going to let me respond.
This is just like
it's like
let me respond.
No. I will not let you respond because you didn't let me talk.
Let me respond. You're not going to let
it's like, no, you suck. I'm not going to do that.
It's just like it's just like childish at this point.
So, well, we can't continue then. If he won't let me talk, we can't continue.
You are not letting me talk.
To filibuster me by his lies.
He is sabotaging the interview
now he wants,
by consistently
the man who runs
off.
this show wants to give me an opportunity to respond. Will you give me an opportunity to respond? Let me explain to you what genocide means. Genocide is the willful killing of an entire population in order to wipe out the population. The way the Germans and the Nazis took little babies from the Isle of Rhodes, put them on trains, transported them to the gas chambers to kill them, unrelated to war efforts. Genocide is not dropping an atomic bomb in Hiroshima. It's not bombing Berlin. It's not bombing Japan. And it's not what Israel did in Gaza when Hamas hid behind civilians.
There's a lot of advocacy for someone who's not even his client. What the fuck is even going on?
And Israel, notwithstanding that.
This is just what Dersh does.
They had the best ratio of combatants to civilians of any war in recent times. Even if you take all the Hamas figures, it's less than 3 to 1, probably closer to 1 to 1. At worst, it's 2 to 1. Most wars, it's 10 to 1 or 8 to 1. So there's not even a plausible claim of genocide. Only anti-Semites and people who are willing to engage in a blood libel are prepared to compare what Israel did defending itself in
like that
Gaza with what Nazis did in Germany, killing 6 million Jews, Roma people, people from all countries. Those were genocide. What the Muslims did in Turkey, killing the Armenians, that was genocide. What's going on now in Syria against the Kurdish people, that's genocide. These aren't war fighting defenses, that's genocide. But when a country tries to defend its civilians by killing terrorists who are hiding behind civilians and civilians die, you could call it a lot of things, but the one thing you cannot call it is genocide and maintain your credibility as a decent human being. That is a blood libel to call it genocide.
Okay, you've all right. You've both made your
I didn't make any points. I really didn't make any points.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you,
Bassem.
Bassem, I will come to you to respond. I just want to point out that on the Epstein scandal, what is quite telling is that the prediction markets, which people follow closely these days, Polymarket asked, will anyone be jailed over the Epstein disclosures? It reached a high of 48% at the beginning of the month, but it's now down to just 17%. And the Trump administration did, of course, promise, including on this show, that we'd see many prosecutions. It does seem quite extraordinary that now it's looking more and more likely that nobody will be jailed other than a woman, Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, Bassem, you can
Well, I hope
have
some
a final
people are-
response to... Well, we need to see it, I think. Bassem, your final response
I'd like to see it too.
Alan
I'd like to
Dershowitz.
see a complete, thorough investigation. Anybody who committed crimes, including falsely accusing people of crimes, should be put in jail. And anybody who committed crimes like it should be put in jail. And I hope they are.
Not good. On that, we're all agreed.
Epstein
Bassem,
Island
final word
showed
to you.
us-
Just had to wake you guys up.
I think that Epstein Island showed us that in order to be powerful, you need first to be compromised. And as long as you're compromised, only then you can stay powerful. This is the conclusion of all of this. None of these people go to jail. There will be like a couple of fall guys, Peter Attea, he will lose his thing, all of this, it's important, but the billionaires, the people in power, they will be untouchable. We will not see a single person that's going to go behind bar unless he's not protected.
But they have to be guilty.
Mr. Dershowitz, why are you
Who are
people-
they?
Dude,
Who
what?
are
I didn't
they?
even talk about you. Why are you... It's just like, it's so frustrating
I care about innocent people being prosecuted. I care about McCarthyism. I want to see a return of McCarthyism.
I'm
where
sorry,
people
sir,
are
what
found
did I
guilty
just
by
say that, like-
association?
What did I just say? That
Well, how do we know if there are billionaires who were involved? If there are, let's name them. Let's get the evidence and let's prosecute them and let's put them in jail. But not on
That was the perfect one to find
the
tonight.
basis of McCarthyism, not on the basis of guilt by association. Let's do it on the basis of real evidence. I'm in favor of that. You and I agree with that.
No one will be punished and no one will go to jail and these people will go. When these files have released, even with all of these redactions, the one thing that should have been done, that all of these people should now be at least investigated. We didn't even, you have like an FBI director and you have, you have an FBI director who came out and said there's no sex trafficking and the email proved otherwise. You have all of the people like, there's nothing, and then the emails proved otherwise.
Oh, shitbox Sindri. Is he, he's blasting the Eurobeats, yeah.
And you have like the FBI director.
Eric, you hear that he is blasting the Eurobeats? Yeah,
Cashetto.
Peter, I do. I hope that he is blasting a little bit of the electric carboy. Yes.
Said once, America needs to wake up and prioritize
yes.
Israel. Don Bongino, second man in the FBI, said like,
You know that he is going to eventually come around.
Israel is very
What does that mean, Eric?
close to my
Why
heart.
don't you find out
How
later?
do you expect truth from these people? I think, they are all like working for a different master and they're not working for the American people. So I really don't expect anything. None of these people will see a day
I like how you type that out.
of investigation, a day of jail.
All I
and the
know,
full-
okay,
and the
look, all
full
I know
guard
is-
will be people who are.
I kind of agree with you, Bassem. I do think that, unfortunately, the Trump administration, before and after the election, made it clear.
Yeah, I'm liking this Euro bit. I don't know. We're not talking politics no more. We are now in the Euro club. Yeah.
They were going to be totally transparent. All the files were going to get released. We've now had
It gets weird here,
3
Nick.
million heavily redacted files released, and there's apparently over 3 million more which are never going to see the light of day. That is not transparency.
They
and
should.
that is why the conspiracy theories
They should. I
will
want
rage.
everything out.
And but that's part of the problem, man. And if no rich, powerful people in the end are made remotely accountable, people will assume they are
If they're
names
guilty,
that were
if they're
redacted
guilty.
or never published. Yeah, but unless you
shouldn't be
publish
redacted.
the
They shouldn't be.
files, they can hide behind the redactions
Every
and the lack
name-
of publication.
Every name should be published, including the name of those who accuse them, so that if there's a false accusation, the people who have been accused can confront their accusers. Otherwise, it's McCarthyism. That's why from day one, I wanted no redactions. I want everything out there. The only redaction should be for minors, people below the age of consent.
Okay. We're
Kane battle. It sounds like you actually lived with Peter and Eric.
going to leave it there. I appreciate you both coming on
Oh my God.
and debating this.
Peter and Eric have they're triplets.
And I appreciate that.
Oh shit. Kane battle.
You're not going to agree about
Thanks
much,
for
but
having
I'm grateful for the debate. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, that was great. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna wrap up the show here, but before I do kind of want to hang for a second because that was fun. Obviously, I was having a little bit of a good time with my soundboard. Shut up, Alan. Crinkleface. Yeah, no, he is definitely Alan Crinkleface. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Let's see. You're listening to WPEP Radio. I hope you've enjoyed this content. If you haven't already, hit the like and subscribe button. It would be much appreciated. It makes you a very cool person, and I will tell you, you might get yourself a imaginary Taco Bell coupon. When I say imaginary Taco Bell coupon, it's exactly what it sounds like. All I have to say is I just wanted to say Taco Bell so I could say Live Moss. All right, now we're moving on to the next subject. I don't even know what I'm going to be doing here. All I know is I'm going to be widening my screen. This is why I didn't want a video element when I did this. I mean, good times, right? All right. What do we got? I got nothing else. I do have one thing that I want to do here, though. I'm going to end the show on a high note. I got a hankering to play some friends of the show's music. Let's see. What do we got? I think it's gonna be Oh, he changed his freaking thumbnail. That's why. Dick. All right, let's see. Which one do I want to play tonight? There we go. All right. You're listening to WPEP Radio. You're about to listen to some Kirk official music over from YouTube. If you haven't already checked out his channel, please do so. Click in the chat, not the description. Unfortunately, it's not in the description yet, but Kirk official music is a contributor of the program. Hey, Ryan, what's up? You're just about to enjoy some Kirk official music. And as I said, please subscribe to this guy because he is about to hit his 1,000. I would really like to see him do so very, very soon. But with that being said, I do want to play you one of my favorite songs from Mr. Kirk here. We're listening to Bando on KPEP Radio.
Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in a bando. Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her like I was playing a Nintendo, using her for money and a mule for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in a bando. I know it's wrong, but I need this to work. Cause I'm cashing out dirt, she gon' put in the work. I got plenty of baddies who fucking with Kirk. Got them passing out perks, never trying to be Kurt. I took away all her pride, I said she was mine and I make her my bride. I made her work heavy, it's making me cry. I thought making money was all of my life. I changed what I did if I wasn't this rich. I made all this cash off it thanks to this bitch. She should've been cautious and seen all the signs. She ain't going anywhere, one of us dies. Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a meal for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a meal for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. No, I ain't a pimp, no robbing, I'm blind like I'm popping a pimple. Breaking the ice with a bottle of Winslow, making it hot so I open the window. Giving me all them Pimp Bonnie and Clyde vibes. We got them tickets, we taking a night ride. Stolen Bugatti and Smith 45. My bitch is collateral, take her alive. My contrabandista, pills in the keister. Making a whole lot of dose in urethras. Business is always, she walking sideways. She want it different, but it's gonna be my way. It's gonna be my way. Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a meal for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando. Tell me why I gotta end, oh, playing with her heart like I was playing a Nintendo. Using her for money and a meal for slinging benzo. She ain't even special, I got 20 in the bando.
Nice, Mitch.
Tell me why I gotta end, oh.
That was Kirk with WPEP Radio. I appreciate you guys checking out the music section. This was a little bit of a joke, but at the same time, I also do enjoy doing a little bit of classic radio. All right. Do I have any? You know what? Fuck it. I got one more in me. I got one more. Let's see. I got his new song. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go with this one. He just dropped this one. This one's still not on his YouTube, so this is technically still a Pep Talks exclusive. You're listening to WPEP Radio. You are about to be hit with some Kirk official music. Please follow him in the link in the chat.
Yeah. I've been trying to get my head on right since I was young G. Settled all the pain by crushing perkies in my codeine. Good in the bad in my head, fighting running from the old me. A bullet in my brain, feel like the only way fix me. Just swallow the bottle to feel all that's hollow. I'm filled with constant sorrow, might not be here tomorrow. Keeping it close to the heart was the old me, but now I'm just lost with the new me. Killing myself seemed the right thing to do when no one in my life wanna hold me. I thought it was right that I maybe. It's me cause I seem like I'm crazy.
Just remember that there is a suicide hotline.
No one around wanna know me. I got demons, but this shit inevitable. Rip my heart out and you'll see that it's so damn cold. Fuck all these hoes cause they never wanted me, so I'ma drink till my ass falling down on the floor. I'm getting high, fucked up on perkies, this ain't how I wanna live it. None on my face, pouring some perk cause I need me some additive. What can I say? I'm on the one way to hell and I'm loving it. There comes a day when I won't wake up overdose on a lot of it. Battery recovery, I'm so damn ugly.
You wanna make a song
I keep
request?
a record of hoes from my past, so if they wanna fuck with me, please won't you fuck with me? I need a lottery, popping around in my head sound like fun cause I'm so fucking lonely.
Yeah, 1-900, call back later.
Gave me no choice but to answer the call. My plug got it all, can't wait till I fall. So high I can't think, I just hit from my goal. So high can't relate to
he's very open with this battle.
You never really know who the real ones really is. Maybe someday I could say that I got homies who would give. Feel I'm floating out of space, shit just lonely as it is. If I really up and left, I'll be the money that they miss. Drink, fill it with perp and mud, tank. Got a whole lot of paper, burning a hole in mud, bank. Pill pop a lot, but I'm still up for driving insane. You don't know me, I'll break. 40 on me, I'll break. 4 or 5 perky on the ground. 45 perkies in my hand. Chew my perkies, I'm your man. Bullin' with the fam. Catch me if you can. Pillies on my mind, I'm not sober most of the time. I'm like Ricky in my prime, fucking drooling, but I'm fine. I move OCs on the gram, most school bushy on my trams. Big old titties in my face, cause you know ballin' is my brand. Hey, fucking came about to pay, look, I'm out here every day, look. A piece up on my side like a Billy Kid, I ride a bang, look. No feeling on my mind, Glock come with me all the time. Only fuck with if they find, you gon' miss me when I die, look. I'm getting high, fucked up on Perkies, this ain't how I wanna live. None of my face, pouring some perk cause I need me some additive. What can I say, I'm on a one way to hell and I'm loving it. There comes a day when I won't wake up, overdose on a lot of it. Better recovery, I'm so damn ugly. I keep a record of hoes from my past, so if they wanna fuck with me, please won't you fuck with me. I need a lottery, popping around in my head, sound like fun cause I'm so fucking lonely.
Welcome, John.
You broke it all, gave me no choice but to answer the call. My plug got it all, can't wait till I fall. So high I can't think, I just hit from my goals. So I can't relate to these people, oh.
Like I said, you are listening to WPEP Radio. That was Kirk Official Music. If you haven't already followed, please click the link in the chat. You guys can follow him and do me a solid, and also help support one of the contributors to this fine program here, because this outro that you guys are going to be hearing here in just a little bit is produced and curated by said Kirk. So, no, I really appreciate you guys checking out the show today. Right, I think that's it. Oh, wait. We're literally a minute away, so I'm going to end this at the 6:20 mark. Are we doing Friday? Yes, we are doing Friday. We're also doing Saturday. I'm going to be taking Monday off. Or Monday. Sunday. Jeez. Wow. Can already tell that I'm a little mixed up, but nah, yeah. We will be here tomorrow, 4 o'clock, normal time. As you can see here in the vertical stream, I have my schedule up here. This space on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. If you guys have not already followed, please follow on this space. We are doing a sub drive. Actually, give me 1 second. I should probably link that. Yeah, like I said, we are doing a sub drive over on this space. On this space, I am a contributor that does a official. Oh shit! Come on. I was about to say it's a special hour, but give me 1 second. I don't know why this is not working. Come on. Load. Load. There we go. What the fuck? All right. There we go. Yeah, you guys can check me out on Tuesdays, noon. I do a 1 hour show. It's mostly just a quick, 1 to 2 story deep dive. A little bit different than this here show that you are enjoying. And then I also do a primetime version of Pepaganda on Wednesdays. So please follow on this space. You also can enjoy all the fine content and all the content creators that contribute to this space. It is a collaborative. It's very much in the vein of trying to have a 24-hour station. We are working on it, but for now, I think that we got a solid, 8 hours a day? So yeah, check it out. All right, folks. With that in mind, I appreciate you. Wait, daily. We just wait to see what the new daily hell is. Yeah, I mean, to use his talking points, right? I mean, yeah, you know how it goes. Politics. But now, for real, guys, I appreciate you being here today. Yeah, just in general, thank you for chilling. But with that being said, I gots to go, so I will catch you all tomorrow. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.